up, everybody? I'm Hot Jukes, and I'm here with Brady from Extreme Slayers, the second place team in the PMPL NA Finals. Dude, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Man, I'm doing great. I'm so excited here for the Americas Championship. I know you are as well, right? How confident are you feeling coming into Americas?
I'm very confident about it because I had played with these teams already, but let's see. Everything can happen.
Yes, sir. It sure can. Why don't you first explain, your position in the team, right? What is your role and the role of your other teammates as well?
Well, I'm a fragger. I always be like fragging. Everybody is a fragger in my team, not gonna lie. Everybody's a fragger, but Robert and Brian, they're IGLs. They be helping with the rotations, but everybody, it's a fragger. Everybody.
Okay, you got two IGLs. That's interesting. Does one do fights and the other does rotations, or they both do at the same time?
Well, they help themselves. Like, majority of the time, Robert just say like, oh, let's just go, let's just do this. And Brian just like, no, let's do this. And they will like, there'll be always that topic in the match, but they're helping each other.
I like it. I like it. So for everybody watching, right, why don't you go ahead and tell them your experience so far against playing against some of these international teams, you and your teams.
My experience personally, because I play PMPL Adam, and the majority of the community tournaments, there was against Brazil teams. They're so aggressive. Like, they always want to fight. I don't know if like Americas, I have not played Americas before, but I don't know if in Americas they will be the same, but they're so aggressive.
So what have you done? What have you and your team, right, done in order to prepare for that aggressiveness?
We've been training our brain because we know we can't be fighting early match, so we just be training and like watching stream maps of PMPL Adam, PMPL Brazil, so we can like tell when to like take a fight, not take a fight, because we can't die early. We're fighting for that PMGC spot for sure.
You know, speaking of going out early, right? That's something that I noticed from your squad. And, during the league stage and the finals, right? There's some games where y'all will go absolutely crazy, get those crazy chicken dinners, some insane eliminations as well. And then others where you would just go out early, like you mentioned, right? What have you done in order to, adapt to that? Do you feel like it was a cause of a certain issue or something like that? What has your team like done research on when it comes to that?
Example of that is like stuff that happens, like teams that they change their spots or they do stuff that we can't see in the stream maps, but they started like doing new. Like example in finals for 12, they was in Asahar and we was like going late to Asahar and they killed us. So that stuff that happens, it's like we cannot, that's gonna happen. Like we cannot do anything about it.
I'll never forget casting that game, and I made the assumption, right, that that happened to you guys by 412, that you were just like, what are these guys doing here? Was that what the comms were like?
Yeah, it was. It was like, what? Because we was like fighting with, I think it was SLR. I was making the call to leave, but it was just too late. They got there first, so they killed us. So.
man, I can't go back now. Watch it all go black. Yeah, seen too much, can't forget about all that. We really all bad. You don't wanna see the things that I see, man. You should know that. And it's all facts. On top, we winning. That's how I'm living. Ain't no option. I gotta go get 'em.
If you out there told me that North America would have a team in top 3 of PMPL Americas, I would be flabbergasted, but that is exactly what we have so far here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Regional Championship Fall 2023. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, and it is going to be another exciting day of action. We're going to find out if maybe another North American team can rise up or if Brazil will continue to dominate. We'll find out with our 2 analysts. We're going to be breaking things down today with Cameron Davis and a man just as handsome, Jason Kaplan. 7 World Gaming.
You want a curveball? The North American team that's in the top 3, not N-Hyper.
Which is nice. And there was another North American team that got a chicken dinner yesterday, PASSIONFRUIT.
But they're still in 8th, so what? Okay, we're getting ahead of ourselves.
A win's a win. A win's a win.
We're muddling the celebration here a little bit with those caveats. It's, you know, we're going to get into it.
Brazil's going to continue to dominate, though.
Yes.
Well, that's the question, right? You guys can let us know over on socials. You can use the hashtag PMPL Americas. You can do it on Instagram. You can do it on Twitter. You can do it in Discord. You can even do it over on YouTube and let us know who you think is going to come out on top. And of course, if Brazil is going to continue to run free with this, which at the moment they're currently doing. As we'll take a look at our schedule here to get you guys up to date with how our matches will be happening throughout the day. Of course, it's going to be 6 matches a day, and just like yesterday, triple Erangel, double Miramar, and of course the 1 Sanhok.
Yeah, boy.
Looking at Miramar, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah. Brazil especially was just so really, really good in Miramar, which was a bit surprising for me, especially within 10th game. I'm looking to see if they're going to be able to duplicate that again today.
Yeah, and it's obviously like duplicating that on another day, right? The question we had the other day yesterday was what teams are going to be preparing overnight, what teams are going to be reviewing their own bots, watching rotations. Will teams like Intense Game continue to dominate like we saw yesterday? And before we jump into anything special to talk about in particular, we got to catch you guys up on our overall standings because that's what's going to be important here, right? Top 4 gets into PMGC, however... Ooh, what's this? Get some highlights in the back? I feel like I'm in PUBG Mobile right now.
This is just like road rage montage, it looks like.
I want to use this screen to play PUBG Mobile. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, wouldn't you?
I don't think... I mean, for me, it wouldn't make me any better, let's be honest.
Dude, it will make me better with my snipes. I'll become a mafioso.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we can see here, yesterday we did take a look at our top, or not top 3 teams, our champions from the respective regions and how they did over the course of the season. And we can see here how they've done so far in day 1 here of our championships. And, well, it's been kind of a drop-off for all the teams.
What's interesting is that it is drop-off in very, very almost equal ways. The only standout is Influence Rage, having higher average placement points, still lower than the regional final, but higher here because of that 1 chicken dinner that they were able to get. But outside of those 10 points there, they still got almost nothing. So it's a struggle for the high expectation teams across the board.
Yeah, and we can see her overalls now. I mean, Intense Game, 44 eliminations. Like, no team really comes close. I mean, INCO's 9 behind as it did start to shine later on in the day, but they have a decent lead of 11 points so far against all the other teams. Really setting themselves up nicely. Again, you have one decent day like this, it gives you a nice buffer for the next coming days in case you do have some bad matches here. So.
The Intense Game, I really enjoyed the way they were playing yesterday. They were pretty much the first 2 circles that were pushing and rotating really fast towards the center of the circle, which kind of sets them up for throughout the whole match. Something that didn't end up working out their way, which was their worst performing match, which was game 5. I felt like they were trying to take too many fights at the same time.
Yeah.
And if I'm not, I don't remember if it was game 5 or not, but it was whenever they decided to fight Loops and Extreme Slayers. I felt like that was a little bit too confident on how great the day was going. And for today, I'm actually looking forward to see how the teams are going to be cutting them off, because as you were mentioning, people have gone back and watched the map feed, and they seen how they've been rotating, and it was pretty straightforward. They do land south of Georgia Pool, and then they rotate quick if the circle's not near them, or if the circle is near them, they try to go for that middle, for that center of the circle. So I'm intrigued to see how some of the other teams are going to be adjusting to that.
And I really like Cameron, the aggression, the confidence out of them. But one team, which you did just hear about with Frady, right? Extreme Slayers. And I wanted you to touch on what he mentioned about they realize they can't fight early.
Well, one of the things that we recognized pretty quickly yesterday as Extreme Slayers that they would avoid fights. Sometimes it's because they actually lost a couple of players and they had to go for a send
that Miramar.
yeah, exactly, like for a salvage game. But even the rounds that they had multiple players, they were playing for mid to late game positioning rather than control and fighting engagements. And then in the interview that we just heard from Hot Jukes, from Frady speaking about it, that's actually their game plan going in. They admitted that with the power of Brazil specifically, they can't necessarily go head-to-head in an equal battle. They need to focus on placements and positioning if they want to qualify to PMGC.
Which is good because we kind of saw that yesterday, as you were mentioning too. They were playing outside the circle a lot, and it reminded me a lot of what we saw out of NA Finals with how they were able to control the outside, take those fights that they were willing to take. Today, though, I kind of mentioned this yesterday. I want to see a little bit more fragging power out of this team. I'm not saying take fights super early on, but do be willing to take some fights towards the end of the game if you do see an opportunity to third party, try to go ahead and do that. Obviously, yesterday it was hard because you were mentioning they either were hiding, they didn't have enough players, so they really wouldn't be able to do that. And one team that actually surprises me here, that we're used to seeing them start very slow, and I didn't think we were actually going to get a chance to talk about them this early on, Alpha 7. I'm surprised at the current players that are actually putting up numbers for them, because it's not Revo. It's not the one that we're actually used to seeing. Mafioso is actually currently leading in regards to eliminations. Carrillo is also being able to put up eliminations, which has always been a big question mark, I feel like, this year. And it's good to see him currently being on a roll here after day one.
Well, on that note about Carrillo, 9 eliminations, which he's up there. Like, he's not top 5 at the moment, but he's second in damage overall, which I think is the really important part, because as you're mentioning, Seven, like, we saw him not be really effective back in spring. We saw him not really go for fights or he lose the fights. But for him to have this much damage under his belt, I think is a fantastic side for Alpha 7.
Yeah,
it is.
It just, in my short form TLDR, damage is the sign of a good player. Eliminations are the sign of a good team. So at the very least, that's a good start for Alpha 7 to sort of gather up around Carrillo's performance there. If they can just get a little more of that damage translated more efficiently into eliminations, they could easily go even higher than 4th right now.
Don't go against someone with the headshot glitch or the head glitch that we're talking about.
INCO?
Don't push a player with a shotgun next to a rock. But I mean, there was a rough situation for that push anyway. But
well, the last team I did want to mention here, because they're the only team from this region in our top 8. BULUC CHABTAN, they had a very rough start. They had 3 players in the first match. We were kind of like, I mean, I talked to Daphne. I was like, where's your Latin American teams at? But they had a massive step up throughout the rest of the day, and I'm really happy to see that we do have the champion from Latin America at least being above and beyond the other Latin American teams currently.
And for BULUC CHABTAN, we want to see a little bit more consistency, not consistency in regards to what we saw in the first half of yesterday. We want to see consistency in what we saw in the second half of yesterday. Second place finish, 4th place finish. The end of the day, they weren't really able to finish it off in a way that I think they wanted to. But for BULUC CHABTAN, it's a great bounce back considering how horrible of a start they had. And we're looking here at Hyper. We're talking about Hyper. Something to mention right now, I mean, Kindness, their biggest player, the one that is supposed to be getting the most illims, only got 1 illim yesterday, which that's crazy considering that when we compared that to how he was able to do in NA Finals for that PMPL, he was averaging almost 2 illims per match. So I'm hoping that Kindness today is going to be able to pick it up.
I don't know what to say. I mean, Kindness was like the rock of the team for sure. And right now, GK First is being the rock. He has, well, I was looking at their stats, Cameron. I mean, he has 10 eliminations, so he has the most on the team with Rin behind him at 7. But GK First is 6 overall in damage at 2,100, whereas you have Rin at 800 damage. There's a massive fall off in this team. And one thing we said so many times, Cameron, about this team is everyone on the team can be a star. Everyone can have their moments. There's not a weak link on the team, but right now they only have that one strong foundation, which is GK First.
Yeah, with Kindness not showing up yesterday, and Hyper are not a one-man army. They're not like MEZEXIS. They don't need to rely on one player to get the numbers in order for them to deliver. But Kindness was such an impressive force. Him being gone, that's a huge gap, a huge void that even GK First playing at his best will struggle to fill, and if he's trying to do double duty with it. So hopefully Kindness will be back today. And the fact that they lost such a crucial player and they're still barely hanging on in 10th, you know, it gives me hope that if Kindness does show up, it'll be back to, I guess, expectations for them. But man, 1 elimination in 6 games is not.
It came down to his average survival time too. It was something like 14 minutes. It was super, super low. And then we kind of saw why that was happening. And Hyper kept getting into early fights. And we're talking about how if they were going to continue with the aggressiveness that they had in NA, it didn't work out yesterday. Today, I want to see something a little bit different from them. Maybe not willing to take those early on fights, because this is a team that can frag out. And this is a team that can definitely position themselves in such a great place if they just try to actually go for that positioning instead of those early fights.
Well, I do want to say, at least here for NHyper and obviously the other teams around this kind of level in the standings, it's still extremely close.
Oh, yeah.
Standings.
Yeah.
Like, just because NHyper didn't have the typical NHyper play that we would come to expect in PMPL, which, to be fair, I guess day one of finals here is really similar to day one of finals for them in NA.
Yep.
They're still in reach of top 4 for sure. Like, they're still in reach to be pushing up the rankings.
Yeah, while the point drop-off might look like a linear ramp, if you remove all the teams between first and where NHyper are in 10th, that's still a big gap and a big jump there. And for teams that are trying to like get themselves in top, like even just a podium finish, or at least trying to fight for first, try to be the best in the Americas region, still not a great start.
Yeah, I think the only caveat we have to say is that NHyper, they're into PMGC, similar to like Team QUESO and Loops are into PMGC, and these 3 teams are on the second page. So for them, this might just be about that learning experience. Yeah, $25,000 is amazing, but with the money you can win at PMGC, you know, maybe you want to keep your cards close to your chest here and kind of figure some things out where you're weak in your own play and try to learn from that.
I hope NHyper does it. No, NHyper, you try to win this tournament right now. Please, please. You are our only hope in NA. And I feel like with the way that they were performing, even a lot of people from other regions were starting to talk about them. We're starting to get a little bit hyped up on them. And with what you said in regards to the points of how it's not that, how they're currently being able to put themselves in a place after today, if they do end up performing to strike for that first place, maybe a top 3, that's why I'm not ripping into them, because even it could have been a lot worse yesterday, and the fact that it wasn't, it's a nice sight to see from NHyper.
Yeah, and honestly, the only reason why NHyper are down in 10th compared to a more reasonable, still not amazing, but more reasonable position like 5th or 6th is because they just lost a couple of fights that they could have easily won. We're playing 24 games. There's only been 6 matches so far. There's a reason we play that number of them. If NHyper, if they just clean it up a little bit, if Kindness just gets a couple of eliminations, those team fights turn around and they put themselves in a much better position. You could easily have seen them get like 15 or so points extra yesterday. So,
Easily. And again, that would put them in top 5.
Yeah.
Pretty sure. So as we move on past that, talking about Kindness only having 1 elimination, let's talk about the players who had the most eliminations over the course of yesterday. We'll take a look at our top 5 fraggers, because honestly, guys, we already got to see this. It's very, very interesting.
yeah.
What? 24 elims out of McGrellin, and then Diego just followed him with 12. He's like, that's insane performance right there out of McGrellin. I feel like that, I'm trying to figure out if he's going to be able to mimic that kind of performance here today. Obviously, it's not going to be to a T, but if he can at least get those 12 elims that Diego got yesterday, that's still going to be a good performance, considering that Diego's probably still going to continue to perform. This was a duo that was very dominant in Brazil, and it's a duo that I don't see slowing down here in Americas.
Oh, yeah. I'm still going to be looking at them to punch at the top of the charts here, but 24-6 is an unreasonable number for even the best player in the world to keep up.
I mean, those 2 players on Intense Game have more points combined in just eliminations than NHyper has total in points.
Than most teams have total points.
Exactly. And that, I mean, the question is, like, is that a flash in the pan, or are they going to bring it again today? And if they bring it again today, honestly, I would put Intense Game as probably a real title contender for PMGC. I would say if they can replicate this performance today and tomorrow, like they're a team that's getting out of league stage. For
one
sure.
weekend does not make you. I say as the guy who predicted BULUC CHABTAN to be top 3 because of how they performed in their regionals. But I learned my lesson after yesterday. One weekend, one good strong weekend does not suddenly make you like a world-beating team.
I don't care about predictions.
Give me 3 days.
Well, let's turn our attention towards another team, INCO. Like we didn't really get to talk much about them yesterday. They kind of went, I feel like, a little bit under the radar.
Yeah.
But I know we wanted to dive into this team and take a look at their stats over the course of yesterday, because they were still a formidable force that kind of was, I don't know, thrown to the side or kind of like under the radar considering how well Intense Game played.
Yeah. The big reason is because their highest positioning was 4th, and oftentimes when we're watching round by round, we're focusing on the ones that won the game, the ones that, you know, or maybe were the underdogs that are trying to fight back up. But they've been in the mix, positioning-wise, placement-wise, just below the win, getting like just barely getting into the podium position, but they're getting eliminations every single time, and that's why they are still not that far behind Intense Game. They're actually the most consistently good, consistent team compared to Intense Game, and the fact that the numbers on your screen right now, it's relatively even across the board. This is a team that is looking really, really good. Their chemistry seems to be on point. Everyone is putting in the numbers. Everyone is pulling their own weight.
Yeah, for me, Enko, what was impressive too is even when they had their worst placement, which was 8th place yesterday, they still ended up with 3 elims.
Yeah.
And they were able to eliminate Alpha 7 twice yesterday, because we were talking about that head glitch that they were able to hold in Erangel. Not only were they able to eliminate Alpha 7, they were also able to eliminate Intense Game. So for them, I feel like today they're going to be confident with, yeah, this one right here. This was, yeah, it's nice from Enko, but for Alpha 7, they're like, what just happened? How did we let that happen? But going back to what I was saying there for Enko Gaming, it's good for them to have those wins over such big teams already from their region and currently where the leaderboard's looking like, that I'm really excited to see if they can maybe start getting those chicken dinners, because that's what it comes down to, right? They need to start getting those chicken dinners. Elims, those are great, but if they can just clutch up those extra placement points,
yeah,
I feel like that's what's going to make them go over Intense Game.
Yeah, and oftentimes what you need to get the win is not necessarily in your hands. It could be where the zone goes. It could be what other teams do. And so as long as they're getting in the mix, if they're hitting the late game as often as they have been, yep, I'm sure they're going to be able to put it over the line. Now, if we go towards the end of this tournament and they still haven't gotten the win, then maybe there's something on their end. But at the moment, I'm not worried about it at all. I'm pretty sure they're going to end today with at least a second, if not a full chicken dinner.
I mean, hey, at Hyper, they got 1 win in the finals of PMPL and AM. They're still the champions.
Sure.
Yeah, it's possible to do with 0. I don't know. We'll see. But Cameron, if I'm not mistaken, you wanted to show us something and break it down for us.
Yes.
What is it going to be?
there was an example of a team that we had high expectations of, maybe not the best performance so far on the leaderboard, of Loops. Really good team, really high on their own regional. They were playing a game here. This is the second Erangel, I believe, that you can tell that their decision making was good, but sometimes things are out of your control. You can see them here on Sanhok Island. In this circle, this is not a bad position to play. They loot on military base, but they know that everyone is going to be around this area, sort of gatekeeping that bridge. And so with the amount of the main island that is in this play, the expectation is that phase 2 very likely going to go north, and that's going to give them the freedom to then move across the bridge. Unfortunately, what happens next is not that at all. It's going to be a pull over towards this direction, which puts them in a really, really, really rough spot on how to cross, because those teams that were around the bridge are still there. And at this point, there's really not much else that they can do other than, I don't know, send it across, and we all saw how that happened here. But the point is that this was an unfortunate macro rotation by Loops, all because they had set up for a high percentage chance that just happened to go the low percentage with it pulling back towards the bridge. Now, if you wanted to criticize it, you could say in phase 3, they probably should have made the call to then drive back out into the blue and take the East Milta bridge. But the fact is that they were given a really bad hand, and sometimes in PUBG Mobile and a Battle Royale, you just have to deal with what you have, the hand that you're given.
I feel like they just didn't have a backup plan there. They were just expecting the circle to come to them. I feel like if they would have went a wide rotation towards that east bridge, might have ended up working out for them. Yeah, you're gonna be taking a lot of damage from the blue zone, but it would have been a great backup plan for that. They were like, okay, we're either gonna stay here or just send it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you know what? It's unfortunate for Loops, but again, as we said, it's another team that's already in the PMGC. We know they can be an extremely strong team, and they're also the only team that drops military. So I'm kind of confused maybe why some teams would be holding bridge unless they were trying to use that to pivot into military, because they know there's only one team to deal with. But either way, for you guys at home who are watching and you see this lovely little fridge next to me, it's because Monsters, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL, love to have them and love to pour them on top of Seven's head. If we get to that point, it might happen. I know you want to see it.
No, I'm saying I want one.
You want one? Well, you know what? You gotta get the big boy chair. Maybe we can get your booster seat. Also, if you guys are wondering, the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship is back for the fall season as well, where you can win $15,000 in scholarship prizing. And also, if you're one of the top 2 teams in this one, you kind of skip PMCO and get straight into the pro season qualifiers. But you have to be eligible by going to college or universities in US and Canada. And you can join the NACE Star League Discord for more information about that one. I would love to see a team come in from Campus Championship, come into like PMPL, destroy teams, show them what's up.
That's kind of cool. That's wishful thinking.
Yeah, it's very wishful thinking. It'll be good to see them have like a puncher's chance there, and get the experience to then maybe next season start to destroy teams.
Yeah. Well,
it can happen.
too,
I mean,
version
it
two.
can happen. We've seen a team go from PMCO straight to PMGC on their first season.
That's true.
Execute.
yeah, but Zute was in the team, so
Yeah.
fair. They had the advantage. Well, actually, was one thing they don't have advantage of if XQ did this was predictions. We'll take a look at how they ended up after our first day, because if I remember correctly, Zute, you might be good in PUBG Mobile, but your prediction game has been terrible. I remember seeing him at 4 points.
4 points.
And I remember seeing Hotjuke somehow, I still say he went back and changed his predictions, because he was in first place at like, what, 15?
15 points.
Nah, he didn't change it. He's just a gamer like that. He saw Mafioso being able to take out that sniper rifle, and he's been wanting that for such a long time. He's like, okay, you know what? I'm going to start picking the right teams. I don't know how that correlates, but whatever. Good job, Jukes.
There you go. 15. Cameron and I tied at 13. Of course, 7 going to be on brand with his 7 points. That means you can't get any more.
Yeah, that's what I was I was thinking actually about that. I was like, so today I'm supposed to end the day with like 17 or 27? I don't even think 27 is possible.
77? Nah, ain't happening. But you know what is happening, though? We're going to head over to our commentators because the first match of the day is ready to go. So Hotjukes and Zute. Well, Zute, please don't hate me.
Yo, what's up, everybody? How's it going? It's Hotjukes and Zute, and you know what, 7? It does correlate, because you know why? That sweet sound of that M24, baby. It just soothes me like a little baby, right? And it just makes me nice and calm. The predictions are on point. Zute, what happened?
I'm going to go with, I think, what Cameron or 7 said yesterday. It's just that it's because I'm not playing the game. Because, see, if I was in there,
yes.
I'd be like, from this position, oh, we're winning the game for sure. So the teams just can't keep up with, like, you know, how I would play the game. So that's why all my predictions have been so terrible.
Yeah, hate to see it. Hate to see it, man. But hopefully we can see some of those teams make those right decisions today, because I think today's is an important one, right? I think it's so huge for these teams because those initial nerves of day one are now gone, right? Or they should be by now.
They should be.
For those teams at the bottom, right? Maybe they could still feel a little shake of that hand a little bit. But, you know, I think today is going to be an interesting one. I don't think Intense Game may have as much luck as they did yesterday. I wouldn't even consider it luck, but now that those initial nerves are gone, the fights are going to be harder, right? The teams are going to be adapting. They did their homework. They're ready for today. So Intense Game, you know, those crazy pushes we saw yesterday might be, you know, stiff-armed a little bit. But for all the rest of the teams, especially those ones like, you know, Loops and Hyper, All Glory Gaming, they need to bounce back today in a major way.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like by the end of the day, Intense Game is either going to be in first still or just barely passed up. Because the thing for Intense Game for me was yesterday, they were the only, like, them and Enko, I would say, they were the only two solid looking teams. Like, they were dialed in. Sure, they, like, messed up sometimes, but they look pretty sturdy, right? As for, like, let's just break it down real quick. Third place Extreme Slayers, right? They're in third place, in my opinion, because they had 2 really zone-blessed games. Alpha 7 had some really good games, and some really, like, we have no idea what happened to them games, right? And I could say the same for 5th and downwards, where it's Intense, I feel like all 6 games that they were playing, they were making presence known. They were making things happen. And I mean, that's why they're in first. So I think coming into day number 2, because they were so sturdy on the first day, they shouldn't lose that first place lead by much, if at all.
And that's so great. You know, honestly, I think that's an amazing strategy for teams, especially that have a lot of confidence. Day 1, go aggressive, right? Just push squads like crazy. You're going to catch them off guard. Maybe those nerves are going to be definitely kicked in, and you're going to be able to take advantage of that. And I think they did, right? Without a doubt. You're right. I mean, they pushed everybody. Now, when you are in first place and you have such a dominant performance, everyone's going to be studying what you do, right?
Yeah.
So I'm really interested to see how Intense Game adapts here at day 2, right? Because you got to make some changes. You know, at the same time, you want to kind of have that same energy, that same play style, but maybe, you know, you change your timing by a couple seconds, or maybe you go into a different location, and that could definitely prove victorious. But then at the same time, there's also that thought, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I'm really interested to see what they decide to do today.
I think they're going to just play the way they did yesterday. And the other thing is, like, changing up positions or moving into like different rotation timings, so much of that is still, it still comes down to the way the circle is, right? The zone shifts and everything. And yesterday we only had 6 games, and you know, 2 of those games, or we only played the same map twice. So today we might see whole different zones, whole different plane paths, you know, like a whole slew of things. So you can't really like study a team, or you can't really feel like you're being studied and you got to change things up, because it's not like this isn't like a league form tournament, right? Where we have like 3 weeks. Then, you know, when the same circle keeps popping up and you're always seeing the same spot, you need to be a little more careful.
Yeah, I think, you know, the time you really need to be careful is right there at the end of the last day, right? Because especially if you are getting hunted down for first place or something like that, maybe you might want to swap a drop location or something like that. But day 2 is always an interesting one. Thank you guys for being so patient with us. We're going to get a little rehost going on right now. So we're going to be dropping back on the battlefield in just a couple of minutes. But man, there's still so much to cover, so many storylines. So you get to spend a little bit more time with us, okay? Now, since we are, you know, from North America, I want to talk a little bit about our NA
teams.
brethren. Yeah, let's talk about them, right? So out of all the NA teams, which is one that comes to mind immediately for you, Zoo?
Hyper. That's the team that I'm really looking at. And I'll throw it out there real quick, so it's not like I'm disregarding what they accomplished yesterday, right? Extreme Slayers. Those are the 2 teams. For me, Hyper, I would still pick Hyper over Extreme Slayers just because of what they could do in NA. I feel like, you know, sometimes they have confidence issues. I think yesterday it was the circles in particular. They were just a little bit shifty in a way where Hyper wasn't able to play their usual style. So I'm hoping today the circle's a little bit more normal, and we'll see that like Hyper from NA be able to dominate. As for Extreme Slayers, they did great yesterday, but once again, I'd say 2 of their games, they were heavily circle blessed, and that's where majority of their points came from. So I hope today, like, they keep it up, but, you know, I'm a little more iffy on it.
Makes sense for sure. As a matter of fact, you know, we talked about it in Hyper. I got the chance to talk to GK first, and I want to go ahead and talk to the imaginary production in the sky and see if maybe we can pull up that Hyper interview, because that would be fun. Because I'll tell you what, you know, I was talking to GK first, and, you know, he told me himself that he was disappointed in his performance, right? Kaitis went crazy, and we see now here at the start of day 1, GK first is popping off, right? So, you know, it's good to see that that's what's happening. You know what I'm saying? That we're seeing GK first really start off strong here as far as an individual player. But when it comes to the team themselves, I think they definitely have some struggles that they need to overcome here. One that automatically just comes to my mind is Miramar, right? Because I think that's one of their strongest maps, without a doubt. But getting caught in those early rotations crushed them. And that's 2 maps yesterday, right? So if they're able to tighten those things up, I think we'll see a lot of success for them in just a little bit. But guys, we're going to be right back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
A7, INF, Rise, Loops, and Intense Gaming. And the only way to prove them wrong is for us to outperform them and place higher than them in Americas.
1v2. He's got the nade. Can he hit it? He needs to. Keep his team alive. No way they lose this. Oh, he gets it!
I don't know if there's teams that underestimate us, because I know that there's people that we prove them wrong.
Very bold. Does go down, but what are you going to do? Come Americas, right? These teams in Brazil, LATAM, they rotate so fast, right? Have you guys practiced, you know, being able to get that timing a little bit quicker?
Yeah, we're practicing our timing. Like in finals, we did great on timing. Not on all the matches because of the plane path, but we fixed our timing and we fixed that. I think we can do pretty good on Americas on the timing, because we've been fixing it. Like, we've been fixing it. We know how to, like, go center zone if we need to go center zone, or if we need to play a, like, edge. So we've been fixing our timing.
Okay, all right. And you know what? I'll ask this as my last question, right? In your opinion, what do you feel is your team's like biggest struggle, right? Going to Americas. What is the one thing that you're worried about the most?
Brazil teams. They're crazy.
Brady, thank you so much for getting the chance to talk to me. I'm so excited to see you and your team frag out. I have a lot of hope for you guys, right? Do you have anything to say to the fans out there watching and cheering you on?
Well, I expect more of Extreme Slayers. They be looking down on us because we don't have an org, but we're a pretty good team.
All right, that's Brady with Extreme Slayers. Thank you so much for talking to me, and I hope to see you frag out on the Battlegrounds. So patient with us as we're about to get match number 1 started here today. So, woo-wee, look at this. Look at this, man. We talked about things a little bit earlier. So we talked about Hyper, right? We talked about Extreme Slayers. So who else are you thinking about here, Zoo?
So many teams to really look at. Influence Rage, they had a bounce back towards the very end of the day, right? They got the chicken dinner at the very final match of the day. Can they keep whatever they did yesterday coming in to today? Because, I mean, Influence Rage, that's a top tier level team, and so many top tier level teams have yet to perform. We talked a little bit about it, and Hyper, they're not performing. I think Loops should be performing a bit better as well, and I think you called it perfectly. It's that first day jitters. First day jitters, you know, some teams will really succeed on the first day, and some teams, you know, not as much. But then again, Jukes, first day is only 6 matches. That's not a good sample size to see, you know, what these teams really have coming into the Americas Championship, which is why, you know, we got 3 more days. So I'm looking to see a lot of things change up today, besides the fact, you know, top 1, top 2 might stay in that same spot.
Yes, sir, D. Well, let's see if that's going to happen as we got a little southern playing path here for match number 1. Loops chopping off real quick into Sanhok. Oh, baby! Look at this circle. Could we get the legendary Zarky Zone? Please. Ooh. Please. PUBG Mobile, please. I will allow this rehost. I will be happy with it if you give me Zarky for the one time. Come on.
You and Zarky, Jukes. That's
so rare.
Zarky, like you're I'm getting the feeling it's like your ex-girlfriend, right? That
oh no.
You No. Okay.
No.
Maybe for some people.
It's like that one restaurant, you know, that you can't stop going back to. You know, it's bad for me, but I just want Some of those burritos, dude. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. And you know what? I'll tell you what. It's been a long time since I've seen a Zarky burrito when it comes to, not to mention just America's Championship, right, or any tournament. In general, right? I think I've played thousands of games of PUBG Mobile, and I've only been to Zarky twice.
I remember when they added I don't know if you remember this update, but they had a picnic like area update.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
that was a long time ago.
That was next to Jarky, and I only remember that because that's the last time I was anywhere close to Jarky. So yeah, you're absolutely right. We haven't seen a zone there in a long time. It'd be really cool to see how top tier level teams play in that area. So yeah, maybe we'll see it. More than likely, we're gonna see, in my opinion, the good old tried, that crash burned out plane with a giant sloping hilltop, one of those zone endings, which is always great action, because don't get me wrong, that type of area on the map is pretty dynamic. The sloping hills slope in such a wide way that it just wraps all the way around on the north side, and you can have so many teams next to each other and they can't even see each other.
Yeah, well, let's see if we could get that zone. That would be fun. Now, one team that's already up in that area is Alpha 7. Carrillo, it looks like he is heading up towards Zarky.
Oh.
Gonna get looted up
What
here.
is
All right, what's
Hyper and
Hyper and trees? Yeah, what is going on
That's
here?
the third one. That's...
Oh my goodness. And they
I don't know.
got destroyed in Miramar because of that.
Yeah.
Was it Miramar?
And then,
yeah.
And then on Sanhok, the last two that were alive crashed into a tree.
The thin tree.
And they were lucky. Yeah, they were lucky they didn't die there, because they survived that tree crash and then ended up like in third place. So imagine if when they crashed in that tree, they didn't survive that. The Hyper would have not had that third place. Okay, I'm just like, it's just, man.
It's just weird to see.
So much hopes and dreams for Hyper, right? And it's just these trees that are giving me PTSD right now.
It makes sense.
For Hyper.
It makes sense, because it doesn't make sense when it comes to why that's even happening. Like, at this stage, you try to play perfect, right? You try.
Are they that nervous?
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking, because any second in delay of timing, right, could be critical. It really could be, right? Because these Brazilian teams move so quickly into the next zone. We're used to seeing Hyper in that central position, and now we're seeing intense game there, right? And influence. These squads are moving so quickly, so any kind of hiccup at all could be the difference from getting there safely, or even if you tie, it's bad, right? You don't even want to tie with another team, because then you're having to fight them. Oh, BULUC CHABTAN, the LATAM champions, again, off to a rough start here.
Ooh, BULUC, man. They had so many rough starts yesterday as well. The first game, they were down to 2-man and then got taken out, barely put up any points. The game right after that, they lost their whole entire team, like in 16th place. So BULUC, I don't know, man. It must be the pressure, and if it's not the pressure, it should surely be getting to them now. Like, it's just very mentally, depressing to have your players being taken out this early, time after time after time.
100%. Uh-oh, look at that. You see a tense game in the feed, getting each other hyped up. Little nade action. Uh-oh, and look at this. And Hyper on rotation. Are they going to be able to make it out? They do. Barely, though. Oof. Teams are so much smarter here in these regions, especially in Brazil, when it comes to camping vehicle rotations. They do not mess around. They do their homework.
Oh, yeah. And Hyper's usually pretty good at rotating. Sure, that is one of their weak points. Like, when it goes bad, it goes really bad. But we could see, another reason, besides the trees, that's giving a lot of trouble for Hyper. It's the rotations. It is not as easy and free as it is in North America. And they were known for their rotations and zone positioning. And the fact that they're just getting, shot up just a little bit throws off their timing, throws off their rotation pathing, and it's like slowly throwing off their whole game plan. Like, it's like a domino effect for Hyper. So today I'm really hoping we see the Hyper from NA, or at least, a little bit sparks of that. But it could very well just be, this lobby is just too tough for Hyper's playstyle.
Man, you know what? As a matter of fact, I'm going to give a little bit of an insight kind of behind the scenes here. I actually got to talk to one of the top Brazilian team's coaches, right? and I got to see a little bit of Joby, kind of the homework that he does and the squad does prior to going into a tournament, right? And one of them was drawing out other teams' vehicles rotations, right? And I'm talking about he would go, and he told me, he's like, yeah, I go in Photoshop, I'll watch the game, the map feed, and I'll just draw it. I'll draw exactly where they went the whole match, you know? And I see these PSD, I see these photos, and I'm like, oh my goodness, right? Like the level of research, the homework, right, that these guys do before going into a tournament, it's a cut above the rest, because I don't know of any other NA team that's doing anything like that, right? So to put in that level of work, it's gonna prove so much in a tournament like this, you know, knowing which every end zone possibility, where the hot areas are, right? Where you could possibly go a little bit off the beaten path and then catch a third party, things like that, right? It makes all the difference. And then you add that with teams being able to have such awareness of even when to fight and when not to. And I'm automatically thinking about intense game and influence yesterday, right? In game number 1 on Erangel. So, man, you know, they're going to be the teams to beat, and that's why we see so many Brazilian teams, right, in that in those top positions. But there are a couple of NA players, NA teams in the mix. Nexo goes on up. Like a knife in the heart. All right,
Zarky for you. No Zarky for you. Hey, we're going to shooting range, potentially. We had a game in here. Or in this area yesterday.
I think.
So teams, yeah, this circle is almost, you want to say, a repeat circle, which is, you know, a big impact, because with this type of tournament, there's only 4 days, right? And when you're competing with teams from different regions, you don't have much homework or studying that can be done with how this lobby plays things in particular. So the fact that we have a similar circle, you know, the teams did a lot of VOD reviewing yesterday, they should have a really good idea of which teams to watch out for and which locations.
Oh my gosh, you know that MEZEXIS is heading straight for that shooting range shelter, you know? They're like, give it one more time, baby, one more time. What's up with the self-nades, too? That's kind of crazy. Another team nading each other. That's all Glory Gaming. Makes things a little interesting. So far, only 3 players out of this match. That is what I'm talking about here, folks. Team QUESO looking to go ahead and get set up in these 2 buildings right here, rocking a little bit of a split. And they're finally meeting each other. So very, very nice. Other teams that are far away, one in particular is Intense Game, Zoo. Look where they're sitting at. They're all the way over in South George still. So that's got to be a big mix-up than what we saw yesterday.
It is different. It is very different. Yesterday, they weren't like just a hard edge playing style team. Today, that definitely does stand out. Maybe it's the zones in particular that they're playing it this way, but we'll see how this shapes out for them. You talked about, you know, Intense Game being, you know, the #1 team right now. They might have a target on their back somewhat, and they need to change up their playstyle. Could this be it, potentially? Could be.
As a matter of fact, I know that you get to get a glimpse a little bit of how they performed in their own region, right? And I heard you talking about it a little bit earlier. What do you feel like was their play style prior to coming into America's Championship?
Their play style, I think it changes depending on how things go. And to elaborate on that, right, their playstyle previously, I mean, it was in a different type of format, right? They had a whole league stage to feel out the teams they were competing with, and then they got into the finals with them. Whereas this, you don't really have a chance to feel out the other regions, right? It is straight into short form, a tournament format with teams that you never really practiced against, teams that you never really played against. So I think their game plan specifically for this tournament, I mean, you saw yesterday, was to just be hyper, not aggressive, I want to say, but confident. We really saw, you know, they just take things into their own control, and they were comfortable doing it, and that's why they did so well yesterday. And this zone shift is really going to help out Intense Game, because they're going to come in on the hard shit side. Meanwhile, check out MEZEXIS. That's a huge question mark for them. What are they going to do with such a nice zone bless for that much space control that they have?
Yeah, let's see here. MEZEXIS is going to be the team that I have to watch out, because Adrian and Diego are going to be coming right towards him right now. YKG starting to push up onto Team QUESO. Jump shot, bop, Joey. All right, Joey, starting to turn things up a notch here. Gonna get that quick elimination. Uh-oh. He's trying to find the angles. He can't get him. He has to help out his teammate. He's down. He's almost half HP. Milo doing a great job of shutting him down. How is YKG throwing this? Unreal.
Oh, man. It's just the pressure, man. YKG. Oh, it's... okay. Extreme Slayers. Wow. From distance. Extreme Slayers. That's good. They're peeking their heads out. You know, their Extreme Slayers are in a very precarious spot on top of that hill. There's a lot of angles I could peek into any of the players there if they're not playing inside the compound. So to see Extreme Slayers have the confidence and knowledge to, you know, right now circle just shifted. Let's peek out a little bit before, you know, closing back in. That's really nice to see. They're playing with confidence there. And Extreme Slayers, it looks like they're not going to want to lose their spot in the leaderboards anytime soon.
Yeah, let's see. And now, as a matter of fact, this is another one of those little shelters we saw yesterday. And V2 is going to be holding it down. Influence are going to be locked onto shooting range for now. And Hyper, very central, next to Alpha 7. That's where I got my eyes locked and loaded. And then you got Extreme Slayers. Man, Extreme Slayers are doing great this tournament, right? As far as having such a dominant performance yesterday with 2 chicken dinners and then starting this one off with 2 eliminations, they're looking good. They're in a good spot. So I'm interested to see how they finish here. But in the meanwhile, we're going to see teams just battle out here on the edge, trying to find a dominant position for end zone.
Okay, something I want to point out right now in Hyper, they're like center zone. They were previously right where All Glory Gaming was, on the far east. So this was a hard shift, and they still managed a way to find it somewhere center. And I point that out because this was how Hyper dominated NA. They took these, you know, risky rotations or difficult to make rotations, and they made it work. This game, it looks like they're still doing that. So their confidence is not shaken to the point where they're not, you know, doing what they did in NA. Let's see if it works out for them as Influence Rage. Is he gonna... He gets the smoke off. He stays up.
There's no way that Buggy's alive, though. That's for sure. Melgar gonna go ahead and take off, I think, from this situation. Yeah, so they're just gonna use those shots and take off into a different spot completely. Influence Rage are gonna have to get on the move as well, because this is a hard shift down to the south.
Wow. Woo. That's a big shift once again. And Hyper, they're in a great spot. Let's see if they have the level of mechanics to execute, you know, a potential chicken dinner. And uh-oh.
Baton.
That's not a good start. Maybe I should just not talk. Oh. Yep. Maybe I should just keep it quiet until they do well. Oh, they are getting picked apart.
Unreal. And then now you see Zuko for PASSIONFRUIT. Nate going to get that confirmation onto Team QUESO, and
they're down to 2.
Hyper down to 2, getting just completely out-angled. It is just not looking good for them.
It's the good old Zute caster curse. So
and they were
still got that going for me.
That's terrible. That's terrible. Yeah, they were in a big position to gatekeep MEZEXIS, and they lose 2 in the process. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the rest of MEZEXIS push onto them, try to get that securement. Meanwhile, Rise is in a central position here. Extreme Slayers again doing very well. Alpha 7 going to start pushing their way on down right next to V2. And you can see Mafioso getting looted up, getting ready here, getting that arm shaking. But meanwhile, Jaguar and MEZEXIS are going at it, and Inactive getting a nice knock and thirst. He's going to go for this res. He's got to watch out, though, because here comes Mercy with this nade.
That nade flies in, doesn't hit. Mercy's about to go down. Ooh, that's not good. This area of the map, so many wide open angles, it is very hard to find an isolated fight.
Yes, it is. And here comes Skyline, just trying to go ahead and throw some of that util. He's able to make it into a safe area for now. And there's only one player, Jaguar, he has to watch out for. That's Simple C. He's hiding behind the snowman. Do they see him? They're going to hop into the dodge, get on moving. And Simple C does see him here in a second. Skyline, though, uh-oh, with the shots. Beautiful peaks. Down goes Jaguar.
Nice finish for MEZEXIS. They'll stay alive. They keep 3 up. 5 eliminations. That's good. MEZEXIS, they had one good game yesterday and then just fell completely off the radar. Let's see if they can start today off strong and keep it that way.
Hey, starting off with a nice squad wipe is definitely going to help out, that's for sure, right? So, oh no, Revel going down to Dior's on rotation. That's got to hurt and going to get ran over as well.
Oh, what?
Goodness gracious. All right, so Alpha 7 losing one of their main squad mates just like that. Let's see how Carrillo's moving back and forth. He's mad, right? He's like, how dare you take out Revel? And let's see what he's able to do. Can he get a little bit of that revenge? That sweet, sweet revenge. Let's see. Meanwhile,
V2.
Ty, about to go down. Down to 1 HP. Very, very dangerous. And Carrillo's got those nades locked and loaded. But right now, I think they're very happy with their position. They're going to hold it down for now. And Hyper does go and take these 2 houses. They are very hard to hold. That is for sure. And not to mention, very difficult to get away from. So we'll see what they do.
They're also down to 2 players, which just makes it that much more difficult. We're back on the north side. V2 trying to breach into this zone as it slowly closes. We do have Influence Rage here, looking to continue their chicken dinner from yesterday's very last match. They're looking way better today. They're into the late game with 4 up. Zone does shift away from them. But with 4 players, Influence Rage, if they're playing in prime, they should be able to break in. And Hyper down to just Koi. What can he pull off?
Oh, got at least 1 point. He'll take that. He's going to have to switch to inactive. Does get some nice shots. That's a double with the Uzi. Here comes Koi, and there he goes to the lobby.
Man, that was impressive to see. Yeah, that was impressive to see. That second knock was, yeah, the nerves of steel to just keep pre-firing that, timing it really well. We're back to looking at Extreme Slayers. They're on the edge of the new circle, so they got to defend a push, and it looks like they're going to need to defend it against Influence Rage. Influence Rage scouting this position out. Where are they going to go? They're getting the info. They're making the call. What's the play here, Influence Rage? Looks like...
going to Alpha.
They're going to go away.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and head away. You can see Carrillo hanging on the back line. Senatexas trying to drive away. His tire just got shut out. That is not good. And meanwhile, in the feed, we see Juancho getting taken out, the legend. Meanwhile, look at that. Mafioso with the beautiful shots. Catches the knock. Yeah, you got to watch out. You got to make sure you stay in that smoke. Any little out angle, and you are done for.
Alpha 7 here. Doing a lot of work. They did lose Revo earlier, but they are navigating this very well. It's a zone that's not easy to play in. You can see there's not a lot of hard cover. And Passionfruit here on the south side, you can't forget about this team. They had a pretty decent day yesterday, and they are up to 5 eliminations already with all 4 players up. Hey, there's a chance that they could potentially win this match, and I actually did predict them to win this one as Alpha 7 continues to pop off.
Yes, they are, and I told you yesterday you don't want to let Alpha 7 start heating up, and that's exactly what they're doing. They are starting to turn things up a notch. Now, for my pick, I'm going to go with Extreme Slayers. I think that Robert, with 4 eliminations, this squad is starting to feel themselves. You see Remix with that mini as well. He's so deadly with that mini. Just stealing eliminations. I kid you not. If you have a knock, you got to get that thirst. Otherwise, he's taking it.
Oh, yeah. He's really good at that, and I think that's a great way to use the mini. Not necessarily for getting knocks, but long range, you just pop 2 headshots on a knock player, easy point steal. And you can see he only has 36 bullets left in that mini, so I think he's going to be very... not conservative, but picky or selective with which targets he takes shots at with the mini. Influence Rage staying alive here with 2 and actually moving up to the crate for additional cover.
Yeah, let's go ahead and see here as Melgar's going to go down most likely to the blue zone here. It's going to be very difficult to even get anywhere. He's going to run wide on the open. Oh, he tried to get a steal, though. He does. So very nice for him to be able to secure at least 1 more point on the board. Yeah, 7's going to be looking directly in this spot. So he's going nowhere after that. Meanwhile, next zone about to pop. This is a very tough one to deal with in general. Not a lot of hard cover anywhere. So everyone's going to have to hit that deck, use some of those hills to their advantage. And you can see, wow, Melgar from the blue zone just trying to steal some points away. But Mafioso said, enough of that. Gets that nice little
Alpha 7. Alpha 7 picking up that point. That's huge for them. This might be the Alpha 7 we've been expecting. Yesterday, they didn't do too bad in the overall leaderboards, but there were some matches where, you know, we really felt like they fell short of the Alpha 7 we were used to. Today, we might see the Alpha 7 that everyone wants for potentially the entire day. That's what I'm hoping for.
Let's see here. Yeah, I want to see that as well because, man, I tell you what, Alpha 7 is such a joy to watch whenever they're firing on all cylinders, and it makes the whole lobby have to level up another just to take it to another spot here. Let's see if they're going to be able to do so. Meanwhile, Nate does take down Bray, and it looks like he might get the Thirst as well. Does he have any hard cover? Oh, Federal gets his tire shot out immediately, hitting that reverse.
Look at that.
Beep, beep, and
Oh, no, you should have kept it in reverse.
should have kept it in
Lost all
reverse. And he's like,
momentum.
yep, all the momentum just like that. The
Oh, the
gravity.
jukes.
Oh, Federal. Hey, you know what? You can be a PUBG Mobile player, but this is why we talked about some of those college students, right? Getting into PUBG Mobile, you got to get that education. You got to know that physics.
Yeah, it looked like he was just going to continue with the reverse, and that was definitely the play. He lost all momentum when he went the other way. Extreme Slayers crashing into Little Boy, putting a absolute stuffing onto Extreme Slayers. That was a 4-man crash, and Little Boy survives all on his own. PASSIONFRUIT helped out a little bit, but it's not done. Frady going for the clutch play, the 1v1.
He's going for the 1v1s, trying to find those angles, but yet he goes down to Lil Boy. Lil Boy shutting down Extreme Slayers like that, and then Zuko, PASSIONFRUIT. Zuko is going off right now. 6 eliminations, let's go.
I remember yesterday, Seven said something about we're expecting a little bit more out of Zuko. Well, you're getting that Zuko today. PASSIONFRUIT up to 7. Hey, yesterday they did really well on Sanhok with some circle luck. This time around, I think they're trying to prove a point. They don't need the circle to be on them every time. They can fight their way in, and Zuko is proving that. We're down to just 3 teams now, Jukes, just like that. But we do have Alpha 7 on the high ground with 2. They can do some damage still.
Zuko popping off. We'd love to see that. I'll tell you what, man, it's a big heads-up play from Juancho to allow himself to go down early like that, to enrage Zuko, right? To have a performance like this. That's the kind of plays we like to see right there. Zuko with 6 eliminations, Valik with 1. Nate working those off angles like he normally does. Let's see if he can just make sure he stays in a good position to help out his team. They're rocking a 3-man split right here, which is definitely not a bad spot to be in because they want to cover as much ground as they're possible. But honestly, it's a little scary. Like if there was a player behind that rock near where Nate was, it could have been really, really bad. Fortunate for him, that is not the case. So Valik getting some nice shots on a Mafioso, gets a little bit of a tap right there and not able to get the confirmation. So right now it's just players shooting at each other like crazy. Oh, Alpha 7 actually were in a really bad spot. BULUC, CHABTAN have all the angles right here. Are they going to be able to get these knocks? They're trying to go for it. Man, they're playing it very, very safe.
Yeah, Alpha 7 gets the zone, luckily for them, because if they had to move any more, they were in no man's land. And PASSIONFRUIT have to move up just a tad. Same with BULUC, CHABTAN. This is probably the worst circle possible for PASSIONFRUIT. Both teams getting the close zone, whereas PASSIONFRUIT just got to inch out quite a bit more. I'm not sure how much cover there is in that new circle.
Not a lot.
They could be in firing lines of both BULUC and Alpha 7 now.
Yeah, not a fun circle for any of these teams, really. Alpha 7, I think, are going to have a little bit of the advantage when it comes to this high ground. But, yeah, especially with this little itty-bitty hill right here, because I think PASSIONFRUIT has to go wide out into the open. They do have those vehicles, so they can kind of create a little bit of a mini car wall. Actually, they said, screw the vehicles. We're going to go ahead and take this fight right now to BULUC, CHABTAN. That is the play to make.
Zuko with the opening. Here comes the follow-up nade from Nate. He's got 5. One player from PASSIONFRUIT needs to watch out for Alpha 7 for potentially third partying, though.
Hede trying to go ahead and get a nade off because that's what he needs to do. But at the same time, they are not grouped up enough to be able to get a crazy double knock or anything. So he's in big trouble. You got to know utility's going to be coming his way. And the second he threw that nade, oh, that Molotov's a little bit off the mark. That smoke doing a good job of just obscuring that placement. Valik has to be careful not to get knocked here. PASSIONFRUIT needs to work together. But hey, you know what they do? They get that confirmation. BULUC, CHABTAN finished. It is PASSIONFRUIT versus Alpha 7.
3v2. Alpha 7 on the high ground. And I actually love the fact that Alpha 7 didn't try to third party. It's because they're probably thinking the other team is smart enough to have one player watching us. And look at that wide crossing Alpha 7 has to make. So they just played, yeah, they played to the better and let PASSIONFRUIT finish that team off and secure the second place finish. Now, though, where's the zone going to go? There's still one more circle. Nate goes down. That's huge for Alpha 7.
Yeah, but it is enough time for him to get res, so they should be able to get this off here. They know that another player is going to have to go and get that res off in general. But yeah, I think right now it's just kind of wait it out, see where this next zone goes. Senathexa is going to try to push up to this tree here, and he is going to, oh, he actually stops just short of it. Things are starting to get interesting here. I like that movement there from Senathexa. He put himself in the perfect position to move up a little bit. And he's dead center of the circle, actually.
Exactly. It's still going to be tough for Mafioso to make it down, though.
Yeah, Mafioso's probably not going to make it down, but I don't think he needs to. I just think he needs to stay in this spot, focused on not getting knocked. Passion Fruit is going to have to push up because right now it's a 3-man squad from Alpha 7. They have 2 players, and they have Papa Blue working for them here.
Yeah. We'll see how this plays out. Mafioso. Oh, those smokes are helping out Mafioso, in my opinion. Because now he can cross down if he needs to with that as his cover. Passion Fruit is essentially running with 3 completely blind.
Yes, they are, and this is dangerous, especially those nades there from Senathexa. Not able to find the mark. Valak, what a shot! Now, Senathexa does get 1 knock. Valak's wide in the open. He's going to be in big trouble here. Zuko has to make a play. Does he find the angles? He doesn't. It's all Senathexa about to win the game. Zuko going for the run. This nade could do it. No way Zuko goes for this res by this tree. No way. The nade. 4-3.
It's done.
Oh, right off the mark. Senathexa has to push this. Does he have? He has 2 Molotovs. He's going to throw them. He has to. Here he goes. Is this one going to hit the mark? The double. If both of these hit, that should be able to get it done. And both of them just a little too far. Too much arm for Senathexa. It's a 2v1. Actually,
another knock.
That knock there is so good.
This is insane.
I think he's going to buy some time for the crawl and then get a reset off because he can't run out in the open. He knows it's too risky.
He has center zone. Uh-oh.
That nade from Nate. Can he get him? Oh, he sets him up a little bit. Nate's got another one. There he goes. That pre-fire buys him some time. That Nate's a little too far, but actually it does get the confirmation on the Mafioso. So no chance of a res there. Senathexa is going to watch his toes.
Senna's going to win this. Senna's going to win this.
They might
have to push out first.
They might get a full res off. Valak might get rest here. They have the.
Oh, they have 2. Oh, Valak dropped some nades for them. Oh, it's done. No way you missed. Oh my God.
He's 1 HP.
Oh my God.
HP. And they got him. Passion Fruit clutching up that chicken dinner. But oh man, Senathexa did not make it easy. That was too close for comfort.
That was the most intense 2 minutes. I don't know how long that took, but that was intense. And you saw the respect out of Passion Fruit.
Yeah.
Senna got like the triple knock as a solo player. They were like, I know we're up as 2. We are not going to double peek him, okay? No. We are not even going to give him that chance. You crawl to us if you got nades. You drop some nades for us. Oh my God. No matter how that would have went, that was an insane ending.
Man, I kid you not. If he would have just hit one of those mollies, one of those nades right by that tree, it would have been an Alpha 7 chicken dinner. But he ran out, and there wasn't much of a play he could make after that. I think that was like the longest 1v3 we have seen. Right? That was crazy. That was absolute insanity. Look at this, though. Zuko, 8 eliminations. Nate with the most damage with 1,000. Passion Fruit up on top. And that's an NA chicken dinner back-to-back to start things off here.
Oh, looks like NA is proving something here. NA just definitely, you know, not showing we're a pushover region, and I love to see that continue on throughout the day. With this win, Passion Fruit actually puts themselves up pretty high in the leaderboards because if you guys recall in the leaderboards, it was pretty packed. It's pretty packed near the middle, only like maybe couple points, maybe 10 points separating like 3rd and down to like 8th, 9th onwards, and they just got a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, absolute insanity, guys. This is how we're going to start off day number 2. I know you guys are hyped. I'm hyped. Let's see if the desk is hyped as we throw it over to them.
Well, I know some of the people here are hyped because some of the people picked Passion Fruit to win. I wonder who.
I did too.
Well, to be fair, you know, 7 did pick Passion Fruit like 5 minutes after all of us locked in our predictions.
It was 2. Maybe 5.
Not staying on brand here with that. Yeah, Cameron, 7, and Zute all picking Passion Fruit. So Zute, hey, he's got 7 points.
Going up. Is going up. Listen, the reason why I can't speak for Seven or Zoo, but the reason why I picked Passion Fruits, we picked it around the Phase 5 shift when it continued to favor that the river, that edge, and the fact that they already had the underside of that cliff. They could just hang out. They can hide out. All the action was going to be on the north side. That's where A7 had to come from, where Extreme Slayers had to come from, where everyone had to push in against each other. And as Zoo mentioned, it's a lot of open area there. So there was really no positive, safe choice from any of the teams on the north on who was going to survive out that.
Well, I mean, to be fair, also Passion Fruit could have lost that game. I mean, they could have won it earlier and they could have lost it.
Yep.
If Sana hit his mollies or his nades a little bit better, he threw both mollies too far.
And he ran out of ammo, I believe.
Yeah, so you had the DBS out the whole time.
Yep.
We were wondering about that. But then, to be fair, he also survived a lot longer than we expected if Passion Fruit didn't miss the nades. But either way, I mean, we saw a lot of great individual play. We talked about Seven. I know, Cameron, you were watching this, I think it was, saying you were surprised that Seven was able to get the knock on Creo and the confirm.
Yeah.
But Extreme Slayers, I think this is one of the teams who got punished quite heavily by, Passion Fruit, to be honest.
Yeah.
They did get punished, right? But I actually enjoyed what Extreme Slayers was able to do because they were still playing that outer edge. And they actually had a good amount of LM, so I'm wondering, obviously it's just one game today. I can't wait to see what they're going to be doing for the rest of the day, but I'm wondering if they are actually going to continue to work on those. He
did run out of ammo. Sorry, I just wanted to jump in there. You can see 10 bullets left.
And then I think he kept looking back at Mafioso too to see if Mafioso was going to be close enough to actually drop him some ammo or drop him some stuff. And that's when Nate ended up throwing that nade. And he's like, nope, that's not going to happen.
Game zone. Oh, wrong guy.
I think on the flip side, I think Valak was crawling up to give a couple of his own grenades.
Yep.
Not even trying to go for the revive on him because the time was running really, really low, but just to passive a couple more frag grenades for them to get that final kill. It was...
That's good to see, though, out of this team, considering that this team has always been a question mark about synergy and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
I feel like in an A, we never saw anything kind of like that. Maybe they weren't even put in a scenario for it, but it's good to see of the synergy of Valak thinking, okay, maybe they're going to need more nades, or maybe one of the teammates that was alive, Nate or Suko or whoever it was, saying, hey, we need some more nades, come to us. It's good to see that the synergy is improving with this team, and I'm pretty sure once we get a chance to see other player stats, I'm really happy about one player.
Well, the thing for Passion Fruit is we criticize them throughout the entire season of PMPL, and even yesterday about being a team, they can put up frags, but they really struggle when it comes to getting into the late stage of the game. Yesterday, 6 matches played, they had 1 chicken dinner, but they had 11 placement points overall, which means that they got 1 placement point outside of that win. But here, another win on the board, fantastic to see. 21 points is going to skyrocket them up the leaderboard from 8th place to who knows where. But the question is, for me still, will they be able to replicate, not necessarily a chicken dinner performance, but can they continue this kind of pace, pick up a lot of placement points, and really skyrocket up the leaderboards even further?
I don't think they will. Just because historically Passion Fruit has been a team that they get 5-6 eliminations around, and if they're in the end game, they will almost always get the full chicken dinner win. And as you said, that's what happened yesterday. That's what happened here. I don't think their playstyle really allows them to get routinely 5th place, 4th place with like 5 elims here or there. It's almost like boom or bust. And that's what, that's what makes them such a dynamic team, why they're so intimidating when they are in the late game. But you don't want to ask them to switch up their playstyle too much, or else everything that they've gathered up to this point just kind of goes out the window.
I believe they will.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just positive vibes for Passion Fruit.
It's not a bad. I don't think it's a bad thing. Look, they have 2 wins already. That's more than most teams here can say after 7 rounds.
By the way, another team here on the top 5, MEZEXIS Esports, is something that I really enjoy, and something that I was actually kind of hinting at the beginning of the show was which teams were going to be keeping track of intense game and how they usually rotate out of South George. Intense games, as you can tell, we currently don't see them here because they took a very, very long time to actually exit out of the rotation, which was crazy and a little bit counter of what we saw out of them yesterday, because they were the team usually to be able to rotate first towards the center of the circle, and they ended up getting gatekept and pretty much destroyed by MEZEXIS.
They lost McGrellin. He went down in South Georgia in the blue, and we obviously are trying to figure out exactly why. We're kind of assuming might have lagged out, unfortunately, for him.
That's why I don't want to win.
I mean, I got to point out, because McGrellin had over half the elimination, or had double eliminations over the 2nd highest eliminator overall yesterday, which was obviously Diego from the team as well. But as we look down the list here, I mean, Rise gets in there with 3, V2 gets in there with 6. But we'll take a look here at the 2nd page as well, obviously with Extreme Slayers getting 10 points. They were 3rd place coming into this. It's great to see. But, YKG losing the fight against Team QUESO. Team QUESO, 16 plays at the moment overall. Joey opened things up with an initial knock. cleans them up, but then for some reason they just lose the follow-up fight, obviously with the help of Extreme Slayers.
Yes. Yeah, to be fair, it was down to a 1 versus 1, and it was, who was it, Robert from Extreme Slayers that got that final bullet into the head of 24K. So it could have easily flipped the opposite direction. We could see with YKG with 4 elims and Team Queso with like 1.
The push still seems sloppy out of YKG though. It seemed very sloppy, especially, I mean, we were watching it too. We were talking about how Joey was trying to get an angle there on the stairs, trying to jump up and
I don't know what that was.
Shot. That was just a little bit sloppy for me.
And Hyper, 2 points. Again, I almost wonder at what point do we say, okay, it's just not going to be the same in Hyper. We saw Kindness
today.
He got in a limb.
He doubled, hey, Kindness in 1 round doubled his eliminations. That's, listen, positive vibes, right?
Yes.
We're trying to go for positive vibes. That's a positive vibe here. Double the elimination in 1 round. Good news.
Well, as we are talking about individual players stepping up from yesterday, one player we're going to have to really point out here because we talked about him quite a bit yesterday, Zuko coming in for PASSIONFRUIT. This man had 8 eliminations in this match. He had 3 the entirety of yesterday. And the point we're bringing up here is that Zuko has been such an integral part in this team when we saw them in PMPL. And without him, we were kind of worrying, could they maintain a top 8? Could they potentially push higher?
Okay, but look at this. 8 elims, 719 damage. Who of his team is he stealing elims from? That's what I want to know.
Everybody, or maybe some of the other teams. Actually, maybe some of the other teams too. By the way, for Suko, as you mentioned it, we're used to seeing Suko and Nate be the big duo for this team, and that's why I was kind of wondering what was going on with him yesterday, and I kind of was calling him out in a way, because if they can get that duo going, I do believe that they will work towards their placement points a little bit more, and I feel like they will place themselves where the fights, they can actually win those fights, they can actually get those eliminations a little bit easier. And with the frag, this is something actually you got a chance to talk with Valak today. With the fragging power that this team has, they need to focus on those placement points a little bit more, because when the fights come, I feel like they are confident enough, and I feel like their synergy is so much higher than what it was in NA finals that they should end up performing well. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see them like in the top 5 at the end of the day.
I mean, yeah, like Valak is I mean, if we look at it that way, he was the player that just wasn't getting eliminations for the team, the in-game leader for them, but he has had a good step up yesterday as well. But if I'm not mistaken, we do have a replay of a certain fight we want to take a look at, because we didn't really get to see it in live when it happened. It was PASSIONFRUIT against, I believe, against INCO. Yeah. And if we can actually pull it up here and get a quick little recap of what went down here, we're kind of curious. Because again, like a lot of PASSIONFRUIT plays came down to some individual moments.
Yeah, they lose a player right off the bat here, but Valak is kind of in the middle of where INCO is. They don't seem to be aware of him at all, and it's going to be the Zuko that opens it up. But Valak, I think, is going to be the final player here to sort of shut this INCO push down. Oh, really close, but it gets it done. Yeah, so this was the beginning of PASSIONFRUIT's run here, defending this position, defending this angle from the INCO push, trying to wrap in on that southeast clockwise angle. And from there on, we saw the rest. We did see the rest, but I really wanted to see how this started out, because I was just seeing it in the kill feed. I was seeing it on the map replay. I really wanted to know why Valak was there, surrounded by INCO players, and just like prone and staying alive. So.
That's a nasty off angle. I don't even think they knew it was there, because the other 2 players were closer towards Nate and Suko, and Valak just started picking them apart. That was nice. Okay, Valak.
You know, it's also nice. Extreme Slayers results. You got to hear Frady talk about how they're going to avoid fights in the beginning of the match, and we got to see it, well, yet again here. They avoided fights very early on, and you see Robert. I mean, the funny thing was, like, Robert wasn't necessarily a bad player when it came to the PMPL season. It was always Baby Brain and Remix were standing out, but we're starting to see Robert like be the real MVP of the team here in regionals.
And I believe we started seeing a little bit of that in the finals, not necessarily like what we're seeing right now with this last match, but with this, start seeing Robert start to shine a little bit more and become a good duo with Remix. Because remember, we're always talking about, okay, who's going to be able to back up Remix? You could see that Robert's currently putting up those numbers. If Remix can also start, it's crazy for me to expect for Remix to start putting up numbers every single match, but I know he's a player that can definitely do that. We've seen him do it before, and this team, I'm really enjoying the way this team has been able to surprise me, at least here in America so far.
Yeah, they've been rolling with the punches of Brazil and Latin America very well.
I think all of us would agree, and we don't mean any BM to any of the other teams, but coming into this event, the only team we thought could carry NA hopes was in Hyper. But right now, Extreme Slayers is doing it. PASSIONFRUIT, of all the teams, honestly, to be able to do that, I'm amazed that it's them, but I'm so happy to see them do it.
I kind of called it a little bit yesterday with Passionfruit, just because of their aggressiveness. I felt like it was going to work well with how the Brazilian teams play too. It's just placement points, please. Passionfruit, please.
Well, let's see. They got one win under their belt. Let's see if they get more than one placement point the rest of the day. As we're going to head into our second match over on Miramar with Hot Jukes and Zute.
Let's go. Here we go into match number 2, heading on into Miramar. And I'll tell you what, yeah, Extreme Slayers doing so great here off the rip. As a matter of fact, when I got the chance to talk to Frady, he was telling me, right, a little bit about the team dynamic, him as a fragger role, that the team actually is rocking 2 IGLs, right? So not just one, you know, big brain managing everything, right? They have 2 IGLs talking to each other, making decisions together. And I think that's working for them big time here. And, you know, like we heard Jason say earlier, about avoiding fights earlier on, unless of course, you know, BULUC CHABTAN's gonna give them a free point. They'll take that, right? Ooh. But other than that, you know, they are doing exactly that. They're avoiding those fights. They're getting into the late game, and they're really starting to be effective. And I think as we've noticed, time has gone on, Zoo, we're seeing less of the one IGL role, right? We're seeing more teams kind of go to like a full team of IGLs, right? They all have to have that understanding of the game, and they have to make decisions quick and react accordingly.
Yeah, honestly, if you think about it, right, the IGL's job is extremely easy when everyone kind of already knows what the play is going to be, so there's less time you need to communicate a certain play. And if everyone kind of knows what the play is going to be and they're all thinking like the IGL, what's to stop the team from being all 4, in a sense, IGLs, right? Like, it depends on where you are on the map at any given moment. Like when you're holding a compound down, the player watching the north has a certain view of things, player watching the south has a certain view of things, etc. And if all 4 players can make good decisions, then any one of them should be able to call out play depending on what they see, what they're monitoring. And honestly, that's probably the most effective way to do it. But of course, Jukes, it takes 4 good, smart players to be able to pull off a team dynamic like that. If you just have 3 fraggers who don't know, like, the map, you can't have them IGL, obviously, right? So
100%.
Hopefully we'll see more of that from Extreme Slayers, yeah.
For sure. For those of you guys that are watching that have never played, especially like at the level like this here, you know, it's so difficult to communicate, you know, what you're seeing, right? Because you imagine you have 4 different players looking in each direction. Each player has to be able to discuss to their team exactly the play that they're thinking and how they could do that instantly, right? So if you have 4 IGLs, you know, if I'm a player that I know, okay, I could see my teammate, because as an IGL, you have to be aware of each one of your players, where they're at and where they could be looking at. And you have to have such a map awareness where that player will say, hey, there's a team by the X rock, right? That team has to instantly make that decision and know which rock that player is talking about, you know? If you're having to discuss that, you have to turn around, look, understand what's happening afterwards. All that is time wasted, right? And that little time wasted is the difference from making that push instantly, taking that team out, or just, you know, having to go down, right? Just like that. It's pretty crazy to think about.
And an easier way to put it for the more maybe casual players at home, I'm sure you guys all had that time when you're playing with your friends and you're like, oh, let's push this guy. The push messes up, right? And you're like, why didn't you do this when I said push? I meant you push.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about, right? You can't communicate. Push over to the right side while I cover the left, and then you make sure it's just push. But everyone has to know exactly what you mean by push. So, like, that's team synergy in a nutshell.
Yeah, gotta know, you know, what you mean by push. You gotta know when to cover other people so they can push up. You just gotta have that awareness, and a lot of that goes unsaid at that level, right? You don't have time to talk about it. It's gotta just happen. And I think we're starting to see more of that synergy develop with Extreme Slayers. Again, guys, thank you so much. We're having another remake here. We'll have Miramar up in just a couple seconds. But, you know, I'd love to be able to dive into this kind of stuff before the match starts, because it really is a little bit of a look behind the curtain, right, of what these teams go through. And I think that's why a lot of it is a big advantage for these teams like, you know, A7, a lot of these big orgs in Brazil that have those team houses, right? Where they get to all live next to each other. You get to understand each player's dynamic, right? Not just in game, but also behind closed doors a little bit, right? When you see them rotate to the fridge and steal your eggs, you know when to tell them to stop. You know what I'm saying? It's 24/7 practice there, Zoo.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I gotta say, since we're talking about behind the scenes and like synergy and all that, EnHyper have not been doing very well. And I heard you have maybe an interview with them, and maybe we'll get a little more insight onto where EnHyper's head at. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this interview.
Hey, you know what? And speaking of aggressive, right? You absolutely performed crazy here in the NA finals and during the league stage. At the end of the day, though, it was Kindness that ended up getting the most eliminations and that MVP. How do you feel about seeing Kindness pass you up like that? Are you a little bit bitter, or does it make you hungry to just prove them wrong at America's Championship?
首先，我对自己的发挥不是特别满意吧。然后善良他发挥的特别好，很亮眼，是应得的。但是个人荣誉我并不是很在意，因为团队荣誉更加重要一点。
That's what I'm talking about. And you know what? I will say, looking at you guys play in this NA finals, I said it earlier and I'll say it again, right? You guys are looking like a different beast. My hopes have never been higher, so please do not let me down, okay? My last question, though, is every time I think about you guys, I think about that last America's Championship against y'all versus Alpha 7, where y'all almost had it and weren't able to finish out there towards the end. Is that play something that you guys, have studied a lot and have made changes specifically because of that? Or like just kind of telling me like what stages have y'all done because of that last performance?
在那一场重要的比赛中，我们每个人都很有压力，然后就容易犯错，就比较冲动，太激进了。之后我们有了比赛经验，可能就不会再发生这样的事。
Well, I gotta say, right, from watching y'all's performance there at the NA finals and league stage, it looks true to me. I hope that we see that again here in the Americas Championship. Last but not least, what do you have to say to all the fans out there rooting and cheering you guys on?
谢谢大家一直以来的支持和关注。然后我们现在就是如愿以偿进入了 PMGC， 然后在接下来的比赛，希望你们能够一直支持我们。谢谢大家。
Well, that was GK first there from EnHyper. Thank you so much for talking to me, brother, and I hope to see you frag out on the battlegrounds.
Okay, thank you.
There it is, right? It was so cool to be able to talk to GK first, had Shifa on in the background with the translations, it was good to see him again as well. And I love his answers there. I love his answers. He talked about how much that pressure got to them, especially in that last game of the Americas Championship. Said they acted on impulse, right? Automatically went aggressive, and that's what happens, and it's kind of tough because when that pressure does come on, we talked about it, Zoo. You've been in those situations before as well.
It is tough. You start second guessing yourself. You start second guessing your teammates. Like you're trying to worry about where your teammates' heads at. Like, should we do this push? He might not be feeling comfortable. A lot of things could go wrong when the pressure is on. And I think we are seeing that pressure be on for EnHyper right now. I'm sure they had really high expectations with especially how well they did in NA finals. Things are not looking too great for them right now.
Yeah, those pressure situations are some of the hardest to practice, especially in PUBG Mobile and a Battle Royale in general, right? Because you look at other games, you have more opportunities to practice those situations. But when it comes to this one, you think about it, if you're in a regular match for 20 minutes, you're looting, you're rotating, things like that. And those end-game pressure fight scenarios, you're practicing those for maybe, 5 minutes, 10, right? So you maybe get like 5-10 minutes of practice every hour, if you're lucky. And that's if you don't get caught on those rotations, right? Because you have to practice those rotations as well. And if your team just gets busted out of one and you get taken out without even getting the chance to fight, that's a whole nother 30 minutes if you didn't even get to practice those pressure situations. And the only times you can really get that is in a tournament like this, which is only so many days with, 6 games a day here. So it's not easy to get a hold of. Some people are naturally born with that, that calmness in those situations. And you have teams that default to certain things. Like we just heard GK first talk about defaulting to aggression. And there's some teams that default to passiveness in pressure situations. Exactly. And then those bad boys that just know what to do at any time when it comes down to it.
Yeah, and the biggest thing, like on top of all of this, as we're talking about, practice, getting to that late game, and that's when you can only practice that late game. If you make it there, let's not forget every zone on these maps.
Different, yeah.
It's different. Every situation in the late game, depending on the zone, is different. So it's like there's just so much to practice. Right,
sure.
That's why it just takes years of experience in this game to get every situation practiced to some degree, and that's honestly one reason why I love this game when I was a competitive player. Like no matter what it is, there was always something new to learn, something new to discuss with your teammates, and it's just an endless game in a sense.
Yeah, and just to give you guys an example of what that could be, right? Let's say you're playing in a match like Miramar here, match number 2. Let's say you have a situation where you're in a certain particular zone and your team has a lot of synergy, right? But then you go and you have one teammate saying, oh, this guy is by this rock right here. And you turn and you try to flick onto that one rock you think it is, and it's, guess what? After the day's over, right, you go to the VODs, you look, and you'd be like, man, which one were you talking about? It was this route. Oh, you meant that one. I thought you were talking about this one. So then you have to come up with a whole discussion of like, okay, can we have a particular call out for this particular kind of rock, so we know what the situation's like in the future. And, that's what you're talking about. Like, you're just constantly discussing different ways to fix communication issues, pushes, timing. And, I mean, you never stop learning in a battle royale.
Yeah, and there is that marking system that got introduced, but sometimes, right, you can't use that marking system. Like, peeking out is just too risky. So, yeah, the call-outs are still extremely important. And taking a look at this zone, this is an important zone for Intense Game to bounce back a little bit. They didn't do much of anything at all game number 1. I was saying they're gonna, continue to look solid into day number 2, and it may not be that way. This circle, however, is great for them. Hopefully, it centers up a little bit and doesn't hard shift somewhere. But I'm really curious to see how Intense Game is gonna play this one out.
Yeah, dead center, you got Alpha 7 with El Pozo, so they're going to be looted out the teeth here. One other team that I'm looking at is there's that team we just talked about, Hyper. I think that Miramar is their map. I think they perform strongest here, but they've just been seeming to struggle a lot on these rotations. So let's see if they have that power to bounce back as we see Juancho and PASSIONFRUIT. Man, I'm so proud of this team and how they've been performing here today.
Yeah, PASSIONFRUIT has been just playing absolutely crazy. And when I say absolutely crazy, like, they're not like going around the map destroying everyone, but they're just playing so consistent. Like, they're not making big mistakes, which is what I love to see. There might be a little bit, synergy slip-ups here and there, but this is a new team, okay? These guys have not played together. This iteration of the roster, you have Nate and Zuko, who are, teammates. They have experience with each other. You got Juancho and Valak, who have experience with each other. But these 4 together, pretty new, pretty fresh as a team. So there's a lot of synergy to be built between those 4, which is why they have those issues. So we're not knocking too much on them for that when it does happen. But with all that said, this is the Americas, and PASSIONFRUIT are doing really well.
Yes, they are, man. They're doing great. I mean, we talked about, they're going against teams that live together, that have had years of experience in situations like this. So for such a new team to perform as well as they have, I mean, I couldn't be prouder, and I have a lot of high hopes for them here in the future. Because the thing is, the more chicken dinners you get against teams like this, the better you are going to improve overall, right? Because now like, hey, we could take these teams on. It's like, if you're a weightlifter, you don't know that you can lift a certain amount of weight until you push it up for the first time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, like, let's say, you're trying to hit that, 315 bench. Once, getting a chicken dinner here, you finally push it up. You're like, oh, I can lift this now, So I'm looking forward to see that their weight limit just go up game by game here. But you know what? At the same time, it works in reverse, Sue, right?
Yeah.
It works in the complete opposite when you lose a really bad fight. Right? All of a sudden, it's like, oh, it just hurts. And some teams, some players especially, have a difficult time bouncing back from that.
So, I mean, I think PASSIONFRUIT, no matter how they perform, for the rest of the tournament, I think they should be really happy with just how well they've done so far. And just keep in mind, like, you guys are able to perform at this level and have that set as their standard. Right. And another thing we haven't discussed is, like, when you get to this type of stage and you experience this type of pressure from, way more experienced teams, when you go back to your home region, you're almost like able to practice more effectively now, because you don't practice to the level of the lobby anymore. You're practicing to the level of what's needed at the Americas stage, at the PMGC stage. So you're essentially like practicing more correctly too. So it is huge for the PASSIONFRUIT team to make it as far as well as Extreme Slayers. They're doing well too.
You know what? Speaking of Extreme Slayers, right? Talk about a team doing well. This is a team that's not even in an organization.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that they are here at this level, and for anybody watching that, has any affiliation with an org at all, how are you not picking up this team right now? I don't know what you're doing, right? Because for them to be able to perform so well against some of these top dogs, right? If they had that kind of support, could you imagine where they would be right now?
Definitely. I remember when I got signed, and I had, monthly income now for playing a game. I wouldn't say just way more motivated. It's not like, oh, I'm getting paid, I'm more motivated now, but it's just like, I'm really doing it. Like, I have something to prove. Like, I really have something to prove now, because it just feels really bad when you're getting paid and you're not doing as well as someone that just plays this game for fun, right? Once you get on an org, it's like professionalism is needed. You need to be taking your job seriously, and ultimately, more oftentimes than not, the team starts playing way better because of that reason.
Yeah, and I remember, as a matter of fact, back when I was playing, our main IGL couldn't show up to practice because he was working at a fast food joint. He didn't have the time. He had to go ahead and make sure that he could support himself. And then when we got signed, he could get that income. He quit his job and he went full time into it. So that could be the situation for a lot of these players. More time, more work put in, the better and better that you're gonna get here. And we talked about that difference, right, from being a regular player to being like a professional athlete, and that's those Brazilian teams. So there's no excuse for them to not see them at the top, right? So to see some of these shining stars is really something as a sight to be seen here for sure. So PASSIONFRUIT has surprised us, Extreme Slayers, some of the other teams as well. One team in particular from a region that I'm surprised about is BULUC CHABTAN, right? The LATAM champions. They are having a rough go here in the Americas Championship. You see them just lose players so often right at the start of the match. So now in this match here, they are keeping all four up. So let's see if they can bounce back.
Yeah, it's tough. It is so tough to lose players like that, because let's say they lose a fight. Then there's stuff to break down. There's stuff to talk about. There's a good ending, right? It's like, okay, gotcha. Okay, next time we'll do this, and we'll get it next time. But when you just die off rip, what is there to discuss? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, don't die off rip next time. Yeah, I'll try not to. Like, you feel bad. You just feel bad. And a lot of teams are going to feel bad about this hard shift all the way to the east. And this one's particularly bad because this hard shift, the center of the map, right, it's all high ground and it's all low ground leading upwards to the middle of the second circle. So it is going to be tough for a lot of teams to make it into the third shift, I would say.
Yeah, 100%. So let's see. You can see them moving immediately. Extreme Slayers trying to get a jump on and get to that center zone pretty quickly. Intense Game doing it as well. I am noticing a difference, right, from the speed these other teams are rotating on. Day number one, I think definitely made an adjustment for a lot of these squads, because you see them not messing around, right, getting there so quickly. And teams that we didn't see center zone, we're starting to see them do that now. Meanwhile, you know, a squad like MEZEXIS, who was kind of hoping for that southern shift, they're going to have a difficult time getting into this next circle. So they're going to have to play edge. Let's see how they cope with doing so. And very fortunate, we're not seeing a lot of teams get taken out on rotations here.
Yeah, with a zone shift like this, everyone knows rotation positioning is a huge priority. No team is really going to stop to just shoot at teams unless if they're already really far behind on the edge, like in this situation, which is great for BULUC. They're picking up some points now, but anyone close to central of that second circle, they're all in agreement. It's like, man, this is a great shift for not just me, but also for you. So let's not ruin it for each other, right? Let's just, I'm going to go here center. You could go a little bit there center, and we'll play the game afterwards. So it's great to see, you know, teams kind of mutually understanding what's at stake here and how good of a zone shift they had.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that is something that happens here at the high level for sure, right? Because it's a necessary evil, right? You have to understand that, you know what, it's just not good. Oh, we see cars moving? Let's just jump out and shoot. Oh, we did. Now we're getting shot at. Now we're down and we're out in 15th place. It doesn't work, right? Yeah, even if you steal a couple eliminations, it puts you in such a bad spot. So it's good to just say, hey, guys, let's all move, right? Let's all move. Let's find our little spot, get cozy, and we'll fight later on, okay? No big deal.
The worst is when you have some of those teams that aren't experienced, and they do make that mistake, and then you have to stop to shoot back because otherwise you're going to get blown up, and now you're both shooting each other, and then another team that's already in position center is like, oh, well, let's just go third party from distance and, you know, wipe out both squads. And then you're just like, oh, man, this is not the play. And with this circle shift, you saw how little teams went out. It's because everyone near center, they're just trying to get a really nice spot. They're not going to fight their way in. Everyone around the edge, they know it's like, okay, we cannot afford to lose players because the next circle shift, unless we get blessed, we're going to need all 4 up. So barely any players went out on this circle. Now this third one, yeah, that's all high ground near the middle. How are these other teams going to get anywhere closer into the zone? That is a tough task for multiple squads.
Yeah, 100%. Let's see where they ought to hold down right now. So El Pozo completely out of this next circle. We are going to be hanging out just near Junkyard. And you can see Crow going to take some shots there. Does catch Valak out the vehicle, but he's going to be right behind that hill. I don't think it matters, though. He's going to go down. So PASSIONFRUIT, unfortunately, going to lose.
Oh, stolen. Oh, never mind. Sorry,
that was
not stolen.
Yeah. So,
I just heard gunshots like way far out in the distance, and I thought it was a different team, but nah, it's just MEZEXIS playing a wide spread on the edge, which is what you want to do. You want to get as many angles as you can because you have the blue zone to your back to work off of.
But, you know, at the same time, they could have had a situation where they did it with PASSIONFRUIT, right? They could have just said, hey, you know what? Let's all push up into this circle and fight once we get there, because now look how far behind they are. So it's an interesting decision, right? You have to decide what's best for you and your squad. Sometimes those eliminations are just too hard to pass up. So, you know, good for them to be able to get one, but now they're in a terrible position in the zone. So,
I mean, I think they were in a terrible position the previous circle, right? And that's when you realize we're not getting a good rotation in, right? By circle 2, any teams on the edge were in a terrible position because this middle was all high ground, like I was saying. So I think at that point, everyone on the edge is like, we're looking for eliminations. We're fighting our way in. YKG here, getting some nice shots in and confirms that point. That's really good for them. They're on the edge of zone, and they know next circle shift, they got to go uphill most likely. So they're just going to try and get as many elimination points as they can now before having to make the next rotation.
Let's see what the play is going to be here as Jaguars on the move. PASSIONFRUIT still holding this Pecado area, Sin City. Jaguars going to out-rotate. I'm surprised we're not seeing PASSIONFRUIT head up this hill earlier, right? They had plenty of time, but they're deciding to hold it down. He should be able to get these shots, not able to do so. So now Jaguars in a position to gatekeep them if they want.
Yeah, it's going to be tough breaching even further uphill. And I think PASSIONFRUIT just didn't want to get put in a situation where they end up sandwiched. But it's either way, just dire. There's no easy way to play this, right? By circle 2, that zone shift was just so terrible if you couldn't be on the high ground already. And everybody just took the high ground, whoever could. They didn't even stop to shoot at each other, leaving PASSIONFRUIT out on the edge. It's still doable. We've seen teams, you know, make the impossible happen. PASSIONFRUIT down to 3. It's going to be even more impossible for them. And the next zone shift is about to pop out. Where's it going to go, Jukes?
Okay, so yeah, a little bit north, a little hair north here. So PASSIONFRUIT's going to have to get going. It's going to be tough because the Intense game has so much high ground here. A lot of sight lines. They're going to have to be careful on this rotation. Does Diego decide to take the shot? I don't think. Well, I'm surprised he's not. I think he's waiting for them to get a little bit more wide in the open. He's going to go for maybe a laydown situation. Nope. Oh, wow. Look at the patience from Diego.
Yeah.
Patience. He's just waiting, trying to find the opportunity. Uh-oh, he actually got caught there by Seba. Seba saw him, and now he said, oh, they know where I'm at. Time to take these shots now. That's what you get for shooting at me. What were you thinking?
Great patience right there. Trigger discipline. If you're just popping off shots there, like, sporadically, they're going to know just to, you know, run and cover away from you. But if you don't take shots, you know, Seba could be running in the open, and that's when you go for the confirmed point. YKG.
Zuko!
Forced to rotate. Zuko ripping YKG out. Oh, he goes for the thirst and gets traded.
He knew it. Yeah, he was on the back. He had no
that
choice.
Spot. Exactly. Yeah. Quick heads up thinking.
Yeah, he said, you know what, I'm getting shot in the back, try to just get this confirmation just in case, and he does. Meanwhile, Juancho gonna have to take on Chico in a 1v1 situation here. It's only 1v1 for now, though. Nice shots there. Trades back and forth. Chico with the hard cover gets caught by Juancho. Juancho now with the angles. Can he hit these shots? He can't do it. Oh, so close. That sloping hill, he tried to get a little bit of high ground priority and wasn't able to do so in time.
Yeah,
I mean, that hip fire wasn't going to work.
That's how you got to play it. When you're that far down on the low ground, there's just absolutely almost no chance on getting up. You take every fight you can, every point you can. And it worked out for YKG. They have 4 elimination points, lost 1 player. MEZEXIS here trying to rotate in. Luckily for them, they are already on that high ground, so a little bit easier to traverse this terrain with buggies and not having to go uphill. But Team QUESO trying to work hard with their 2 members to gatekeep them out.
Let's see what happened here. As you got Alpha 7 holding down Power Grid, looking very pretty. Meanwhile, you got, you know, Intense game right here next to Jaguar. That's going to be interesting. But meanwhile, we're going to watch Team QUESO get into it a little bit with MEZEXIS. You know, MEZEXIS deciding to fight PASSIONFRUIT a little bit earlier on. It's working out. They're playing this edge very well. Yeah,
MEZEXIS doing a great job here. Just have 1 more Team QUESO player to deal with, and they're already in the zone. They've secured a spot. Ooh, McGrolin falls off somewhere. That's not good. We saw earlier Intense game on that super giant high ground hilltop, so they'll be okay. They'll get the revive. But McGrolin being down for a couple seconds could be potential points stolen away. And right there, Skyline finishes out Team QUESO. Alpha 7's here, getting a knock onto MEZEXIS though, so they're not out of the woods just yet.
No, they're not. Let's see what the play is going to be. Is Skyline, yeah, making some moves now. Pushing up little by little. Crow right behind them. You can see them rotating around, just trying to figure out what to do. I mean, they are down a player, and they're just hoping the zone comes their way. Because if it goes all the way up to near San Martin, it's not going to be easy. Let's see.
Next circle popping up very shortly. So many teams have a... Oh, that's a good shift for, I would say, everybody.
Yeah.
Except for Extreme Slayers. They have a little bit of work to do, but otherwise, oh, and on the eastern side, I didn't even see those teams sandwiched next to each other, and Hyper and YKG. So it's going to be tough for some. Here comes a push from V2, though, on to Alpha 7 as we see a quick little replay of, oh yeah, the PASSIONFRUIT YKG fight. Ooh, the shotgun. 1-2 punch.
Strong. I love seeing how much so many players are picking up that shotgun down. I remember when it wasn't meta at all, and I was like, dude, this shotgun could be the play. And now we're starting to see it. It's a necessary weapon to have. In the CQC, it's just unbeatable. 1 shot, 1 elimination all day long.
Yeah. V2, they managed to push in, made some ground against Alpha 7. Alpha 7 actually, I think, lost the player. V2 still have 4 up. Alpha 7 down to 2, actually. And Carrillo just gets spotted just like that. Alpha 7 not looking too great right now. They did well last game, but now they're running for it.
Mafioso, yeah, look at that. Last player up for Alpha 7. That's got to hurt there. So, yeah, gets shot in the back as well from Crow. Man, MEZEXIS is taking these eliminations here. And that's going to be, what is it, 4 for them already? Very, very nice. YKG with 6. And meanwhile, let's see, as Crow with that mini. Man, that mini is just so good for stealing limbs.
Yeah, it's a gun you can spam, and it also does high damage per bullet. Chico goes down. He needed to win that one. Does not manage. Squash takes that one. And Fierce is the last one up. We have Hyper here still. And, oh, it was actually Enko holding this down in the previous zone.
Oh, no!
Oh, the nade. Jeez.
Fierce almost naded himself. That was not good. Koi gonna go ahead and throw one right onto his North American brother up here. Fierce. Oh, he's feeling the fear right now. All by his lonesome. 7 eliminations, though, so that's pretty solid here for YKG. Uh-oh, he catches Koi. Got some angles here. Fears all but a 2v1. It's going to be tough. Actually, yeah, ran out of ammunition. There's only 10 more bullets in that UMP. Who knows what could have happened, but there just isn't.
And Hyper looking solid right now. They got more points to take. Influence, Rage, driving it. El Federal goes down. Where's the rest of the team? I thought he might have been a solo. Oh, no. I think it might have just been... No, there's Lil Boy in the background. There's the rest of the team. That was... It looked like he drove in as if he was a solo, right? And he was just going for it. But he has a 4-man team. That was definitely a disconnected play right there.
For sure. And, you know, that could be so many reasons why. It could have been calling out for the push, and other team just couldn't make it for whatever reason. So let's see how these players are going to overcome these trials and tribulations here as Influence, Rage are getting shot up. They need to protect that buggy. They know that this is probably one of their only ones. Oh, look at that. It's Yellow looking to pop some tires here. Oh, actually gets a shot as well. And here he goes. Makes things so much more difficult on these rotations.
Cielo.
And he catches Law as well. Yeah.
This is why the mini's so good. And I think weapons that weren't used in the beginning of comp are being used now because players have just gotten so much better at it, right? Before, everyone used M4 because it was easy to spray with, but why use the M4 if you could just hit every shot with the mini, especially if it's headshots?
Yeah, a couple taps, that's all it takes. 2 shots to the head, you are down. And the mini, you know, with how much damage it does, it's so good at stealing eliminations. Just a quick little pop, pop, you know?
Yep.
And they are gone when they're knocked. And I got to tell you what, Tony K, Vampire Esports made it the standard after PMWI, right? Just watching the most ridiculous performance we've seen in esports and so many stolen eliminations, they have set the new trend. And, you know, the DBS Mini, M4, that seems to be the meta right now.
Mm-hmm. And Hyper
No bolts, though, unfortunately. Come on, PUBG Mobile. One day.
Hey, Mafioso was making it happen yesterday.
Yes,
Hopefully
he did.
We see some more of that today. And Hyper is still
I'll tell you what,
contending here, though. Yeah.
When it comes to bolt actions, they need to make it to where it's just when the player's knocked, instant finish. Know what I'm saying?
Oh, you'll see so much more bolts.
Oh, so much more. I think that makes sense. Well, let's see here.
Ooh, tense game.
Yeah, look at them push.
With the mini opening, and CL, so disgusting up here. Man, providing such good pressure fire, and look at this. All 3 teammates able to get so close within nade distance now off of that knock. The nades are falling a little bit short, though. I think those are good. Yeah, forced to get off the revive. Skyline goes down. Inactive. Last one up. Beautiful wraparound by Intense Game, leveraging Cielo's position so well.
Man, I'll tell you what, if you're a team like MEZEXIS that was playing Edge, the last team you wanted to go against was Intense Game, and that is the team they face, the monsters that are IG. Meanwhile, Hyper going to go down to INF, Influence, Rage, getting the better of them. They're going to go for a reset with 3 players up, but here comes Jaguar, looking to get this third party going. Simple, and unfortunately, he's not able to cross that open field. Yeah, it's too dangerous, so he's just going to try to see if those nades get anything done. They get a couple little hit markers, but it's not good enough.
Yeah, Influence Rage immediately getting inside the buildings, avoids the brunt of the nades. A quick heads-up play by Jaguar. We're seeing so many third parties in the late game because teams are so good at recognizing when to take these third parties now. Doesn't work out for Jaguar completely. They could still win this 2v3. Influence Rage, get the full reset. More nades coming in. I don't think that one's going to hit.
No, you should have
too many buildings in the way.
Yeah, he should save these nades. You want to keep some of that utility for the absolute lane game. I know they're thinking that there's possible that we're not even going to get there, but now it's not the time to throw it. You don't have any kind of sight lines at all. You're just guessing. And there's too many buildings here for sure. But Simple's going to throw it anyway. Let's see if he gets lucky with the bounce. Oh my gosh. No, yeah, he's like, all right.
It's
I'm on
red.
fire. That hurts. And yeah, he's forced to kind of just use that broken wall. Now down to 1 HP. Influence Rage, man. These guys, yeah, look at that. Kaofsky getting the better of him right here. Now it's just Mercy up for Jaguar. Nice knock.
He gets one. Has to go with the first aid, but he is penned in. 2v1, he's penned in behind a small sliver of a wall. Influence Rage should be able to get this one. I think Law's also getting picked up, which is why we see a first aid coming off. Good nade. That's the knock. Uh-oh.
Wow. Yeah, because Influence Rage, knowing the timing now, they have to run on the open. They have no choice. But they're getting shot up so bad. Mercy's just saying, you know what? I'm done for. I know it, but I'm going to try to go down without a fight. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can get a couple of these eliminations of the process as we switch on over to Intense Game in a very precarious position here. They are outside of the circle. They have to win this fight. They're doing a good job so far, putting the pressure on the V2, but they also have All Glory Gaming going to be third-partying them. So they have to figure out a way to get into this next zone. And I think the only way it's going to happen, Zoo, is with that M4 on their back.
Oh, yeah, they're going to hit some shots, but Diego gets shot up instead. Not going to be able to get revive, potentially. Okay, I thought he was going to get thirsted. Dior's looking to go for the rest of the team. Here comes Melgar, close range. The drive over is good. B2 turning on the gas, and All Glory Gaming third-partying at the perfect time. It is all-out mayhem, and some of All Glory Gaming goes down to V2. V2 coming out on top right now, but it's not done yet. There's still All Glory Gaming. There is still some of Intense Game in the action.
One of the hardest things to do is, you know, when you're in a fight with a third-party situation, and V2 are doing a great job of handling themselves inside of it right now, taking two squads at the same time. Fran looking to get that Molotov through the window. He does miss it. But man, there's fights going on all over the place. Team Jaguar are eliminated. And Grellin trying to get away, and I think he barely escapes for the time being. But for how long? This is a tough situation to be in.
Yeah. Oh. McGrellin, he knows his spot there. That is map knowledge. Just sending it to the middle and surviving still. Must be some sort of dip, rock. I'm not even sure. But he's alive. He makes it out. V2 will continue the fight here against All Glory. Influence Rage, under all that chaos, has made it to the wide open behind some trees.
Let's see here. Fran looking to make some shots. Melgar going to have to make some shots under Influence Rage here. They're the team that has eyes on them. Loops, meanwhile, centering up, looking pretty good. They're gonna go up against a Grellin. Yeah, he made that full send on over and wasn't able to hold it down. But hey, a good effort nonetheless. Meanwhile, yeah, look at this. All Glory Gaming doing a great job at shutting down V2 here. Here come these Molotovs. I think you should have saved that for a little while longer because the blue zone is starting to come.
It's gonna go try and get that revive. Rojas wants to go get the confirmations, but he's got Influence Rage watching that doorway, so he can't run out. He's going to get shot up, so the revive will come through, and he's going to be pressured by two. Close range once again. Rise is still here. Dudu's still alive. He's got a little dip to his name. Not fully in the circle. Maybe he is. Oops, looking really strong right now with 3 up, the most out of any of the teams, and they've got full control on the north side.
Could be a Loops win for sure, especially since they were able to usurp Extreme Slayers a little bit earlier. Law looking to pick up some of these easy points, trying to get the tracking through the smoke, but he did hold those shots in that same spot. Meanwhile, oh wow, V2 do get taken out, so All Glory Gaming survive. That's another extra placement point for them. They'll take that to the bank. Ross will go out there though. Yeah, so great shots and big heads up play. I'll tell you what, little boy is dangerous. I've been calling out this player's name for a long time right now. I tell you what, when it comes to these laser shots with the M4, he's got him, and he can hit those nades as well.
Definitely so. Loops, while everyone was busy fighting each other, they get more angles. They spread out. They have a nice coverage of the entire zone. And this is going to the middle. Jukes, this is going to the dead middle. Blue zone's going to close on everything, which means there's a chance for Loops to still lose. If they run, oh, never mind. They take out Little Boy.
This is gone. Yeah.
Now it's a 3v1.
Very nice, though. You know what? Good hypothetical. You know, Dudu will go down here. So it's a Loops win in match number 2. Going for the run over. Ah, Cardoso doesn't it style there. Instead of going for the run over, just swaps into the back of the buggy and gets that elimination. Loops, chicken dinner, and another one for Brazil.
Yeah, this is the Loops that we wanted to see. Loops doing a great job there, and I think teams are starting to ramp up now. Teams that we didn't really see yesterday are starting to show up, and that's exactly what we predicted, right? You know, day one jitters, even from the experienced teams, will happen, and now it's no longer just Rise dominating the show, or not Rise, I'm sorry, Intense Game. It's no longer Intense Game dominating the show. We got some other contenders out here now.
Yeah, I told you. I mean, we're going to see these teams start to get a little bit more comfortable in their own skin. They're going to start playing the way that they have before, and that aggressive playstyle from Intense Game isn't going to be as fruitful as it was yesterday against some of these squads, feeling a little bit of those jitters. And we're seeing it here off the bat here in day 2, match 2, and Loops being able to clutch a chicken dinner is huge for them, because now's the time, right? The end of the day, the last day of the tournament, last match, is not the place you want to be trying to hunt down points to get into a position to move on. You know what I'm saying? So for Loops to bounce back here now is huge.
Yeah, day 2 is a day to really kind of cement where you are. Day 3 is when the pressure gets really tough if you're not where you want to be. And then day 4, I mean, that's day 4 is do or die day, right? You're either in or you're already out. So day 2, great day to start popping off. I want to see some more of the other teams, you know, pop off. We have yet to see Enhyper, and we talked a little bit about it yesterday, right? Like, if Enhyper don't get it done in the first 3 games of the day, I don't think they're going to get it done. And Enhyper being Enhyper, and I don't mean this too negatively, but, you know, the pressure really gets them. And if they get 2 bad days, I just don't think it's ever going to happen on the 3rd day for them.
Yeah, you know what? We've seen Enhyper be a team that usually gets better, right? A little bit towards the end. We call them not being an early tournament team. But in short form tournaments, it just doesn't work like that, right? You have to be a full tournament team. You got to have consistent points no matter what. And I got to agree with you. I think that it's getting close to chicken dinner time for Enhyper, because I think if they're able to get one here today, or at least in these next few matches, we're going to see that confidence spike up, and we'll see a performance that we normally see from the squad.
Yeah, and we'll see if they get that in the next game. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Well, it is nice to see Loops here step up a bit and finally get themselves a chicken dinner when they are one of the teams going into PMGC. And luckily for them being green, guess who's also green? And I'm going to throw everyone off here. Monster Energy, our official energy partner here at PMPL. You can pick one up and unleash the beast. Get that out of the way right now, because Loops, Monster, same color. A Loops flavored Monster.
Ooh.
I don't know what it would
What's
taste
Luke's
like.
flavor?
Sweaty gamers? I don't know.
That will fly off the shelves, let me tell you.
Hey, if you can sell bathwater, I'm pretty sure you can sell Sweaty Gamer flavor.
You know,
Great bounce back there from Loops, actually. Being able to,
for saving me from this.
to step it up from yesterday. We're wondering what was going on with this team. I mean, at one point we're figuring out, okay, are the qualified, the teams that are already qualified to PMGC not going to be performing here in Americas? It's good to see that. Hopefully that's not going to be the case, at least with Loops so far being able to get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, this was such a precarious game for Loops to play, or anyone. I don't blame Loops at all for only ending this with like, what, 7, 8 eliminations, because this is basically a fight on like one giant plateau. No one could make it out of this ring of small little scattered compounds. This fight between Jaguar and Influence Rage. There was a fight on the opposite side between IG and who was in that one. AGG was in that one. There are like 7 teams on that side here. Yeah, actually a lot of vehicles being used here as well. It's just chaos all around. Loops just happened to be able to just crawl themselves in from the north, survive just a few more people into this late game.
By the way, we didn't get a chance. I don't think we'll get a chance to see it, but for McGrellin to end up surviving that mayhem right there between V2 and All Glory Gaming and still being able to actually, I think he eliminated 1 player from Loops East from Loops. Pretty solid stuff there from McGrellin, and considering a nice little bounce back too from Intense Game, they didn't have one of the best first games.
Yeah, you see here a little bit of a final attempt there by Rojas from AGG, got his team a couple of good points. But again, this was just going to be a scavenge game for most teams once it hit the mid-late. But 9 elims for Loops, 7 for Influence, really good turnaround for them as well. Another, maybe not struggling as much as Loops were, but still on a good come up from them. This game almost played out on the leaderboard as you would expect a Sanhok to.
I wonder how this, seeing this match ranking here, I kind of want to see a graphic maybe in the next 2 days of how certain regions are dominating certain teams. Obviously, we're going to have Brazil there because look at like the top 6, 5 of the teams are Brazilian. Actually, no, 4. My bad. Never mind. But still, that's ridiculous. Oh.
Look at YKG though.
Yep.
7 elims. They're on the board. Again, they're actually part of the earliest chaotic mess on the east side, below those big rocks to the northeast of Picado, where there are, what was it, YKG were there, Passionfruit were there. I think INCO were on the high ground overlooking it. IG were on the high ground overlooking that as well. So again, like, this was a really hard match for any of us to call.
Yeah, also like a hard match to really kind of analyze as well, considering it was just a lot of scrappy fights happening here or there. I mean, what we can say though is, I mean, a tense game, playing off that giant plateau, we're able to put a lot of punishment out early. However, they were extremely low on ammo, as we were able to tune in and see. YKG getting themselves 7 eliminations. Good to see some life within the team after we've been criticizing them quite heavily. And we'll obviously check with them a little bit later on. But V2, I feel like this is one of the first times we're able to see them actually do kind of well here, considering they're able to take down a tense game and obviously have to take the fight against AGG as well. But for a team who's kind of just got into PMPL in spring, for them to get into regionals for the first time here in fall, I hope to see more out of them.
Yeah, they're not exciting us on their overall leaderboard position. They're in the lower double digits, so like 11th, 12th place, right, if my memory serves me correctly, which is better than you would expect for a team, as you said, Jason, that just came in to PMPL, and especially when they are doing better than YKG, doing better than Team QUESO, doing better for a bit than BULUC, CHABTAN, all these teams that are a lot more experienced than them. So even though we're not necessarily celebrating them as much as other teams, for their expectations, good job.
It's a good confidence booster too out of them to have this kind of performance, right? Yeah. As you mentioned, they're currently in the when we check out the overall, they weren't really performing that well, but definitely a good confidence boost. A team that definitely needs a confidence boost is going to be Team QUESO. I've been seeing Team QUESO at the bottom so many times that, okay, now as I was talking about with Loops, okay, maybe Loops isn't playing off America since they already qualified to PMGC. I feel like at some point here, maybe after today, if Team QUESO continues to perform this way, they're going to be like, okay, you know what, guys? We really don't have to take this serious because we're already qualified to PMGC. And I feel like I'm starting to get that feeling out of Team QUESO, and I hate it.
Also, just to bring it up, since we did touch on it after the first match, Passionfruit, 0 placement points in this one. Remember, we did mention they're able to get 1 chicken dinner and only 1 placement point outside of that match. Well, so far they're sticking true to that, but we'll see if they can, step things up a little bit later on. And in Hyper, man, I know we kind of agreed on, like, end of the day is where we'll finally make our judgments on them, but this is not the Hyper we saw in PMPL. Like, this is not the kindness we saw. He didn't get anything in this match. He just died early on. I don't know what this is going on within them, but they need to like show why they are the NA representative for PMGC.
I feel like that's the big one too, kindness. I mean, earlier we were kind of joking about it, right? He ended up getting one elim and then he got eliminated. This one, I mean, for him too, I think when we actually saw the team, he was the first one to be eliminated from the team as well again, which is just going to be hurting them in such a big way. And I'm not even going to wait until the end of the day. I know I was saying end of the day. I think it might be after the 4th game. If Hyper continues on this path, I'm like, is it going to become like a Team QUESO thing?
Yeah.
It's going to be too hard to bounce back from if they continue.
I just haven't seen them really adjust. I haven't really seen anything different out of them, and that was always the big question mark, how they were going to be able to adjust to how the Brazilian teams play. And I mean, I keep saying Brazilian teams because they are kind of in a way dominating this.
You know what's so weird for me about Hyper is that we talked about how they're a team that kind of likes to get their place in the zone.
Yep.
And they, kind of like what Extreme Slayers are doing, except not playing from edge as much. They get into the zone and they just kind of wait till the later stages, then they go for eliminations, then they pick those up. But right now, all I'm seeing is them playing edge and them not playing it successfully.
Yeah, again, the only explanation that I have to give you guys is the caliber of players that they went up against in North America versus here, where they could get away with playing late and just basically almost like setting a trap. They're allowing all of their victims to get in close proximity and then they just like start spraying. Here, if they let people get too close and then they go for a fight, they get immediately shut down. It's
a little bit scary.
Yeah, I don't know what the change would be because it just feels like their entire game plan is predicated on the fact that they could just win fights instantly in North America.
For them to not be able to adapt quicker, it's scary too, considering this team is going to be going to PMGC. And we always talk about the big step up. Boy, when we go to PMGC, it's going to be a completely different step up.
One caveat is that by getting humbled here, they already know that they're gonna have to make some changes. It's in a way, it's probably good that they fail here, even if they do recover in the next couple of days, than to like continue their rampage here and then just get slapped at PMGC groups.
Yeah, I mean, as we are talking about Hyper, why don't we just go ahead and see their like average stats yesterday compared to today, because that's kind of gives us an indicator of how things have been going for them. And I know only been 2 matches so far today, but we're gonna get at least a good idea of how things are going for them. I would imagine they're actually performing worse today because GK First was like their one saving grace with this like 2100 damage done yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, either way, it's just really, really hard to... It's hard for us on the outside to judge what's going wrong on the inside. So much of PUBG Mobile is about inter-team communication, and we can't judge that unless we hear from the players themselves. All we know is that the damage is better. Elims are halved.
And I think it has to do with what Jason was saying too. We really haven't seen GK First being able to put up those amount of elims that we're kind of used to seeing too. The average survival time is higher too, which I'm actually happy to see that, because that was one of the big question marks for me. Especially going back to yesterday, I felt like they were being a little bit too aggressive. They were going back to what they did in NA, and it just wasn't working out here for them. So it's good to see that kind of change, but we need to start seeing kindness staying alive, and we need to start seeing GK First also being able to frag out.
Not even staying alive. We need to see kindness start to get some eliminations now, or even get that damage. Because if you remember when it was GK First that was running away with the MVP on week 3 of the Pro League, kindness was still pumping out the damage constantly. Like, even if the elims weren't there for kindness, the damage was. The fact that that's not even on the board right now, this player is missing, and they can't perform here, much less PMGC, if a player goes missing like kindness and they don't know how to bring him back.
The fact is, he had the most eliminations in any region across the entire season. And he's not replicating it here. But you know what, let's actually take a look at our overalls. We've had 2 matches done now today, which means it's time to check in and see where the teams currently do stand. And PASSIONFRUIT started off at 8th, able to get themselves up to 6th. Extreme Slayers still going to be sitting in 3rd place here, Alpha 7 and 4. So not really too much of changes, to be honest, when it comes to this front page.
What has changed is like 2nd through 4th, 5th. INCO has dropped down to 5th place, but I think more importantly than that is that Intense Game already is developing a noticeable gap between 1st and 2nd place. They are just able, in the same way that we talked about INCO at the top of the show, Intense Game are continuing to be even better at constantly getting points every single game.
And now for Intense Game, it's going to be like, can they actually continue to capitalize on that? We saw what happened in the first game. We saw a bit of a bounce back here in the second game. And when we do end up going to the next Erangel that's going to be coming up, I actually want to see them rotating a little bit faster than what I saw in the first game. And I'm gonna give them a bit of an excuse because we don't know what ended up happening with McGrelly. Maybe that's why they ended up rotating late. So that's the excuse I'm going to give them. And then when we go here towards the second page, I mean, this teams, they even want to get a chance to challenge. And I'm looking at Hyper.
No, go ahead.
I'm looking at Team QUESO.
Yeah.
I am looking at the front page in my head, seeing PASSIONFRUIT with 2 chicken dinners and 21 placement points. They have 1 placement point outside of their wins. Look at how many other teams have more placement points than them, and they have 0 chicken dinners. Like that's almost inexcusable.
Yeah, I mean, it's been the biggest question mark for them, and not even this event.
You mean placement points without chicken dinner?
Yeah.
Okay.
They have 1 point.
Yeah.
And placements outside of chicken dinners. These teams, they're tied with Team
Yeah, but what are the
right
elimination points, though? Like I said, different play styles all work together. They can't all play the exact same.
Not that they're going to try to push actually for the 4th place.
Yeah.
That's not going to
If they want to be top 4, if they want a PMGC slot, they can.
Listen, if we're comparing first page to second page, they're first page. Like, already that's something, right?
Yeah, but if they don't figure out those placement points, they're not going to be in that first page for long.
Okay.
All right, well, let's head over to our casters. We do have our second Erangel of the day ready to go. Hotjukes and Zute, what about you guys think with PASSIONFRUIT and their 1 placement point in 8 matches? 6 matches.
That's the plan, baby. They're going exactly to what their plan is right now because you know what? Juancho said we don't need no placement points, baby. I got an F4 on my back. I'm trying to get them eliminations. You know what I'm saying? No, in reality though, they need to get them up a little bit. They need to get them up, you know? But at the same time, I'm just proud to see them do what they've done so far, right? I think for all you guys on the desk, you would have probably been, you probably thought they were gonna go 15th, 16th place. So in my eyes, right, I'm proud of them to get this done. They have some time to adapt and get those placement points, but they're staying in the game the best way they know how here, Zute.
Yeah, for teams that are, or not teams, for the viewers that aren't as familiar with PASSIONFRUIT, this was a team that we pretty much counted out after week 1 of NA. So for them to make it to here and be in the front page, like that is pretty huge for them. That is extremely huge. Another team that we didn't talk about a little bit too much when we saw on the rankings was Influence Rage, right? We see them in 2nd place, and it's almost like, okay, yeah, Influence Rage 2nd place, no big deal. That's how well they play. On the first day, Jukes, they were like towards the bottom of the 2nd page. I might be wrong here, but before the very last game of yesterday, they were 15th place. There was a team that, you know, was really far down that we weren't expecting to be that far down, and I think it was Influence Rage, but then they got a chicken dinner on the very final game of yesterday, and they are continuing that success they had, Jukes, into today, and they've shot themselves up to 2nd place. That is a huge bounce back, and I think we're going to see more of that throughout the day too, not just from them, right, but from some of the other teams that are supposed to be doing better.
Yeah, we need to see them do better. We need to see a lot of squads do better here because we talked about how important day number 2 is. We got another little rehost going on right now, guys, so just be patient with us. We'll get the game started here in just a second. So match number 3 about to be on our way here, Zoo, and we've already seen, I think, a big shift in just 2 games in day 2, right? And, you know, when it comes to talk about teams doing better, this is a different level when it comes to rotations, right? We talked about practicing those end game scenarios, those fight scenarios. I think that's where PASSIONFRUIT is thriving, right? The rotations and being able to get into that late game isn't necessarily very easy, especially against these new teams, and they don't have a lot of experience doing that. So for them to be able to, like I said, keep alive in this situation, I think is good. But they need to start adapting to this. And I think we're seeing all the teams in general, because just in that last Miramar match, we saw how many teams rotated to the center as quickly as they did.
Yeah, it's a game that's just constantly evolving right now. I think teams are also just really understanding or starting to understand the skill level of the lobby and what they could get away with. Like, even at this level, there are things that you could get away with, and teams are starting to, you know, capitalize on that. One team in particular is actually, it's hard to pinpoint exactly how teams are adjusting, but I do want to mention Intense Game. They're not adjusting anything. The first game today, they got like 0 points, but I think they had a little connection issue. You heard the desk talk about it with their star player. So I was a little worried, like, uh-oh, bad start. Could today be the day they fall off now with such a terrible start? Well, I mean, just second game. They racked up a lot of points. They didn't get the win or anything, but they racked up a lot of points, and they're keeping that first place and building a gap.
Yeah, you know, I kind of want to talk about a little bit, which we just kind of touched on a little bit earlier, was, you know how you talked about how in kind of lower level lobbies, there's some teams that won't allow you to rotate, right? They won't just stop the fight, go rotate and fight. They'll just be outside the zone and just shoot you like crazy, which kind of disrupts everything. Well, you got to realize that's what a lot of these teams have been used to for a month now, right? NA league stage was like that, right? There was a lot of teams that were called like feeder teams, right? And that disrupts the whole play style. So now we're coming into America's Championship. There's not very many squads that are like that. So teams have to adapt to the entire lobby in general. And I think we're starting to see that here in day number 2. We're going to go ahead and go to a quick break, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Don't underestimate my team. We've made Americas multiple times in a row, and we feel very confident leading into this Americas to do well and outperform every other team to make PMGC.
For not finishing strong on that Sanhok match, and they said, you know what? We'll up your Sanhok match and show you how it's done in Vikendi. Double-digit eliminations. Beautiful nade onto Quinn.
We'll fight to the end.
Cara, a mensagem que eu deixo para meus oponentes é que a Inf voltou e voltou mais forte, viu?
Everybody deserves to be here, so I wish them good luck. Everybody wants that spot for PMPC, so good luck.
Esperar o melhor da Lux, né? Nós já vimos muito forte pra essa Américas aí. E só esperar mesmo.
Welcome back. I'm Hot Jukes here with Zute. We're here at day number 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Championships, where I think it's going to be one of the most important days for a lot of these squads, especially those teams that had a rough day 1, because it's very typical for a lot of squads to struggle on the first day. You know, you're coming into a new tournament, new lobby, different level of play style, faster rotations, you're dealing with the first day nerves, all that kind of goodness. So I talked about, I have an excuse card. I call it the Hot Jukes excuse card. Right? Yes, right. I punch one for teams on the first day, right? Because I'm like, hey, you know what? It happens, okay? But that's it. You only get that one punch. So now it's time to step it up, right? And A lot of teams, I think we're starting to see do that, right? We're seeing some squads definitely make some adjustments after day one. I talked about it at the start, how I felt Intense Game needed to do some, right? Because after such a dominant performance, I had a feeling some teams were going to do some research on them. But what do you think, Zoo, right? Do you think they are just sticking to what they did? I know you kind of mentioned that a little bit earlier. Do you think they should have made some adjustments? I don't know.
I personally don't think so. I think it's only on the 4th day, and you need to take a look at the leaderboards. That's when you want to make adjustments. You know, when you've already been doing well, right, and you need to make adjustments, it's usually towards the later stages where teams might be targeting you, or, you know, you've given out too much of your playbook away over the past 3 days or so. You adjust, right? But it's a fresh tournament. Day one, teams could study you, but that same circle might not happen, and you could just rotate a completely different path. It's a completely different zone, etc. So don't change anything, in my opinion, if you're doing well until maybe the 4th day, the final day, and then, you know, take a look at leaderboards, see what may or may not happen. I think the only thing that teams really study on the first day is how well other teams are playing, getting a feel of the entire lobby, not, you know, one team in particular to study, because you still gotta, you know, get your own points. You know what I'm saying? Like,
sure,
if you study Intense Game and you find their flaws and you take them out, great. Now what? You still need, you know, to get points yourself. You still have like 15 other teams to compete with. The tournament just started. Anyone could still be a contender for that PMGC spot. So no, I don't think changing your game plan because, you know, you might feel targeted, or studying one team is a viable play by any means after one day, that is.
Yeah, you know what? As a matter of fact, when it comes to here day 2, I will give Intense Game one of those excuse card punches for game 1 due to some shenanigans. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that'll happen. You know what, though? And I know Jason Kaplan will agree with me. You know who doesn't have an excuse card punch, though, right now?
Who's that?
Team QUESO. You know? What is going on with Team QUESO? I mean, this is a squad that we used to be like, they were on top of it. We always used to see them in that on-brand Golden Marauder in, you know, in Miramar. Now it's just, I don't know. I mean, to see them so down on the leaderboards, it's not good, Sute. It's not good.
It's not good at all. It's just, you know, as time goes on, some teams just, you know, they can't hack it. And this is not the same QUESO players as before, too. You know, that might be a reason why as well. You know, some roster shuffles go on, roster changes here and there, and it's not always for the better. On paper, you know, they might have picked up better players stat-wise, but that's the other thing. Not every, you know, team can gel together regardless of how well their stats might look on each individual player.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes stats will be insane, and then come big show, I've said this before, you know, those heads start shaking, and you don't know how a team or a player is going to perform when it's time to shine. You know, some people got it, some people don't. Some people learn over time, and I think that's something that Hyper is needed to do. I think that's something that they obviously struggle with the most, but they were starting to see that adaptation come after so many repetitions here at this kind of stage, right? But I think it's still there. It's not done with completely, and we've heard from some of the best players in the world on the grandest of stages state that this is their problem, right? We've heard it before. I remember back in the day, one of the biggest tournament in the world, when we thought Bigatron were unstoppable, right? The two twins were talking about, man, dude, we're getting nervous right now. You know, we're dealing with the nerves. And it's so crazy to just think about how far we've come in PUBG Mobile Esports. I'm so excited to see how this tournament's going to come out. The upcoming PMGC tournament as well. Even the RC. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to perform now, because every year every year is different. Every year it's just getting more crazy and crazy and crazy.
Yeah, it's just draw back on the whole. Just draw back on the whole player thing, right? It's also a lot of stuff behind the scenes. A player on paper might be really good, but it might be bringing down the team. Almost. You know, like, you know, being toxic, not working with the team, feeling like they're better than the rest of the team. So it's, you know, there's a lot that could go in on making a team. And QUESO, I mean, that's what we started this whole topic with. QUESO, I hope they just bounce back for mental sake. Like, I'm not even expecting a top 8 finish at this point, but just like start showing signs of life.
Yeah, let's see if they could do that here, guys. Still a lot more to go. We're gonna be right back. we're back, baby. Here we go with another Miramar match here in day numero dos, number 2. And we got a little bit of a northern playing path here, Zute. Actually, it's pretty almost down the middle of this main island. So a really good playing path for these teams.
Yeah, cutting right down. Anybody trying to get to military base as a drive, we'll have to drive a little bit. But maybe we'll just get a military circle. So could work out for those guys. We have yet to see a military circle, and we always get at least one at any champion stage final, right?
Yeah, for sure. We need at least one. It's on the bingo card.
No Jarky though.
No Zarky. Yeah, Zarky is like that one off corner square. You know what I'm saying? Like you just. I still want it though. You know, I want to fill out the card, and I
want a Stalber.
Stalber finish would be nice. Stalber would actually be pretty sick. Yeah.
Stalber, I'd say Stalber is better than Zarky.
I mean, it's more, it's definitely more fun, I think, play style wise, but Zarky's just
more competitive.
Yeah.
Zarky is more like a meme, you know?
Yes. And nothing wrong with it here and there. You know, hey, memes are powerful. Memes are powerful. Speaking of memes, right? Team QUESO does not want to become one. Right, from being on the bottom of the leaderboards for so long. So we'll see if they can bounce back. As we got the first circle, pretty casual one right here. So pretty tried and true. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Extreme Slayers going down the middle to power. We're going to see YKG stretch with MEZEXIS. Going to hunt some vehicles. So that could get a little bit hairy. We'll see if they end up clashing into each other hunting for vehicles.
We might see it. I'm watching the minimap. They're pretty close to each other. Might see something happen there. And how do you feel about, like they've been dropping here in the past couple of games on Erangel. Didn't really make much note of it, but PASSIONFRUIT dropping in Pachinki. Right? We haven't even talked about this, but some teams have changed their drop spot coming into this tournament, meaning for the entire league stage in their respective region, as I'm hearing some shots, so we are getting some a little bit of scrap fights. Hopefully we can tune into that. But as I was saying, it looks like the fight's over. They picked up a point maybe? Or they're warning shots? I'm not sure. Oh, Chico's got a pistol. Oh, they're trying to chase Chico down.
Oh, yes, they are.
Uh-oh. They're really chasing them down. Crow's like, they're over here.
Crow's like, I got loot, though. I got an AK. That's all he needs. Finds a M16 as well, so Crow's decent when it comes to kit. And, yeah, he's on the run a little bit, but he could be maybe biting off more than he can chew. He has to be a little bit careful in this situation. Chico's got the B zone. That's all he needs. Uh-oh.
Zone shotgun.
Oh, no, they're pushing this. They know they're split up, so they are full sending it. MEZEXIS looking to take YKG out early, and if they've done their homework, they have to know that this is YKG for sure.
Yeah. Chico's position, not known yet, and that's a huge position to be in. If he could just stay alive a little bit longer. Uh-oh, Skyline. Oh, Skyline's wrapping. Chico goes prone. Oh, did he hear the shuffle?
He had to have. Yep.
And
oh,
Chico's
gosh,
too good with it.
Chico unreal. Unreal. And you can see him there looking to bust out the pump shotgun. He's the rest of this team here, though. There's some nades to come help him out a little bit. Yeah, take off. That's the play. He needs to find a different angle. You got to watch out the Crow. I'm surprised
he made it
see him. Crow was too late. What was he looking at? Because, man, that is a very rough shift for Chico. Actually, it's actually really bad for him because the rest of the team, I thought they were a lot closer and ready to help him out. Chico pushed up, I think, thinking the same thing, and now he's just in a really tough spot all by himself.
I mean, I think he had to move.
What a shot, though.
Nice sprays. Yeah, Chico's holding it down right now. The rest of the team is getting closer, finding angles, but Chico's just trying to stay as live as long as he can. He pins himself in. They're trying to support him with a lot of pre-fire to pressure things out.
Pre-firing? Oh.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, the rest of the team just wasn't there. I thought they were. I think Chico even assumed it after those knocks that the team was going to be a lot closer. And that's the situations I was talking about earlier, is like when you're so up close and you're so focused on the fight, you know, you think the synergy is just like, oh, I got the knock. The team has to be pushing, right?
Good nade.
Yeah, that's actually a really good nade there from 24K. And the fight has turned around in the favor of YKG just like that.
YKG has the upper hand now, but Chico, unfortunately, is finished for the rest of the game. We'll see if YKG could close this out. They're now pushing together as 3. Crow really needs to stop this push. He sprays. He can't get knocked here. They get the reset. It's a 3v3. YKG. Oh, gets knocked. Crow hits an amazing shot from downrange with the AK. And here comes the counter push. YKG not looking too hot right now.
Yeah, they know that when they have one knocked, if that person's going for the res, they have basically a 3v1 situation. Joey getting shot up into such big trouble, not able to get anything done, and YKG eliminated by MEZEXIS just like that.
Oof. Respect to MEZEXIS though. They know like a 4v4 straight up is probably a lot easier than playing the game out at this level of the tournament, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Like if you think about it, if you're not a tip-top team able to compete, you know, with the big dogs to get top 3, top 5 here, honestly, a 4v4 with a team that they probably know, you know, as YKG, who have been struggling, that's a easy decision to make, to just go ahead and take it.
No, just... And it was a force of just because of this plane path, right? This plane path was just so north. Yeah. Obviously, YKG wants to get in a vehicle and go to Primorsk, but they just weren't able to do so. So they had to fight it out and could not win it. And honestly, I just think if the other team would have been a little bit more aggressive off those Chico knocks, we could have definitely seen it. But maybe they didn't have any vehicles or any way to get there just fast enough. And that's what happens when you get these early game fights. Your team is just not as prepared as they are just a little bit later in the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think a little bit of disconnect between Chico and Joey, right? There was a play there where off of that knock that Chico had, Joey just plays up, plays a little more aggressive with Chico, even though the other two are far away. But instead, they both did the opposite things, right? Chico played up a little bit, played a more aggressive style. Joey tried to just hold it down to anchor it down for more time for the rest of the two to get there. Now, if Chico like fell back as well, you know, off of that knock, you know, more passive, just in line with Joey, then it'd be a 4v4. So a little bit of synergy mistakes there. It's hard though, because you don't get into those kind of scrap hot drop situations too often, and that's why, you know, practicing the certain situations over again really help with the synergy.
100%. Now let's take a look here how just synergetic these teams are going to be as they get into the mid part of this tournament. We're almost halfway there, Zoo, right? Almost halfway there. Only a few more games to go. So let's see. PASSIONFRUIT, big chilling down there near Pachinki. The zone is obviously very central to where the drop zone is. And it's crazy to see how much Pachinki has like fallen off as like being the best drop spot in the game when it comes to Erangel, right?
Yeah. It's just
the spot.
I remember a time where all the top teams from every region was in Pachinki. Mm-hmm. And now it's like, it doesn't matter where we drop, right? We have evolved the game to such a state where it's like, I could be all the way in Stalber and win the still coming into the game.
Well, to be honest, I think the game evolved them, because Pachinki used to be the play when, you know, placement points were 20 per chicken dinner, right? 15.
That's true too, yeah.
Yeah, and then the second it changed to where now it's only 10 for first place, and eliminations are so important. Heck, playing those edges and taking out some of those weaker teams is just a better overall strategy, rather than just hanging around in the middle of the game, not getting into any fights. And if you get taken out, you just got nothing.
Yeah, I remember the days of, oh, hold on, Zuko doing something. But I remember the days where teams would have like a combined total of 50 smokes just because they could smoke their way up into second place. They didn't even care about getting any elimination points. They just smoked and stayed alive for so long in smokes. Yeah, it's definitely changed, and it's great to see.
And Hyper in Sanhok with 60 first aids, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Just healing their way in the blue zone to top 3 was hilarious, you know? But you know what? That got shut down. You got to be able to make those plays with the weapons you have now. And here comes BULUC CHABTAN, our LATAM champions, right? Trying to make a bounce back against Team Jaguar, right?
Oh.
A team they're used to going up against, and that's a nice couple knocks over here. they definitely have the advantage. Let's see how they push. Simple does have a nice angle from the spot. Ooh, but the shots just too good. Jaguar just wiped out instantly.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a fast one for BULUC to take out, and BULUC, they need it. And I think BULUC are more comfortable when they're going against teams that, you know, they fought it already. That push against Jaguar, that looked like a BULUC team that should not be struggling whatsoever, but maybe that's just because they knew it was Jaguar after they got the first confirmation. It was like, hey, we beat these guys before. But they need to beat more than just their brethren from their region. They need to beat the Brazilian teams and, honestly, some of the North American teams, because North America, those guys, PASSIONFRUIT, Extreme Slayers, they're doing better.
Yes, they are. Doing really good, as a matter of fact. Meanwhile, we're starting to see, I think, a lot of the squads just level up here at the middle of the tournament. And due to the reasons I mentioned earlier. But you know what? I want to see how this game is going to turn out. So I'm looking right now at the map, starting to see All Glory Gaming hold down Potato Hill. You got intense game at probably one of my favorite spots in this map, right there near those blues. They're going to hold down actually a split across the road. Okay, so they're going to hold the reds and the compound. So a very interesting place to hold as they had that hill. Let's see where the next zone goes. They're going to be in a good spot. You see them already in the vehicles, ready to move, and you're going to see them pop out in just a second because, yep, they saw the zone shift. They're like, we're going to stay right here.
Mm-hmm. This is going to be a really fun circle here. We have that hill in the middle, but you just can't, you know, instantly hold it just because you'll get surrounded. There's a lot of sight lines and strong compounds surrounding that spot. So it's going to be a war of attrition. And Hyper's in a great spot. INCO's in a great spot. So many teams in strong power positions. It just depends on how they're going to be able to execute the rest of the game from here on out. And the circles will still dictate quite a bit.
Let's see here. Yeah, the circle's going to definitely help you out in this zone right here, especially if it goes in hard shift south. It's going to help so many of these teams. Extreme Slayers are going to be holding this ridge line right here. It's a good position to hold for sure because you have so much sight lines down the way near the pier. And you can see that's exactly where Robert's looking at. And you can still protect your vehicles on the opposite side of the water. So literally their back is up against the wall where no teams are going to be coming from behind them. So the only thing they have to focus on is right ahead.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to rotate out of, though, if it hard shifts to the north because...
For sure.
Well, with the circle shrink here, if it goes hard north, INCO could be in the zone, right? Where all they're worried about is you driving past them or into them. So we'll see how the circles shift. There's so many play options still, of course, for Extreme Slayers. It's definitely not a bad spot to be in if you know how to rotate out of it. And I'm looking elsewhere on the map. Alpha 7, they have a huge spread on the west side. This could be a big game for them. Anytime they have, you know, full control on a certain side of the zone, that always seems to work out for them because they just worry about what's in front, and they're great at fighting teams in front of them.
Let's see. Yes, they are indeed. And you can see BULUC CHABTAN, right? Even are starting to turn things up a little bit with a nice little 4 eliminations. Let's go. So I'm looking at BULUC. They're all the way up in 9th place. So they're 9th place. And, I mean, one chicken dinner. And we can see them almost near top 3, right? So they're not in a necessarily terrible position here. I think a lot of teams, of course, a lot of people expect a little bit more. But there's still quite a bit of games left to be played. So for them, they're not in a bad spot. And Hyper,
running into Alpha 7, though.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Oh, that's going to be the next big fight right here. Yeah, Alpha 7 versus BULUC. And I don't think Alpha 7 was prepared for this. Earlier, Alpha 7 was spread very far wide north to south. And I think it's because they were trying to catch this rotation in particular. But BULUC, they're pulling it off a little bit later than expected. So BULUC could set up on Alpha 7, take this fight, or they're going to rotate right by. They realize the circle's going to shift.
See ya.
This is not enough real estate to fight for on this side. And they'll wrap ahead. And I think Alpha 7's really happy with that as well.
Yeah, just a fight just not worth taking right now. Too much open field.
Oh, that's a great circle.
Wow, huge circle for them. So not forced to move. They definitely can if they want to try to find a more central spot. The sewage pipe right here in Pachinki is actually a really good location to hold. I wonder if we're going to see some teams decide to take that. As a matter of fact, we saw a circle just like this yesterday. And I think it was Influence Rage that ended up into a top position by taking that spot.
We'll see if it gets repeated. It is prone to the players in Pachinki, though, because players in Pachinki can push to the sewer pipes, and the players in Pachinki right now is PASSIONFRUIT. Rise on the south side, trying to find some sort of real estate. Intense game. They were holding a split here. What are they going to do? It looks like they're going to give that split up, and they're going to elect to take the compounds instead of the hilltop. Here comes Rise. Here's at the sewer pipes, like you mentioned. Great spot to be holding and to hunker down in for now.
Yeah, so Rise understand that position, how the value of it. They're going to be taking it early on. We'll see where they end up at the end of the game. And Tetsuki going to go ahead and take this big red building right here. Well, Inko's going to take the Wizard Tower across the street. This is going to be a long, drawn-out battle, so I think they're going to be holding it down for a while there. And I'm surprised Enko decided to commit more south rather than to that hill that they had just a little bit higher up. Talking about Tetsuki, yeah.
Oh, intense game. Yeah, I think it's, like I mentioned, that hilltop is easily third-partyable, right? Like a team might crash into you. You have the upper advantage, but from distance, there's just so much sightlines that it's better not to be the first ones there. All Glory Gaming taking shots at V2, gatekeeping them out here. V2's in a dire situation. Their vehicle's getting shot up as well. That's not good.
Not good indeed. And you can see Team QUESO on the move. Oh my gosh, going right into Influence. They're going to take, you can see Papi Patro there with that DBS. Going to have to try and go, oh wow, almost getting run over. Reyes goes down and is going to get thirsted immediately. Rest of the team not able to commit to this. You can see them focusing on too many different teams at one time.
Yeah.
Bad rotation.
It disconnected, definitely disconnected.
Oh,
that's
wow,
a way better spot. Huge nade onto Rise. But look at this. QUESO's fighting Influence and Rise all split up. I think we know why QUESO's struggling so much. There's no team synergy whatsoever.
Yeah, it's focused on way too much at a time. And guys, for everybody watching, this could work, right? In the LATAM League stage, you know, it's not going to work around here. You know, it's too difficult to take on an entire squad all by yourself, and or even 2v4 in these kind of situations. So they are going to get taken out just like that. If they would have just committed at one team at a time, we could have seen them win that.
And Hyper getting K-kept. And wow, look at this. Rise pushing aggressively out of the sewage pipes to take out that team. Now, if QUESO put all four there, they win that. Because we saw a nade from QUESO earlier knocking 2 players of Rise. But of course, you know, QUESO didn't commit all 4 players there. So with only 2, they get slapped right back. And good job for Rise to move away from that sewage pipe location. So many teams get hunkered down in there and just try to stay alive, and you rarely ever see them push out into a team. But Rise recognized it and took the opportunity.
100%. So a nice little heads-up play from them. MEZEXIS are going to be holding the ridgeline over there near Pachinki Hill. And Ted's game are going to have to start moving up, though, because this is stage number 5. And we're going to have to start making some predictions immediately here, Zute. What do you think your prediction is going to be? I think looking at this zone, Alpha 7 on Pachinki Hill is looking very dangerous.
Yep. They won last time in this zone, controlling the west side pretty much almost exactly like they are now. So I got to go with Alpha 7. Oh, and Hyper.
And Hyper on the push against Extreme Slayers. And, oh, they don't commit to the fight. This, I think, is I mean, I understand he has no choice in this scenario, but just another rough push for Hyper. I'm so surprised to see them even attempt to drive like that.
Yeah, it's just, like I said, and Hyper's a team that's going to struggle more and more the worse they start doing, because they are a team that feels pressure more than anyone else, I think. Here comes Intense Game on the push, wanting to take out the Wizard Tower players now, and this is exactly why they oh, hold on. Squash goes and gets burned down. All right. Oh, did Intense Game just lose a player? No, they'll get a full reset.
They'll get a full reset, but yeah, you know, just watching Hyper and watch that player, I think it was Rin, right? Drive away. It's disheartening, because I would have rather seen him try to take that fight, even though it's a 1v3, 1v4. You have to make something happen, right? Because driving in the middle at this stage against these teams, you're getting taken out regardless, right? But if you hit a miracle play, then you're able to get your whole team back up, right? So I don't know. I want to see teams have a little bit, like especially in Hyper, have a little bit more awareness of just, hey, sometimes you're in a bad spot, but you got to be able to make a play.
Yeah, I personally feel like driving away was more optimal because there's a lot of tricky spots that you could kind of survive in. I mean, both options are terrible. Don't get me wrong. The 1v4 miracle play is less likely to happen than finding, you know, a snaky spot. But still, and Hyper, the main problem is they should be not losing all of their players just like that. Influence Rage putting some nades in onto All Glory Gaming. I think that's All Glory Gaming out. Yep, All Glory Gaming is eliminated. We're down to 9 teams. Passion Fruit is a team I'm looking at as well. They've been quiet in Pachinki, but we've seen a lot of teams be able to win the zone exactly like this coming out of Pachinki. Intense game. Now against Extreme Slayers, Frady goes down. This intense game looks like the same intense game from day number 1.
Remix almost got the run over right there, but man, doing a great job of just picking apart Extreme Slayers and that playing that south side.
Oh, Influence Rage!
And just they're
coming from backside.
Wow! Federal running over Bray and saying, oh, there's another team here? All right, let's take them on. Little do they know, it gets intense game.
Wow, look at this, and now they're going back.
Yeah, I think they realized it was a tense game looking at the feed, and they said, you know what, maybe we can catch a third party, but once it was just one player down, they said, no, not worth it. Oh, little boy, beep, beep.
That's how you do it.
Up. Yep.
That's how you do it. When that back wheel's gone and you still got momentum going backwards, don't try to turn around. Just keep backing it up. But man, look at that from Influence Rage. That was beautiful to see because there is a high likely chance, you know, you play that same situation back, 2 of Intense Game get knocked down, right? By whatever team was up there, which was Extreme Slayers. But yeah, you play that back a few more times, Influence Rage, they come up and take out both teams and control the whole eastern side. Didn't work out that way, but the opportunity was there and they went for it. So beautiful to see out of Influence Rage.
Yes, indeed. An intense game. We're starting to finally show what we saw a little bit yesterday. They're looking really good. They're going to have to go ahead and push into this next circle. They're going to do it with a couple beat-up vehicles as well, so they got to be a little bit careful here and just try to barely stake their way in, maybe even create a little bit of a car for it. Let's look at this again. Bray, oh my gosh. Okay, so it was all Bray that just destroyed N Hyper.
Yep. That shot.
Thank you for getting that replay. Diabolic.
Now we know what happened, yeah.
Meanwhile, we're going to see... Yeah, it's just disgusting. Okay, what's Alpha 7 going to do here? So they're on the top of the hill. They have the sight lines. They're going to have to push down here. What do you think is the best way to go? You think they go right? Yeah, getting right towards MEZEXIS seems to be their plan.
Yeah, if they go north, they're in between Passion Fruit and the team they're fighting pretty much. So south side, their backs are clear. Let's see if they could keep this going. Intense Game making a play. I think they're going to go next to the sewage pipes. No, they're going to go down center road. That is not the best play. They are... Oh, they're going to pick up some points from Intense Game, but I don't think they're going to survive much longer. Yeah, there we go. Oh, they're gone. They are gone. That was
just like that.
Not a play I'd expect out of a team that's doing so well. That was not optimal by any means. I thought they would take an isolated fight with Influence at near the pipes, right? Or just anything else, honestly.
Goodness gracious. Passion Fruit looking to have a nice performance here, especially after their game 1. They did get taken out early in game 2, so very, very wishy-washy when it comes to placement points especially, but they're looking to get some here. How many? That's going to be the question. Rise goes down. So Nate hitting the deck here. This is within nade range. Little boy could get this, so he's got to be careful. Nate does survive for now, and Passion Fruit able to make it on up into that sewage pipe area.
Yep. Sewage pipe is great to stay alive for a bit, but like I said, when the circles start closing, getting pushed from Pachinki, you're bound to go out, and that's exactly what happened to Rise. Passion Fruit now looking to put some hurt onto Influence, but that's a difficult push to make. Alpha 7, of course, just from that west position, they were gifted this circle, but they knew how to play it correctly. Oh, hold that thought. 2 of Alpha 7 are knocked. They should be able to get a full reset. It's a little bit dicey, though.
Yeah, a little bit dicey indeed. Here comes in Influence Rage. Yeah, just trying to make a play here in this scenario. The next zone does pop on over, and it does favor all these teams, so they don't have to go anywhere. So they're just going to be poking at each other. And honestly, this is one of those scenarios, Zoo, where Passion Fruit and Influence should be looking at almost every other direction besides themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they fight each other, you know, a third-party situation, both of them getting taken out is highly likely. So they're still within the circle. So at this time is where both of them start looking uphill. Make sure no team is able to push up on them and then deal with them each other later on. Yep, and I think you can see Influence recognizing that exact scenario.
Yeah, and like you said, BULUC CHABTAN trying to stay alive down here. They fended off the push from Alpha 7, but Alpha 7 regrouped. They're back up as 4. And yeah, they're definitely not going to push down into BULUC.
Whoa!
Too much. And look, more reverse action.
Let's go. Look, doing it in style too, man. Ooh, showing that he could back up a trailer, no problem. Carrillo pushing on up to throw some smokes out. He definitely needs to. They are within this next circle, so they're just going to hold it out for now. 1 minute left on the clock. This next zone, folks, is going to be the last zone. Cardosin does throw a nade onto Juancho.
Oh, Juancho's out.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Juancho done for. And he does get a nade onto Zuko as well. So this last player from Loops is absolutely
here comes another one.
destroying them. No way.
On to Valak.
Almost got him. Run the open. He's going to get the knock. Wow, Cardosin 1v3. And he finally goes out to Federal, but wow. So like we was talking about, right? They didn't have to worry about all those teams, but it was just one player from Loops that they had to focus on.
They didn't know, though. Cardosin, so sneaky coming in from the grass fields like that. And the nades were on point. Alpha 7 down here on the south. We still got one zone after this. Wherever it shifts, it's going to really favor two teams or the one team, right? It could favor Influence or it could favor both Alpha 7 and BULUC, or it could go dead middle, which in case it's going to be a three-way brawl.
Yeah, Cardoso was so smart to utilize those nades because it didn't. Those shots would tell you exactly, or tell everybody else exactly where you are, but those nades, you have no clue. So able to go ahead and get some placement or at least some elimination points. Meanwhile, BULUC CHABTAN gonna have to start making the push out here. Nate all by his lonesome now. Gonna get pushed on by Federal. He peeks out, and that was a bait play. That's what you do right there. Yep.
Yeah. He had a peek or else a nade was coming in from that player, but peeked out a little bit too wide. Three-way brawl in the circle favors Influence. And BULUC. BULUC is in zone. Same with Influence. Alpha 7 have to move up a little bit. In this type of situation, I think BULUC is in a way better position because Alpha 7 is going to fight Influence, Rage, and then BULUC third party.
I think you're right, yeah, because Alpha 7 has to push up. They have to push up. They're out of this next zone, and this is stage 8, folks. Papa Blue here does not mess around. He chunks you. You do not want to touch the blue zone at all. Mafioso's completely stuck out of position. No vehicle. He's almost done and dusted because Federal has his eyes. He has his number for sure. But let's see what they're going to do. Yeah, Mafioso, he's actually going to try running down. BULUC's not cresting this hill just due to, where Influence is. So yeah, we're going to see a play happen here, and I think BULUC just waiting it out to see if they can catch a third-party situation is definitely for the best. Nice knocks, though, from Ripple.
Ooh.
And Mafioso now back to the wall. Is going to have to do it and not able to get it done. So now BULUC waited way too long. Federal has the angles on them, and BULUC is in big trouble.
It's just Federal. Influence lost 2 of their players against that Alpha 7 fight. Yeah, BULUC timed it well enough, but Federal getting a double knock is turning things back around. That nade was awfully close. You can't go for that revive now. It is too risky. The blue zone's coming in. He gets the first nade.
No way.
Marion getting close. Federal chunks the nade. Almost gets the knock. Good. Federal 1v3.
Oh, the angle! BULUC CHABTAN. Get the chicken dinner here in match number 3. So there we go. There's our LATAM champions finally showing up and getting a nice steal there. Beautifully done for them.
I think this is just an absolutely beautiful day for all the teams that, didn't do too hot in day number 1. I'm talking Alpha 7 is rising up. Influence Rage is rising up, and we just saw BULUC CHABTAN just smash that game out of the park. Yeah, so day 2, things are definitely heating up.
Yeah, man, Passion Fruit, we could have seen them right there towards the end, but Cardoso from Loops said, nah, not today. That's all it takes, folks, is one player in the right position, and it could ruin your dreams just like that. Nice heads-up play, though, from Influence Rage, right? That was a tough position to really make work, and they really did at the end of the day there. You can see Federal with 7 eliminations looking good, 849 damage, and Carrillo get the longest elimination as well is nice. At the end of the day, right, I think you're totally right. We're seeing these teams that we saw struggle yesterday start to put up some numbers here today.
The numbers are there. Federal doing a great job, like you pointed out. He almost clutched that. But honestly, Influence Rage getting 2nd place for me was a clutch, because I don't think they were supposed to win that fight against Alpha 7. Alpha 7 had the angles. They had no cover to work with, and the smokes were running out for the side of Influence Rage, but they made it work. A lot of eliminations too. We saw how aggressive Influence Rage was playing, I think 2 circles previous, right? When they went to third party, Intense Game, and Extreme Slayers. And as soon as they realized, like, hey, Intense Game finished that fight without any of them getting knocked, we go back. We don't take a straight on 4v4. That's too risky, especially this late in the game, especially when we don't have to.
We are out of there. So, I mean, beautifully done from these teams, beautifully done from those squads that needed it. We still got a lot more matches here to go, Zoo. So I wonder if we're going to see some of those teams continue it on. And honestly, I think we saw some good signs of life from Intense Game there, right? I think Intense Game put up some good, solid eliminations. They weren't able to make it into that end zone. That's a really tough one to do so. And I think we're seeing teams level up. So those crazy pushes are not as easy. But we got to hear, of course, what the boys have to say about this last one. Let's go ahead and take it on over to them.
Well, there ain't nothing easy about these lobbies right now. There's something I could say, but I'm not going to touch it right now. But it is getting very difficult. We're seeing fights constantly happening left and right. We saw Intense Game just like holding out multiple teams as well, just doing constant fires against them. We saw some good rotations, Extreme Slayers in particular. Robert scouting things out for them, getting them center. But it was still like a really tough game to call, because I think none of us got our prediction correct when it came to who was going to win the match. I think it was honestly very difficult to predict that, considering the amount of teams we had left alive and the way the zone was set.
It came down to that last circle, right, between Alpha 7. Well, most of us ended up picking whether it was Alpha 7 or Passion Fruit. And Passion Fruit set themselves up, I think, with what Alpha 7 was able to yesterday, just wait a little bit longer inside Pochinki. But they ended up getting super surprised by Cardoso, and a player from Loops, because I don't think they were even expecting him. He ended up spoiling the whole game for them. Nate was able to survive a little bit longer, but just not being able to really do much.
4th place. That's more than 1 place.
That's what I was going to say. I'm glad that they are at least able to get 4th place. We were talking about them being able to get more placement points, and that's good to see out of Passion Fruit.
This is the 2nd time we've seen this exact area in the final game, and we know how open it is, how precarious it is. The fact that Alpha 7 were able to stay alive on that open hillside so long is already a feat. Sure, they weren't able to push all the way to the win. They handled their spacing very, very well. Not as many eliminations, I think, as they were hoping for. But in any case, getting all the way up into a podium position, having to play on that open space is really, really difficult. Good for Influence to stay alive. Really good for Federal here at the very end, really pushing it into this 1v4. But BULUC CHABTAN, the door was open for them to finish this game off, and they closed it. They made sure that the chicken dinner went to them. It could have easily gone somewhere else if they didn't manage it properly. They only got 9 elimination points. In fact, Influence Rage, more points on this match because of the elims.
It's only 9. I'm actually happy to see BULUC CHABTAN being able to get those 9 elims, 19 points total. But yeah, with Influence Rage, a big thing, and you mentioned it there too, and you mentioned it when we were watching the game, especially that finish. Federal, the way he was able to kind of perform there, and the way he was able to put up so many elims. I think yesterday he ended up with just 5 elims for the days for him to be able to put up this stats. And I think you were even you, Jason, you had some questions in regards to Federal. He's like, he's really underperforming. This is a good bounce back for such a player for Influence Rage.
And a needed bounce back, I'd say, as well. Not necessarily performing horribly, but I think we had higher expectations for Influence Rage to come into this event. One thing I will say, though, for BULUC CHABTAN, only team from Latin America here on this front page. And I feel like they're the only team from Latin America who's been really able to have any success so far in this entire event. You think back to the end of day 1, they were the only team from Latin America on the front page, and it seemed to continue that kind of pace.
Yeah. Coming into this whole event, I was hoping that the gap between Brazil and both North America and Latin America was slowly closing. I've been slowly misled. You know, we'll see what happens at the end of the whole tournament, whatever. But so far, really, it's just Brazil and then like 1 or 2 maybe North American teams.
So what you're saying, NA better than Latin? Not yet.
So we're not the worst region? Also, shout out to Extreme Slayers, their 6 eliminations. Again, just doing what they've been, what they said, right? Just kind of play slow, don't go for early engagements, wait till later on. Took some fights after they got a good rotation.
Yeah.
And something that we do keep noticing with Extreme Slayers, and we were talking about it during that match, is they do end up going for cliffs. If there is a cliff available, even though it wasn't an optimal location, at least when we saw them in the cliff, they were still able to at least hold off that spot. I think Robert is the one that ended up seeing INCO just pushing out of the place that they were at, and then he was able to scout in and open up a path for his team. So good scouting out of Robert. But with the Extreme Slayers, I would kind of just be a little bit caution, because teams might start picking up on that pattern from them, that they do end up going towards those cliffs over and over again.
Yeah, but they're going towards spaces that are, as you mentioned themselves, not very fun to play, not very easy to play out of, and it's working for them because no one else is there. It's almost like the meta is self-correcting, because everyone's playing the stronger edge positions, but that makes those positions weaker by default. So I don't know if anyone can really get in the way of a rotation like that by Extreme Slayers, unless they want to go for such a weak position themselves. And then if you're fighting for a weak position,
no, I'm not saying going towards the cliff. I'm saying maybe some of the other teams are going to realize that there's probably a team that's going to be towards those cliffs and try to just hold them off and block their rotation a little bit easier.
I mean, good luck, because like the timing of the push was really good. They saw it was IG and Enko fighting. They waited for gunshots the second they heard the shots go out. They said they're not paying attention to this run at all, and they just sent it in. They were able to snipe these spots away. You can say like, we're going to plan a bridge camp all you want, but once the mid game happens, like, you really just can't make a solid plan for that. I mean, maybe they'll get a team will get a lucky spray on like a rotating Extreme Slayers, but like, so far I have confidence that this place is going to work at least.
I also enjoyed the splits that Extreme Slayers did too. They had I think they had Bray holding off the angle on a little bit farther back, and that's what was able to catch Anna Hyper, because Anna Hyper just thought that they were going to be able to get a full swing around. Nah, Bray ended up stopping that, and then it kind of allowed the other Extreme Slayer players to start eliminating them too.
It's actually the going for splits that Extreme Slayers does, you know, and they do it to try and make these weak positions stronger, but that might be where other teams are able to punish them and maybe catch those tendencies out, because splits are very, very tricky on how to balance the advantage of the angles versus the risk of having an isolated player.
Well, the fact is, no one's been able to punish them so far, and we're now, 1.5 days through this whole event. Question if they can hold on to this position, keep maintaining that top 4 is still yet to be seen, but so far, they're able to do it. But another team that is looking for that top 4, BULUC, CHABTAN. Actually, no, they're looking for first place. Forget that. Obviously, top 4 would be massive for them, considering Team QUESO does have the PMGC slot. But we're going to take a look at BULUC CHABTAN's stats yesterday up against today, because keep in mind, we obviously criticized in the beginning, but they also, or in the beginning of yesterday, but they only had 3 players in the very first match. The second half of that day, they started to step up here. But the fact is, they're improving on yesterday even more. We can see the eliminations gone up, slightly. Obviously, the average damage has gone up, but that survival time for me is what's really getting them into this.
And that was going to be the big one out of them. We were talking about how their first half of yesterday was so horrible, and it was because of the placement that they ended up being. I think it was 14th, 16th, or 12th. Absolutely awful. They weren't even within the placement points, not even close. And the way that they've been able to position themselves here, the way they've been able to get those fights and being able to clutch up those placement points, I feel like it's a team that can definitely frag out. This was a little bit sketchy, and I think it was because of Federal, that the position that he had there was so good at being able to get some angles on the players from BULUC CHABTAN. But overall, great clutch up from BULUC CHABTAN being able to get the win.
Yeah, good. Definitely secure on them. Federal made it really close. As you said, he had that angle, he had that ridge line to play around. Once he got a couple of those knocks, how to play in a 1 versus X situation is you have to go aggressive, because if he gave time for the revives, suddenly he was going to be massively outnumbered once again. So the pressure that he was able to put by running along that ridge line, get a couple of grenades, run against the blue, try and avoid the crossfire angle he knew was coming from the field, was the only way that Federal had a chance to win that final engagement out. It didn't work out, but it was still a 1 versus 4. And the fact that like Federal is kind of awoken up makes me really excited to see what Influence Rage can continue to do, because, this is starting to look like spring again. They start off poor, then they get the steam and get the momentum rolling.
Well, let's take a look at Influence Rage stats here, and actually curious to see where like Federal lies within the team. And we're going to see he's not going to have the highest average eliminations, or sorry, average eliminations per game, but he's right behind Little Boy.
Yeah.
And the thing is, for me, like, Influence Rage has been such an amazing team. For me, I consider them the best team in Brazil, actually, over Alpha 7. But they have such a star-studded lineup.
Yeah.
And anyone can be extremely good. The fact is that everyone has over 1 average elim per game is already a good start, considering they're not necessarily like #1 yet on the overall leaderboards.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying seeing it. I wonder how much of a difference this last game also made for Federal in regards to his eliminations, because it was just such a big bump up for him to be able to get more elims in just one match than he was able to get yesterday. Not only a bump up in his stats, right, but I feel like that's going to be a bump up in his confidence as well. We always talk about players being able to play confident. Guess what? That's a player that more than likely is going to be able to play confident, considering that now, guess what?
They actually are #1.
They got the first place.
I was like, well, #1 yet. Yeah, and the fact is, if you looked at their average survival times, they were all within like 30, 40 seconds of each other, which to me shows that this team sticks together. They don't lose anyone early on, and when they go for the fights, they're only really going to lose if they all get wiped, or they lose like one in that fight, but they kind of stick it towards the very end. Again, wait to play towards the later stages of the game.
It's actually impressive. I got to go back and during the next match, I got to go back and see how big the gap was between this team, because I know at one point we realized that Intense Game was starting to create a bit of a gap.
They had 40 points at the start of the day. They were 24 points behind the first place leader of Intense Game, so they've been able to catch up and surpass them. But it's time to head into our casters, because we do have Sanhok coming up right here, right now. So Hot Jukes and Zute, take it away.
Crazy gap, right? It was like this, and now it's like this. Actually, it's not even like this. It's gone. It's gone, baby.
Passed.
Yeah, it's passed.
It went the other way. Yeah, they're in the first place now.
Unreal, man. Influence Rage showing up today in a major way. And these weren't given chicken dinners either, right? They put in that work. And, you know, got to give it up to so many of these teams. Alpha 7 up on top now in 4th place. You know, we see PASSIONFRUIT still in the mix. BULUC CHABTAN in 6th place. I talked about it. Didn't I say that, hey, one chicken dinner, we could see them almost in top 3? And now look at them. I mean, they're only 7 points away from 3rd place.
You're not wrong. Things are heating up. All the teams that are expected to do well are starting to do well now, so that is great to see. Extreme Slayers, are they going to be able to hold that top 3 position? I mean, you got Alpha 7 right at your doorstep trying to take your spot. Ooh, that is that's a scary team to try and hold back as far as points goes.
Oh, yes, it is, because here they go. Alpha 7 popping out the plane really early on. I'm taking a look to see where anything else that stands out. Team QUESO going off and over to that northern island. Hey, where's PASSIONFRUIT? Where's PASSIONFRUIT?
No, they usually drop northwest, but they are instead Paradise Resort. I think they learned. I think they've learned, like, okay, that northwestern island.
It's going to go zone there. Zone's going to go there now, watch.
No, it's not.
Yep, zone's going to go there now.
No, it's not.
Yes, that's how it works. That's how it works. Let's see. First circle, YKG. Oh, hot drop. YKG versus Jaguar.
Oh, they desperately need to win this one. And, oh, shots coming through. Oh, one of YKG already down. Seba finding the opening.
Here they go on the push. Here comes the Util. QBZ coming on out. Oh, he gets knocked. Actually, Chico goes down as well. Joey only has a pistol to his name. Things could not be worse for YKG. Just starting off so rough. He tried to make a play with that pistol. Got shotgun right to the beak. And YKG gone just like that. Ouch.
Dreams are being crushed right now. There was a time, once upon a time, the same hot drop, Intense Game versus All Glory Gaming. Last time it didn't fully break out. This time, however, Intense Game no longer in first place. They're mad. They want it back, and they pick up the opening. I was gonna say, once upon a time, YKG's dream was qualifying straight to PMGC from the qualification points, right? In PMPL NA finals. Now they got to do it through this method, and I mean, I think their dream is to just make it onto the front page at this point.
Why you got to bring up old stuff? Why you got to bring up old stuff, dude?
I'm just saying.
Hurts to hear, but man, you're right. I mean, what's going on? I mean, that's too early ejections from the game. So when we talked about like trying to practice those end game scenarios, right? Getting used to it, they're going to go over an hour now without being able to do so. So really tough for them, and that's a tough scenario to bounce back from. Meanwhile, All Glory Gaming have to make a play. David has to hit a David has to be able to hit like a double knock here or something. Not able to do so. And look at this intense game, not stopping, smoking it out. Here they go on the cross. Rojas, I would have liked to see him pre-fire that smoke a little bit. Why not? But at the end of the day, it's still going to be a tough scenario. They're going to have to make a play. David, you see them there with that DBS locked, loaded, and ready to go. And I hope, man, he's ready to hit these shots because they're going to come in quick.
Yeah, they're getting closer and closer, making more ground. All Glory Gaming forced to fall back to a little bit more favorable of a defense. They felt too much pressure at that front side, so they fall back. They create a little bit of a gap through that alleyway right there, so much more comfortable for them. It gives them a couple more seconds, you know, to get a knock without being completely up close and personal. But still, this is an intense game we're talking about, and they have the upper advantage. All Glory game falling back, separating off a little bit, and real intense game. Continue to hunt this down. Last time they left, but that's because the zone was far north. This time the zone is far south as All Glory Gaming get one knock, but can they do anything off of it?
Let's see. I like their strategy here, right? They keep on backing away. They're using their utility. They're trying to even up the fight. The playing field is now even, but they know the timing all too well. They realize that he's got to be up by now. But still, they're going to keep on pressing this action. Not trying to let him get the heel off, but that knock, and another one. I mean, intense game is just too good with these DBSs. I mean, I don't think I've seen them miss once.
Wait. With the 1v4, McGrellan's getting all of them so far. He has 3.
Give it to him.
So,
he's coming.
McGrellan.
Wow.
Diego stole that. Diego had 2 as well.
Yeah. A BM as well. Diego shooting that box. Let him know. Say, hey.
Let him know.
Stay away. Stay away.
Actually, no.
Me.
Don't stay away. Come back. Come back.
Invitation.
Come back for seconds, for thirds.
Baby, come back.
We could dish out more. Honestly, intense game. I feel like as a team that's doing so well and they're so good at their gunplay that they want hot drops. Like, please continue to drop on us. We will take those points for free day in, day out. Passion Fruit straight into Alpha 7. They see the car now. They're like, oh, there's people here. Alpha 7 down to 2 already. They lost some players over to the Hyper. Zuko gets knocked though, so it's not all said and done as 2 of Passion Fruit go down. 1v2 scenario. Carrillo, can he clutch this out?
Valak with the shotgun. Carrillo with the DBS. He's reloading it. Gonna try to get a little jump shot. Goes to combo. Wow, gets the confirmation. But Passion Fruit, oh goodness gracious. Here comes Hyper. Valak gonna have to do a miracle all over again. So most likely Passion Fruit about to go out here. And just losing all his teammates. Valak does get 1 knock, but he is stuck in the closet, goes and full sends it, and is down. So, man, Alpha 7 gone. Passion Fruit gone, and Hyper just cleaning up the leftovers.
That was great for Hyper too. We didn't see it on camera, right? But Hyper picked off 2 from Alpha 7, so they knew exactly where Alpha 7 was. And the second that fight broke out and they heard it in the distance, Alpha 7 got some knocks. That third party was the easiest decision for Hyper. Here comes another challenge for Hyper. None of Hyper were knocked previously. One of them goes down. Kindness is knocked. V2 looking to make some magic happen. And man, there's so much fighting and Sanhok going on. I love Dior's up close with the shotgun, misses the shot.
And Hyper, GK first, holding the front line, trying to pre-fire with this S12, goes down, and he's gonna get thirsted. That's gotta hurt. So man, this is just an all-out war here. Third party, fourth party, Koi gotta be able to hit some shots. He can't do it. That is raw. V2 getting the better of Hyper. We start seeing some life from them, and then getting taken out immediately after. Hyper just can't catch a break.
Yeah.
I mean, they look lost. Rin is just...
Rin doesn't know what to do, honestly. That looks... It went well for, like, you know, a little bit for Hyper. And then it just all fell apart. I mean, that is rough. That's rough. That's Hyper, Passion Fruit, Alpha 7, All Glory Gaming, and YKG already out of the lobby. And Extreme Slayers is just chilling right now. They don't have to worry about Alpha 7 passing them up anymore because that team's gone. And the team right after that was PASSIONFRUIT, actually. So Extreme Slayers can get a little bit more breathing room on the leaderboards.
You could just see, right, the panic coming out for Ben Hyper in this scenario because I think that they're just not used to this. They're just not used to this by now, which is kind of crazy. It's like they come in for the third party. Yeah, they come in for the third party and they're like, okay, this is done, right? Well, there's no way we're getting fourth partied here. Boom, immediately right afterwards, right? V2 comes, recognizes the situation, and takes advantage of it. So, and, you know, once they have one player knocked, you could just start see things start to fall, right? They haven't shown themselves to be a team that can be like, oh, we got a player knocked, we're going to start getting even more aggressive, right? Even harder to take down, at least here in this stage.
It's just, it's the speed of things. It's not giving Hyper enough time to readjust. Usually they're holding really good splits for defenses, and you don't see a player isolated. That time, in that fight, we saw a player really isolated on his own, didn't have time to fall back or didn't realize he should fall back because of just the aggression in this lobby and the speed at which things happen. NA is much slower overall, which lets Hyper play out, you know, their strategic kind of positions more. But at this fast pace, unless if you're used to it, you're not going to be able to strategize yourself into those good positions, like on the minute level, which really do matter.
Yeah, 100%. Let's take a look to see what the play is going to be here for the rest of the match. As V2 with 4 eliminations, looking to turn things up a notch, rotating on into this next zone. So this is going to be, wow, a nice little southwestern island finish. Team QUESO are right there near Tombang. Intense game on the south side. MEZEXIS are actually pretty centered up, so they're not in a necessarily bad position. You kind of see them there on the map. But Extreme Slayers, yeah, just offside of Pinon. And let's see if they can get a good win here. Meanwhile, you got Loops. This is in Pinon. So there you can see the Mythic holding the Rubes right now, just trying to go and get some sightlines and intel for his team.
Sun tanning almost, enjoying the nice warm sun of Sanhok.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to expect any real opposition right now. I mean, everybody in the lobby sees how many teams have gone out, and the circle is still only in stage 2. So everybody knows they have more space to work with than usual. MEZEXIS trying to eject out of here. On the motorbike they go. Can they make the cross? Because they are being watched. Shots come in, and they're good.
Just like that, yes. Crow making it on over there. Ooh, sending that moped full speed ahead. Beautifully done. So MEZEXIS safe for now. That's the place that they're going to be holding for a while. I think they had 2 crates there. 2?
Yep, 2.
So that's really good for them. 2-2. Now, where's the zone going to go? Centered on up. Well, we have a crazy shift. Come on, America's zones. Where are we going? Let's see. Rise is still out of it. Oh, okay. Little southern shift here. That's going to make things interesting. You can see Influence Rage up there up top. Going to have to, they're probably going to hug the zone and go all the way to the edge.
Yep.
Right there at that little compound right above that Carm Charlie bridge. That seems to be the play.
Yeah, I think they're going to just swing back on the backside of Rise, potentially. Because you don't want to be on the other side of the river. Once that zone shifts away from the river, that is a death sentence of a cross to make. They should make the cross now or look to fight a team around that area, you know, to take more control, and then they could breach into the zone. And Influence Rage, they're looking good. I would not be surprised if they do manage to pull that off.
Let's see if they're going to. I mean, they're definitely not hesitating, right? They got those vehicles and they got going immediately. So in those scenarios, you just have to full send it on into that spot. Hug that circle and get there quick. Meanwhile, BULUC CHABTAN, right? They won a chicken dinner the last game. They're looking to have a nice little back-to-back performance here. No elimination so far. They are outside of this circle. They're going to have to push their way in, and now they're in a spot to get shot at. So, intense game. Yeah, had their number. So, Marion going to have to make the long rotation near Sami. Intense game recognizes exactly where they could be going. So, I think they're trying to see if they can cut them off here.
Yeah, they're trying to direct traffic, essentially. They don't want a team on their backside, not in Sanhok when you're on the edge of the circle. You don't even want to, you know, have the fight come to you. You just want to just push the fight entirely away, even if it means getting a couple points, because time is of the essence. And Sanhok fights on the edge of zone, they get really drawn out with the blue zone and everything else included.
There's nothing worse than, you know, finally getting a position where you're like, hey, all right, we got to send it. We have no choice. Full sending it on in, and then just getting shot in the back from the blue zone. Yeah, so very smart for a Tits game to, like you mentioned, direct traffic just away. So that way they can only focus on what's ahead of them rather than what's behind them. They are in this next circle, so they're doing a great job of doing that traffic control for now. BULUC CHABTAN, yeah, did force themselves to go all the way down south. And yeah, look at this. Even though they know the knock is not likely, again, just shooting so many shots in that direction that's going to make teams even hesitate from even going that way.
Yeah, that's a good job. BULUC is also still in a decent position to play the rest of the match, and I think both teams are happy, you know, to fight their way in side by side rather than, you know, front to back. Because when you're fighting a team in the blue zone, yeah, sure, you have the advantage because blue zone's on them, but that player or that team in the blue zone, they know their only goal is to wait in the blue as long as possible and shoot you in the back when you have to move in, and then it just does not feel good. Whereas if you're both in the zone fighting into the next zone, it's almost a more even playing field for both teams.
Next zone does go on up. INCO in the main compound here. That could work out pretty well for them. Intense game, most likely going to push up to those little compound there just right in front of them. But it's going to be difficult, though, because you got BULUC CHABTAN just south of them, but they have a little bit of a hill advantage. I wouldn't be surprised if they have scouted that already. Let's see what the play is going to be. There's going to be an absolute all-out war here on the edge of the circle.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of good spots around the edges of the circle to be had here. Oh, intense game. They're about to get a third party on. They're coming this way. And they know the prime position is on top of the hill, and the team that's stopping them will be in this spot, which is BULUC CHABTAN. Let's see how intense game plays this out. I think BULUC is taking a little bit too long, potentially. You can see they're just really biding their time. I understand why, because they see what's ahead of them. They have the hill to themselves. It's free, it's open, but that might allow intense game to set up in front of them, in which case BULUC is going to have a really difficult time pushing up. And yeah, here it goes. But Grellin's already up here looking to pin that spot down, but he has to be careful too. He doesn't know that the hill's completely free, but they're wary.
Yeah, you can see him just kind of looking behind him just in case. You want to make sure he doesn't get caught in the back. He's also trying to wait for the rest of his squad to get there and support him for an upcoming battle. He is going to hear those vehicles most likely from BULUC CHABTAN. So he's hiding behind that rock for now, just trying to set up a little bit of a trap here. And uh-oh, Card looks to be running right into one. He's right next to Cielo, gets shot up in the process. But Grellin forced to take behind that rock, gets caught. Wow, so that intense game trap not fully set up, and they're getting caught on the back foot here?
I'm surprised, just like you, Jukes, it looks like intense game had that. They had the trap, they had everything. A little bit slip up in execution.
Wow. That was like watching a lion, right? Just surround a few baby deer, and then...
It's not done, though.
Never mind. Oh, and my lion said, okay, all right, now it's time to eat.
Diego's the lion.
It's time to eat, baby. Here we go.
Diego, can he get all four? I think he got the first three already. One more to go. Get the squad wipe. Down to 1 HP, and boom.
Rawr.
Diego gets it done.
Unbelievable. That is how you do it right there, folks. So, intense game. Do get the squad wipe. They do lose a couple players in the process, though, so that's going to really cut down their chicken dinner chances. Mufasa with a nice knock there on the Chief. Going to get the quick little thirst. Oh, actually, I thought he was going to go for a punch-out for a second. Never mind. Switches on over to that shotgun. Gets caught immediately, though. Mythic does get the elimination. Next circle does come on up. Who's going to win this game, Zute? That's a question that I have for you, and it's going to be a tough one because there's still so many teams up. But heck, team that's stuck right in the middle of the zone with a big compound, I'm going to go with INCO.
Yeah, I think INCO is in a great spot as well. Definitely got to pick them. Let's see how the fight on the East is going to turn out, though, because it's Rise, Influence, Rage, and Loops. Law is still in the mix of things. Loops down to one player. Oh, Cardozan finds Law, so that is Influence, Rage out of there. Cardozan trying to get the revive. Rise should be a bit more aggressive here as soon as they finish that revive. Be a 3v2, but maybe they don't know. And, of course, you always have to be paranoid about your backside.
Yeah, let's see right now. The paranoia is at an all-time high right now. It's stage 5, Sanhok. Things are starting to get spicy. Who won the match? Everybody predicted INCO. And I cannot blame them. They're in such a dominant position here. Inactive, trying to get the shots here onto, what is this? I believe this was...
That's Extreme Slayers rotating
Extreme
in.
Slayers, yeah. Robert, last one up. Remix gets thirsted immediately by Jaguar. So eliminations getting stolen like crazy here.
And that buggy should be good. Robert should be fine. Yeah.
MEZEXIS
there. They got a knock, I think, potentially. No, it was actually Team QUESO from the hilltop that got the finish onto Jaguar. That allows MEZEXIS to push up some, but they are still not in zone, even at that compound. Extreme Slayers getting cut down. It's all up to Robert, GG.
All up to him indeed. Inactive forced to run out wide in the open. He's going to go down to Robert. So, almost stolen right there. And he does take that one. So it's just Robert up for Extreme Slayers. Baton is stuck here. Gonna try to get some nice shots there with the red dot, putting in some work. Wow, Baton. Unreal shots here. And
Robert.
Down to Robert again. So Robert getting a little bit of revenge there against MEZEXIS.
Yeah, Robert. Only 1 point, though, for the whole team, that is. New zone shifts out, and Team QUESO has a chance at winning this now. They don't have to cross down the hill. That was my big worry for them. They get the zone on the high ground. INCO have a little bit of it to work with, but now everyone's pressing into INCO, and Team QUESO should be chilling. But Intense Game is still alive with 2, and they are on the side of QUESO. QUESO only has 3 now.
Well, let's see what the play is going to be. You still have Rise going to be coming with a full 4-man squad, most likely to take on Intense Game. Let's see if they're going to be able to make it there. Nunez is able to make it to the next zone by himself. And you can see Rise rocking a little bit of a 2-2 split in this scenario. And their hand is completely forced. Mythic, you can see him with that electric M4. Ready to get moving here.
Oh, does he see Robert?
Oh, does he see him?
Oh, he doesn't see Robert. He's looking everywhere else but Robert.
He has to have seen him. You saw the pixel move. He's waiting. So Loops, Mythic, being so patient here. Robert does get shot up and goes down to Cardoso. And the information coming on out. But he gets caught in the back. Vitali was just waiting for him. Extreme Slayer's gone. And it's so crazy. We're this late into Sanhok, and I think they went down with, what, 1 placement point? Unreal.
Yeah. That's Loops out of there, too. Team QUESO will find that one. Down to just 5 teams, and I think we're going to lose another one because V2 is not in the zone. He's a solo player. He's right by Newlands and Dudu. He's going to go for the double knock.
Oh, yes, he is.
Should get it.
Stands up.
He gets one. Oh, he never saw Nunez. He never saw Nunez.
Oh, Nunez is going to get him right here. Yep, yeah. Instantly. Yeah, so he didn't catch Nunez. I'm surprised he didn't throw a nade there, you know, just to kind of...
Maybe did he have one?
I don't know.
Didn't catch it.
We'll see. Yeah,
probably not.
Happens. Rise, getting some nice shots there. Able to get the knock and Thirst, too. So beautifully done from Mufasa with the steal.
That is unfortunate for INCO. They should have all 4 up, in my opinion, at that compound. Down to 3, that's going to be tough now for them to fight out. Team QUESO with 3, INCO with 3, and Rise also with 3.
If INCO do not win this, I can't wait to see what the desk has to say about that. I mean, we'll see what Intense Game can do here. Grellin's going to be eating some blue zone. Now he's forced to run out into the open. Ooh, getting shot up by Rise. Ready to hit some shots. Not able to do so. 7 takes him out.
It's a 3-way brawl, and all 3 teams have 3. Team QUESO has made it up close and personal, pre-firing that window with the DBS, and he jumps in. Reyes goes in.
It's unreal.
And, I mean, that was a game-winning play. If it worked out, they could win the game. It does not. INCO lose the zone, and Rise get ahead of them.
Rise now in the potential. Actually, they have the huge advantage here. They should win this game. INCO have to hit some crazy shots if they want to even stand a chance. Here comes the Papa Blue. You can see, oh my gosh, Becker's in, just eating it. Nenebete right there on the edge of the circle. They should have some angles here. Mufasa, does he see anything? Vitali, I think, threw a stun grenade at him. Oh, and Mufasa's going to eat too much blue. He goes down to the blue zone there.
Traded, 2v2.
Got to make some plays. Blue zone, closing. And Nunez with that nade, that should be it. Oh, no, here they're pushing. Oh, he got caught with a nade in his hand. That allowed him to push up, and oh, but it doesn't matter. Rise shuts it down right there. Beautifully done. And Enko not able to close out the chicken dinner.
Yeah, slow and steady won the race pretty much right there. Rise was not, shooting at a lot of targets. Instead, they were focused on positioning into the very, very late game circles. You saw that 2-2 split earlier, right? That 2-2 split set them up for the win in any type of circle situation, like if it shifted north, south, east, west. And that was a really smart job for them to set that up. It almost went bad when we saw V2, right, the last player, but he didn't either. He either didn't have a nade, and he definitely didn't install Nunes. So great job out of the Rise team.
Yeah, I think it was really tough to see Enko lose a player early on right there. If he would have just kind of held down that compound,
if they had 4 still, yeah,
it could have gone the other way. But you know what, Rise were able to clutch it up right there. They got that fortunate circle shift there at the end. But yeah, they controlled so much of that ridge line, and they made it work for them. And Sanhok is one of those maps where you just can never guarantee a win, right? Zone favorage is going to be huge to see who wins it. And if you do get that opportunity, you have to take advantage of it. And I think that's exactly what they did. We did see Ted's game put up a ton of eliminations as well. That should be able to steal back that that first place position.
Influence Rage picked up some points. I don't know how much, but I think Intense Game did do just enough to pass them up. It'll be close, in my opinion. But I mean, the big thing for me was, and did you see how easy Diego shut down BULUC CHABTAN?
Yeah,
that should have been how easy it was for the whole team, but they lost 2 players. So a huge slip up, I'd say, for Intense Game, but they still managed to pick up points, which is always good to see from a team. Even when they mess up, they still get points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it was really clutch to see Diego clutch that back. But man, if they would have had all 4 up towards the end, who knows where they would have ended. And that's the situation here, right? At this stage, you're going to lose a couple players early on. It's about recognizing those mistakes, being able to make those adjustments in some of those future matches, because you really can't afford to lose one just like that. And, speaking of losing players early on, right? What did you think about that Enko play as we take it on over to the desk?
I thought you were asking Zute there. So we're going to throw it back to the casters, and we're going to hear Zute's thoughts about Enko losing players early.
They didn't, though. I'm actually surprised that Enko was able to even clutch up that second place, because at one point we saw them being in a way in like a fishbowl due to the terrain, where they were just getting shot there by Rise, and I forgot what was the other team. And it kind of seemed like nothing was going to be going their way, and for them to actually be able to survive and clutch up that second place, I had them winning until I realized that was the terrain we were working with, where it was pretty much like a fishbowl, and everybody was just going to be looking down upon them and easy shots. Overall, I felt like Enko was able to do good with what they had to work with. Here we go. Team QUESO, that was the other one.
I mean, it's Sanhok, right? Like, how do you analyze this? People get shot. People die, right? Rise, really good job of them coming in as late into the game as they did. I will say, though, I'm not a fan on how a couple of their members seem to be playing around the blue, originally with their engagement with, I believe it was Loops, committing into the blue to finish a kill of someone, or elimination of someone who was dying too. Like, I don't know, they're not respecting the damage from the blue, and it almost lost them this round.
Mufasa. Lots of mistakes there for him. I think it was 2, right? We saw the one.
I think it was Mufasa both times. Yeah, definitely the second time. Definitely one of them.
We saw him staying onto the blue a little bit too long. Ended up going down to the blue. By the way, Team QUESO, great idea, but I think it was Regis that ended up pushing into Enko, and that seemed a little bit like frantic. That seemed a little bit sloppy for me too.
I mean, I feel like Team QUESO almost doubled their points from this match.
It's true.
Probably did. At least let's give them a little bit of credit here for that. I mean, I don't think they actually did, but very close to it.
Got close to it, yeah.
Yeah, but honestly, this match, it's the start of it. The fact that we had like 5 teams out before the second zone even popped was just ridiculous. We had Jaguar destroying YKG.
Yeah.
Intense Game destroying All Glory Gaming. PASSIONFRUIT destroying Alpha 7. Then Hyper coming in to destroy PASSIONFRUIT. Then V2 coming in to destroy Hyper. Just the 5 teams out right away really, I guess, delayed the game quite a bit. It didn't have such a high concentration of teams when we got into sort of these zones. But again, very Sanhok-esque numbers. A lot of teams getting, well, pretty much not too much here. YKG on 0 again, unfortunately. PASSIONFRUIT, no placement points. They only have, what, 3 on the day so far besides their chicken dinner. I'm still not feeling too confident about them at the moment if they cannot get that placement point game up.
Okay, I'm gonna use the excuse you guys always use with this map. It's Sanhok.
Yeah.
All right. It was especially with how many third parties was going on. For me, it's impressive that they were actually able to beat out Alpha 7 within that fight that they ended up having with Alpha 7, being able to at least get to other players, and then they got absolutely surprised and destroyed by NHyper. And then NHyper thought that they were gonna be having enough time to actually stay alive, but then B2 was like, hold up a minute, we're here too. Some free elims.
I don't mind any of those teams going for the early fights. It's the way that I play Sanhok. It's a win-win situation. If you win the fight, you get the points. If you lose, you can reset and start focusing on the actual real maps of PUBG Mobile. Erangel and Miramar. Fair.
I feel like you take a lot of reset time when you play Sanhok.
I don't know what that means.
I know what that means. That's a good throwback. Viewers don't understand what we're talking about.
I don't even know what throwback that is.
I don't know what that
I can't say it live, so I'll tell you afterwards.
We'll check it out later. But we'll check out now is Rise up against INCO here in a little bit of a head-to-head in this match. Get an idea of the stats between the two teams. Obviously, eliminations going to Rise's way. But to be fair, INCO was sitting in that compound for a very long time, just waiting the game out.
It was a good choice for INCO to find that free position when they were able to get it. Sanhok, you cannot guarantee placements at all. I mean, you saw the run that Rise had to go through, and they're rewarded for the 10 eliminations, but Rise could have easily got shut down so much earlier than they did, whereas INCO, low risk, low reward, but low risk. So honestly, both these methods, I think, are appropriate for the points that these two teams were able to get.
I agree with you guys. I mean, with INCO, I felt like it was such a great spot until we actually ended up seeing that little compound area, and it was, I mean, everybody was just going to be able to get free shots on them. I'm actually surprised they stayed there for that long, but it has to do with just how everybody was playing it out.
Yeah.
Rise and then Team QUESO too, being able to have the high ground, it was going to be hard for them to push up.
It's good for Team QUESO not only getting the points that they did from this round, but the damage showing that they are trying to get active, that they are trying to put themselves in the mix, get involved. They're not reacting to their position on the leaderboard by shying away, by turtling up, by, you know, like losing confidence. They're actually trying to give themselves a level of motivation. And we all know Sanhok is the best map for that to happen.
Yes.
But no matter map it is, whether it's Erangel or Miramar that we have left, I hope to see them continue to do the same thing.
I hope so too. I think it was 17 points that they had before this match, so they almost actually double all their points. That is crazy for it to be Team QUESO though.
I swear Team QUESO's cursed. It's the cursed cheese here, man. I don't know. Like every time you've seen QUESO, even back with the old like squad with Ayala on the team.
Yep.
I just not able to see them have the performance that they know they could do. But let's take a look at our overalls here. We can see currently right now, intense game, they're able to take first place over Influence Rage as they had it before, and it's just by 7 points. But those eliminations just still being so strong for them. 66.
Yeah.
And 18 obviously placement points outside of that, but Influence Rage, their placement points have been damn good.
I'm just looking at not only the gaps that we're seeing between first and second and third, but then how tight it is below third. 69 to 62, and I don't know what it's going to look like at ninth.
Well, don't stop at third. Stop from fourth, right?
Yeah,
Because top four
exactly.
is for PMGC slots.
Yeah, so if this continues as it is, if we enter the end of tomorrow and then going into Sunday with a similar gap, looking at the top three, it could just be a final 6 matches on Sunday for the last spot, for one spot. That would be insane. Well, okay. Well, who's already qualified that's in the top there?
Nobody.
Okay, yeah.
By the way, for this, I feel like this is a perfect example of what I was nitpicking with Extreme Slayers yesterday in regards to Illims, because we knew that all those Brazilian teams at one point, especially like Influence Rage, they were going to end up waking up. We knew that they can actually get those eliminations. I mean, they were able to at least hold first place before the last match. And for Extreme Slayers, it comes down to being even more consistent and making sure that they actually get those Illims too.
Yeah, a good way to describe it for Extreme Slayers is that their playstyle allows them to have a higher floor, aka a higher minimum points, but it does lower the ceiling, lowers the amount of points that you can expect them to get on like a really good game. Compare that to Intense Games wins with 14 eliminations. Like Extreme Slayers, how they play doesn't really allow them the same opportunities for those sorts of rounds.
And then the biggest question mark for me when it comes to Intense Game, and this is something I was talking with Jason during that last match, was that I'm seeing too much of a heavy duo. It's good for them between McGrellin and Diego that they're currently both performing, right? But what happens if for some reason, maybe tomorrow, they don't end up performing that well? Which player from that team is going to be able to step out, especially if the other teams are currently sitting out? So I know you were talking about maybe it's going to come down to last day just for the 4th place. I don't know. It could come down even for all the 4 spots for the last game.
Yeah.
Coming on Sunday.
How is it that our 3 teams qualified already for PMGC League stage are on our 2nd page?
I don't know. I'm tracking. I'm trying to see like how the point fall off is, and there's a gap between 9th and 10th. But then the fact that N-Hyper 12th and then below them 13th, 14th are 20 points behind 9th place.
Why can't you have 0 placement points?
Yeah, why can't you have 0 placement points? They're more
Hyper have 9.
Fruit are.
Like,
It was the 4th match, right?
Yep. That's 10 matches done.
I'll wait until the last game of today.
Pushing the goalpost, pushing the goalpost.
Let's go ahead and take a look at our Erangel map performances here and see who our top performing teams are going to be on this map in particular. Again, we play it 3 times every single day. So at the end of this, we'll have 12 times played in total. And Influence Rage, actually, with the best results so far, at least when it comes to eliminations.
I'm actually not surprised to see Alpha 7 there, considering what we saw today and what we saw yesterday too when they got the chicken dinner. And I'm actually surprised, a little bit surprised there to see Extreme Slayers. That's actually a nice to see out of them. You're just gonna come down to, once again, please working on those elements. But I feel like they just placed themselves in such a great place that it has to be more than just Robber. We saw Robber, I believe it was yesterday, being able to step up. We need to start seeing more of Remix too, right? We really haven't been able to see those crazy plays out of Remix. Yeah, he was able to get some angles here and there. I think it was yesterday that I'm referring to. But today, I mean, we really haven't heard much of them.
Yeah. You know, maybe someone slipped Remix 20 bucks, because we all know what 20 bucks can get you, and the man who knows mostly what 20 bucks can get you and the power of it, it's going to be Hot Jukes, joined by Zute.
Never, and I mean never, underestimate the power of $20. All right, guys, here we go. We got another match here. This is going to get interesting because, man, we're starting to see the leaderboard shake up. I thought that intense game lead was going to hold on for a lot longer than what it was, and we saw it drop off. Of course, we saw intense game have a crazy performance there. So, you know, I am looking forward to this next match, Sue. How do you feel that these teams are going to do?
It's looking like things are starting to settle down as, I'm looking a little bit blurry, but I know what's clear is that, you know, the top teams that have been doing well, almost all of them, you know, that should be doing well, are starting to do well. And when I say settle down, I'm saying settle down as in the action's still gonna be hot, but things are gonna start getting solidified, right? Certain positions around the top 5 to 10 is gonna start getting solidified. The bottom teams are gonna most likely stay around the bottom, in my opinion.
Yeah, hopefully we can start seeing those leads clear up. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully we can see them clear up here pretty quick. And hopefully those teams at the bottom can clear their way up to the top. But it's going to be hard. It's going to be tough. I mean, it has to happen here sooner rather than later. And, you know, one team in particular that I just keep seeing that has been having that up and down performance, you know, it's PASSIONFRUIT, right? PASSIONFRUIT had some really nice games earlier on, and then they get taken out early. And we're even seeing teams do so well like at the start of the match and then make one wrong decision and then get like 3v1, 4v1. It's pretty crazy to watch.
It happens. I want to say it happens, but should not be happening. And we are well into like the tournament by now. We're almost at the halfway point, right? So it's starting to get to that crunch time, and maybe it's the nerves, maybe it's, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but some teams just don't got it in them.
Ooh. Yeah, it's time to either clutch up or shut up. Let's see what's going to happen here as we're getting into Erangel. Hope this is the match we're going to watch here as we get a nice plane path.
Yep. South to north, cutting across the Erangel Island. A little bit of stretch to the west, and well, last time we had a team that needed to stretch a little bit, YKG versus MEZEXIS happened. So I think teams are starting to, I wouldn't say get desperate for points, but they're starting to realize the level of competition this lobby is. And maybe you just want to take those isolated 4v4 fights because playing the rest of the game is not as easy as it was in their own regional tournament.
Well,
Let's see here what's going to happen. As players starting to pop out the plane here, looking very good. Loops obviously taking off early, so they're very happy that they finally get their military base drop. And all these teams are going to be pretty solid. You know, what my eyes are on, Zoo? YKG. YKG. What are they going to do? Because they have been stretching on over to Primorsk, right? They've gone out twice in a row here, right? What are they going to do to bounce back, right? Because they need a bounce back beyond belief. And we see them going really north as we have a extremely western zone here.
This zone is... I want to see faster rotations in this zone. I'm kind of just counting out the whole northern half of the circle, right? And I think most teams should put that into consideration because there's so much water on the north side. So this zone is almost like just imagine hospital down, right? That's more statistically likely where the zone's going to end. We'll see how things play out. But yeah, as for YKG, I don't know, man. They're in last place. QUESO passed them up. So YKG at this point should obviously try and play better, but I don't know, like, mental state-wise, what they should be aiming for, honestly.
Yeah, well, they should be aiming for something, Zoo, right? They should be aiming for something. Let's just see what's going to happen here, because, oh, man, I don't know what to do. I am so shook to see out of all the teams that we would see from NA, right, that would be in last place right now, YKG, I don't think was one of them. I mean, this team has so much experience. We saw them rip through the league stage at the start, but then they lost their slot to N-Hyper, and we just haven't seen the same team since. So
the problem, though, with YKG, and I may have mentioned it in the NA broadcast, and it's going to sound so, like, hypocritical of me now to mention it, you know, if I didn't, is that their play style is like the Brazilian play style, but it's a lot easier to pull off the aggressive, you know, fighting from the edge end play style in NA versus teams that do that all the time and have insane gun skill like the Brazil region coming in here. So that's definitely why I think one reason they're struggling so much, right? That playstyle works in a weaker lobby, but that playstyle in a stronger lobby, if you're not as tough as the rest of them, you will fail extremely hard. And YKG, they are failing.
Oof, yeah, I mean, they just can't seem to catch a break here. I mean, it's really rough to watch, and you know, I'm still hoping for that crazy comeback story, but right now it is just, oh, it's not looking good. It is looking, I think, as worse as you possibly can be. And they're losing fights that they should win. They're seeming to panic in certain situations. I don't know. I think what needs to happen, in all honesty, Zoo, is they need to get, like, zone blessed beyond belief, you know? I think they're in one of those situations where they need to get the zone just locked onto them. They have a very easily winnable scenario, and they need to win that match with some solid eliminations. And if they're able to get that fortunate scenario, I think that could start to kind of get that hype train going back for them, you know? Because how they've been playing so far, it's just not looking like they're going to be able to do it on their own volition.
Definitely not. They're going to need zone luck. They're going to need... some bad luck for other teams, you know, like maybe a team fighting them accidentally nades themselves. Like it's pretty dire. So we'll see what happens. As far as YKG is concerned, for me, I'm just, you know, I'm not even thinking about them. I'm looking at other teams at this point. And Hyper, I'm almost about to start counting them out and just focusing on what some of the Brazilian teams could do. And Extreme Slayers, PASSIONFRUIT, those are the only two other NA teams that have a shot at this, right?
Yes, you're right, indeed. It's crazy to talk about, but that is the scenario. So let's see what they could do here. PASSIONFRUIT, you know, kind of having those off and on performances, but that was something that was expected. I think they're getting better as time goes on. Extreme Slayers, I think they have what it takes. They just keep getting caught in very odd scenarios, right? I mean, even PASSIONFRUIT in the last Erangel, right? They were doing really solid and then just got caught by Cardosin. We saw Extreme Slayers lose a bunch of players to that one player from Influence Rage. If they're able to kind of minimize those scenarios, I think they're going to be solid. So you know, I got a lot of hopes for these squads here coming up. But you know what? So far, start of the game, looking really chill. Nothing too crazy just yet. I like how all those hot drop situations have, you know, really died down for the most part. So nothing too worthy of note. But this zone, there is a lot of water in this circle here.
Yeah.
So it does reduce the amount of spots that are available, but this side of Erangel, there's so many locations that are really solid to take. And inactive from MEZEXIS getting caught, separated from the rest of his squad, and Team QUESO are going to go ahead and take that elimination easy peasy.
Team QUESO might have a little bit bounce back, you know, after doing pretty well in the last match. They're not in last place anymore. So we might see signs of new life out of QUESO. Definitely not time to give up just yet, right? I'm not saying they can make, you know, top 3. They're really far down, but they have more than enough time to save face, right? You don't want to be that last place team. So they're picking up that point. MEZEXIS is down to 3 now, as teams are now starting to rotate in, and there's not a lot of spots to play in this zone, like you mentioned, because of so much water. And there's land on the north side, but because it's so far away from center, that land you can almost count out as well in a way.
Yeah, and honestly, one thing that's kind of toxic about circles like this is with how fast the rotation timing is from so many of these teams, they're going to automatically assume that some of the top spots are already taken. Like right now, Everest is still available and nobody's there, right? Because I think so many of these teams assume there's already a team that has taken it. So it's little situations like that that kind of make things a little bit more intense. For those of you guys that are wondering, why is nobody at Everest? I mean, heck, if you were late to a zone, I would think it's taken. And that's why we haven't seen another team rotate towards it. Eventually, we'll have one team get close enough and be like, wow, this is still free. How's this possible? You know? But we'll see what happens here as the next zone is starting to close. Or this zone is starting to close, and the next one's about to pop. And we'll find out where it goes. I have a feeling, Zoo, that we're going to see a crazy hardcore shift to like the Northwest, and we're going to have to see like South George, North George finish. That'd be fun.
That would be fun. But it's probably, I feel like it's going to shift north actually. Not like hard, but yeah, there we go. It does shift north. It keeps that, you know, just a smidge of that northern island, which we know won't come in play on the next circle shift, I think. But yeah, that's a good northern shift. Mount Everest, more desirable than ever before, right?
100%.
So it's still free. Let's see who can sniff that out, who can take that spot. But this is starting to shape up to be a very chaotic game, Jukes. This zone is deadly. And Hyper trying to go up there, but Influence Rage already beat them to the punch. And Hyper could still win it over them.
Let's see if they can, right? Are they going to lose that fight early on, or are they going to be able to hold it down? I want to see a commitment from them, right? I think at this point, they got to be able to take those fights if necessary. You got to put up some big points on the board if you're in Hyper. Meanwhile, we can see Jaguar keeping an eye on V2 here. Guapo looking good, but he is out of position here. And you can see Mercy trying to get another angle onto them. Oh, he realized that this is exactly where they're taking up right now, so he's going to try to head on back. And Jaguar just still surviving, so good for them. But putting on some pressure onto V2.
Oh, nice knock. Wow. I'm surprised that player... Oh, no, it was the off angle. That huge off angle from the backside. So it was not Victex. Yeah, he was in cover away from Victex, but nice off angle from... I think that is... Yeah, Seba. Seba found the off angle, found the opening. Now Jaguar's looking to pounce on this team, but look how many teams are in the blue zone on the east side. This could get messy if third parties and fourth parties get involved, so they need to make it fast. Guapo goes down. It is all down to Dior's, and he is driving away.
Gone. Yeah, could have been one of those scenarios. Try to go for a play, but yeah, just from the position they have and how dominant Jaguar is, no chance. So V2 pretty much out of this game just like that. And Jaguar is going to take the money and run. But they got to go ahead and find a better position in this next circle. This is still so early. It's only zone 2. But just because of that first circle of how Western it was, how much water it had, yeah, we're seeing teams just desperate to try and make plays.
Something I noticed with Jaguar, they love going for a very quick off angle to open up every fight. They did this against the YKG on day number 1. One of the players, I think it was Simple, drove out of into the blue zone on Miramar and wrapped around and opened up a knock. Same exact thing happened right here against V2. So teams should take note, especially if you know it's Jaguar fighting you, look for that off angle opening that they're trying to go for.
Well, let's see what the play is going to be. INCO, where are they at? Okay, yeah, you can see INCO taking a little bit of a split here towards Gatka, just north of Chopsticks. That is a wide open field right now. I really like Extreme Slayer's position. I think it's one of the strongest here in this zone. And the zone goes right to them. So this could be a good performance. But I'll tell you what, a lot of teams are going to want to usurp Extreme Slayers here.
Yeah, I think Extreme Slayers, they're doing well on the overall leaderboards, but I can't shake the fact that, they got 2 big chicken dinners off of zone blesses. They executed the zone bless as well, but besides those 2 big chicken dinners, I think they need to start playing a little bit more proactive and aggressive, because we see these other teams passing them up, and they play like that all the time. So that point gap is only going to widen, and maybe they've been led into false senses of security after day 1. Like, hey, our playstyle is working. We could get top 3 with our current playstyle. Maybe not. Maybe they need to ramp up their aggression a little bit.
Let's see if they're gonna. I mean, I do agree with you. I think if they did ramp up that aggression, it could definitely help them out. I think Hyper needs to ramp up their aggression as well, because I think that's where they do best, believe it or not, right? I think their rotations, that split play style is so strong, but when they really just commit to one idea and work together, they're very dangerous. So I want to see them kind of utilize that a little bit more. Meanwhile, INCO taking out Loops in this scenario, putting on some nice suppressive fire. And they should be able to get this res off easy peasy. And the reason why Extreme Slayer's position is so strong is because if INCO tried to go there, they literally have to drive into the middle of an open field. But still, wow. Oh my gosh, Vitali with the pop shots. Unreal.
Yeah, everybody's aim is just crazy.
Stupid. Literally just like, that's ridiculous. Just quick flick back. Yeah, let me just get a couple little hit markers. All right, I'm good.
Yeah, great shots. And that peak was beautifully done. Intense game against QUESO here. QUESO, you can tell QUESO really wants to redeem themselves. They're looking to just take fights and win them now. No longer just rotating around, trying to make it in. Here comes the push. One player's forced to fall back. Adrian, feeling weakness, goes on the offense now. They find the opening, but there's a trade. Diego goes down, another opening. McGrellin goes down to the DBS, and it's all down to 1. In this game, have just 1.
Milova, gotta have to make a play. He's gonna go for the reset. You gotta watch out for those nades. Cielo has one here, but goes to the jump shot. And Team QUESO takes out the team leaders right here, the lobby leaders. Intense game, just like that. That's gotta get them pumped.
Oh man, Team QUESO is like, wait a second. We could do that? To the top team, the most probably dominant close-range fighting team, arguably right now. QUESO, hey, I said top 3 is not possible, but if they keep doing that, top 3 is more than possible if they do it for the rest of the tournament.
Unreal. That's got to get them going here. And you know what? We talked about it so many times before, Zoo. The end of the tournament, teams finally start playing like they're supposed to, because they got nothing to worry about when it comes to nerves. And wow, Mario not able to get that knock on Mafioso. He's going to go for a nade here. Let's see if he can get that confirmation. That nade does look pretty good, but it's way too far. Yeah, way too far. I thought it was going to be a little bit closer than that. He does get the confirmation, so he gets his get back.
Yeah, that was a good point for him to get right there. Alpha 7, I think, down to maybe just 2 players, maybe 1. Yeah, it's just a 2 here. Definitely a little bit of separation from Alpha 7. This is a much nicer spot to be in. Didn't really catch why the other Alpha 7 player was down in the ruins. Maybe they were trying to go aggressive and finish that team out, but it backfired for sure.
Yeah, it can backfire so easily at this time and moment here. Let's see. Well, as we're going to see tons of teams crash on this ruins area. I think that's the only option for so many of these squads to try to get here safely. YKG are going to go ahead and push on this 2-stack against. Actually, no, it's actually All Glory Gaming pushing onto them. So they're able to do 1 knock. That's going to even up this fight a little bit. Oh, Rojas is on fire. Beautiful Molotovs here from YKG. Mounting up a solid defense here.
Oh,
nade onto Joey. Was that a teammate? It's going to hurt.
By the way, Joey is down, but now YKG know they need to get aggressive. Chico's pushing up. All Glory Gaming down to just the one. Rojas is not going down. He finally does. And nobody there to third part. Oh, hold on. And Hyper's coming into third party. Okay.
Here they go.
And Jaguar finish out Alpha 7.
Wow, so we're seeing some monsters of the lobby go out earlier here. This is a good opportunity for those teams in that mid pack, right? To be able to catch up, especially those teams on the bottom as well. And Hyper looking to third party YKG, but yeah, they stopped it. And what do you think about that? You think that was good for them to stop and rethink it?
This is in Hyper just not playing confident, and I don't want to say I don't blame them. They should be still confident, but I'm not surprised would be the better words to use for Hyper, right? I already said, you give Hyper one bad day, they could still bounce back. You give them, you know, a couple bad games into the second day, I feel like their confidence is shot at that point.
Oh, man. I mean, normally I think we would have seen them make that push, but this time, yeah, just holding off. That's going to be pretty rough. Meanwhile, let's see what Madion can do. Madion on the push to Jaguar. The UMP is good. Nice knock there. I think he's all by himself, so he's going to have to take out Simple as well, but Simple shuts that down real quick.
Yeah, man, the shotgun's so deadly. Oh, Extreme Slayers, what's happened to them? They're down to just 2 players. Now, you say this position is strong, and I do agree with you, but when you get the zone in a way where 2 teams push you from both sides, this position is weak. It is so hard to hold off 2 teams pushing in from both sides, and I think that's exactly what happened to the Extreme Slayers team.
Yeah, I mean, the second that zone shifted, so many teams are forced to either take either the eastern side or western side, and
exactly,
you know, the western side where Extreme Slayers are is the place to be. Look how many squads are here. Yeah, I mean, 1, 2, 3. You have to try and shoot them before they can even get there. But what are you going to do when you have 2 teams push on you from either side at the same time?
Just unlucky the way the circle shifted. It went from a great position to, and the players knew, they were like, oh man, we have the zone, but this is not good.
Oh, wow.
What a shift to the east. And Hyper, they're going to keep chilling. I think they're happy to have YKG as neighbors almost.
Yeah, now that's actually a good decision because they can kind of almost work together and make sure they eliminate any team that's trying to push in this area. Extreme Slayers are going to have a rough go at it here. If they make it out alive, it would be almost a miracle at this point with how many teams are in this area.
And we can't forget about Influence Rage on top of Mount Everest as we get a quick little replay on how Jaguar took down Alpha 7. Oh, the 2-piece. Mercy. Oh, so deadly. But Influence Rage have 4 up, and they have full control of the compound. They move from Mount Everest straight to the compound, so Influence Rage in a great, great spot.
Yeah, they should definitely be the winners of this match here. They're looking too good to stop. So let's see if they're going to be able to win it. I think that's going to be everybody's prediction here. But I'm going to go with Hyper, because why not?
Okay. They can. They can. They definitely can. But it's a long shot.
Let's see, right? Because I think if they need a chicken dinner right now, they need it. And honestly, they know this map, they know this side too well, and they should be able to play it correctly. If there's any time for them to bounce back, it has to be right here. Uh-oh, Rise pushing up onto INCO. Let's see if they're going to be able to get this done. This could be a good opportunity to third party, and I think Extreme Slayers realize that. Here they go. Shots coming out back and forth. Yeah, here come those.
Oh, the third party, Team QUESO. 4 teams involved now. Extreme Slayers, they're going to bide their time. They realize so many teams are here fighting. Extreme Slayers are only down to 2. Rise feeling the brunt of all the pressure. INCO, one of INCO goes down. Now Extreme Slayers strikes and picking up the entirety of Rise. Extreme Slayers, Robert GG will get a first aid off. Extreme Slayers can make it out of this.
Here they go. Let's see if they can. I mean, the timing is right for them. INCO able to shut him down, and Frady gets knocked to Potro. Where's the rest of Extreme Slayers? It's just Robert. Now
it's a 1v1v1.
1v1v1, and he's got the. Oh, can he sneak that nade inside? Oh, it bounces off. Not able to do so. And now, here we go. Potro on the push. Robert with a DBS in hand gets on fire. Jump shot is good. So he does survive, but here comes Potro to finish him off.
Oh, and he gets, oh, look at that, the HP. If that shot was placed like just slightly better, he could have won that at 1 HP, but he goes down. Now back to the east side of things. I mean, it's quiet. It's just Hyper and YKG. We do have Jaguar to the north of Ruins a little bit, but I think they're all waiting for the next circle shift.
Hyper lost Kindness. How? How did they lose Kindness?
Wait. Oh. Yeah.
In this scenario. I mean, from their position, that's so crazy. He must have overextended and got caught. That's the only thing I could think of. Hopefully, maybe we can find out a little bit later, but that's going to cripple the Hyper team. But who knows? We actually saw them during the finals in North America, right? Do so well with just 3 up.
Yeah, but I think they need everything that they
It was without Koi, though.
Now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, this is bad. And I'm pretty sure, however Kindness went out, just dragged down the team's morale by a bit. They're like, they all knew they shouldn't have lost player. They did. Here comes a push, Influence Rage. So nice, cleaning out everything on their backs before, you know, focusing on the end game finals on everything in front of them. Influence Rage up to 6. I don't know where this Influence Rage was on day 1, but the lobby was lucky that they weren't on fire in day 1, because if they were on fire like this in day 1 as well, oh boy.
Oh boy's right, because here they come. Influence Rage is looking deadlier than ever right now. Let's see what the plan's going to be for this team here as they're starting to keep an eye onto YKG. That's obviously the place that they're going to crest on next if the zone goes in that direction. But honestly, the way it's looking, I don't think they're going to have to move at all.
Yeah. The other teams could fight it out, and Influence Rage could come in, and they get third party with like.
Now they push?
Player.
Oh my gosh, Rin with that knock though is nice.
Good inputting.
That's actually pretty huge.
They're forced to push. They lost the zone. Yeah, and here comes Influence Rage. I don't know if they're looking at third party this. It looks like they're going towards Jaguar's side. So this fight is isolated for now. Chico and Joey. 2v3 scenario. They're playing in the smokes. They're waiting it out. And Hyper taking their time, using all the util they can. But the more time they take, is more time Influence Rage might look over this way.
Yep, let's see what GK First can do. He has those angles. Uh-oh, barely gets that first aid off. Now here comes some more util into the windows. They're trying to be able to get some knocks that way, but oh, the shots ring out for GK First. Down goes Chico. And now here come the Molotovs. That should burn him up. Actually, no, it barely misses him. Influence Rage is starting to crest onto this fight, getting closer and closer, and Hyper needs to finish this out here and now. Or Joey needs to clutch it up, one or the other.
Oh, Jaguar's coming this way.
The knock. This fight took too long, and we're starting to see it draw out. Rin gets knocked. Koi's now trying to smoke things out. What is going to be the play? Do they cross? GK First is going to go in to try and get that smoke off.
Oh, revive.
What a bold one indeed. And you can see YKG's holding that stairs because that's going to be the best place to defend themselves against nades.
Hold on.
What happened to Influence Rage?
Jaguars swung all the way from the north to the south and caught off a solo player. Now the fight resumes here between YKG and Hyper. Chico.
Oh my gosh!
And Hyper's out of there. And Hyper is out of there. And Influence Rage, this is not an easy as a win now. Down to 3. This could go poorly. We're still going to stage 7 and stage 8 before the last zone, and there's only 7 players up in the whole match.
That's it. That game right there broke my Hyper spirit right there. It hurts. It hurts to watch, Zute, because them losing that fight and how they decided to put that against YKG just made me question everything, my whole reality, because that is not a typical Hyper push. I mean, that just
confidence is shot.
That's exactly what it looks like. It just looks like hesitation city from Hyper, and in a time where they definitely don't need to be in that kind of situation. So how that's going to turn around, I have no idea, because that, in my opinion, was an easy push. They should have known how to do that 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, like a couple minutes ago, it was a 4v2 to control the whole southeastern side of the map. And they didn't take it. Like, maybe they didn't know it was only 2 up, but they knew the other team was weak, and they didn't take it. They waited. Why? Why wait? You're going to have to take that push anyways. You're on the very edge of zone as Federal getting challenged now by Chico. Chico turns his back. Federal missing way too many shots there.
Chico! Oh, he has to reload. If he didn't, that could have been it.
Jaguar's still here, too. Jaguar's looking at third party. Chico goes down.
Chico goes down. Law just clutching things up, and now it's up to Joey here. And he's in trouble here with Law pushing up on him. He tries to go into Kayowski.
Oh, no.
Oh, and down he goes. But, bad push there, timing-wise. Jaguar now have an opportunity. They need to get those claws going, and they need to wrap on him now.
It's a 2v2. They didn't get that knock. Oh, and they can't even get a reset. Influence Rage could get a reset at the top, making
what
it
are you
3v2.
doing? No way they're resetting.
They needed to get that knock, man, on Law. Law was 1 HP driving to that rock. I'm surprised the last bullet didn't connect. Now it is a 3v2. Jaguar, they might have, missed out on opportunity right there, but I'm going to say, like, Jaguar is navigating this last, 5-10 minutes perfectly as a duo.
Well, Simple decided to take that high ground. This roof is actually pretty disgusting, so he's going to depend on his ability to clutch it up here because they have a 2v3 situation against some of the most dominant players this side of the planet. So let's see if Simple can pull off a miracle here. 2v3. He does have the position advantage, but Influence Rage have a vehicle. Let's see how they decide to push this. Mercy, I don't think is in a great spot to support his teammate at all, but we'll see how they decide to play this. As Influence looking to wrap around them completely, and I think they may have even spotted Simple up there.
Yeah, I think they're just getting the info that, the hillside is clear. And now they could use the hillside angles to, get more options into this. And as far as options go, they know it's 2 players and they're at 1 compound. So there's not many places that, they need to worry about whatsoever. I'm going to say Influence Rage should win this because they should know there's a player on the roof. They shouldn't be too surprised. Even if they never made visual contact against Simple, this is a very obvious spot to be in.
Let's see what the play is going to be. The calm before the storm here. Influence Rage, you can see, yeah, like you mentioned, just trying to get that intel, looking for any information that they can get, using those vehicles to their advantage. They do. Federal decides to pop out, so this is a spot he's going to take for the rest of the game. Kowski gets a little bit more information there. Federal is starting to creep up, and if Simple isn't careful, Federal's going to catch him. Mercy still behind this vehicle, wide open to Federal.
Yeah, they're still worried that, Influence Rage left the player on the north side as well.
Oh,
so Mercy's trying to take cover from that, and Federal stands up. He shoots. No damage. No damage being done.
But that's enough to get Simple off the roof, so that's going to take away that angle completely. And now they decide to both commit inside the building. That's worst case scenario because now they're just sitting ducks. Fish in a barrel right here. But hey, you know what? Actually, is this center zone? I wonder if going into the basement is the play here. It's not a bad idea.
I mean, that has to be center zone, because if center zone is a little bit away from the basement, you just lose, because then you have to come out of the basement.
I can't tell you right now, it's so hard to push that basement. I don't care.
Yeah, but what if you don't need to, right? You could just stand on top of center zone, which is, the basement is underneath. The other players could stand on top, and...
Yeah, Simple's committing to it. I like this. I like how Simple is kind of hedging his bets here. So Simple's like, hey, worst case scenario, I'm going into this basement. Mercy, if you get a knock, then I'll pop out. And Mercy really needs to against Law.
It's coming down to the wire here. Influence.
Oh, it's over. Yep, Simple, commit to the basement. You got no other choice, buddy.
Here comes the nades. He could get one. He needs a lucky nade. He needs one lucky nade. Oh, it's too late. Caught with the nade in hand. That is done. Influence Rage. I like how slowly and methodically they took that. You can easily throw a 3v2, but Influence Rage checked everything off before they committed to that final push.
The easy chicken dinner for Influence Rage. Why I didn't pick him, I don't know. I wanted to see Ed Hyper have that bounce back. I mean, I don't know how they lost Kindness earlier on. That's brutal, right? And then just seeing that ultimate hesitation against YKG. And not to mention, this is what kind of really crushes me, is looking at that fight, I was like, okay, they're going to have to push YKG. They got the elimination, so why would they hesitate? They know it's YKG. They've taken them out so many times before in the regular league stage. So to see them get even more hesitant here is unreal. So I don't know how they're going to bounce back.
I mean, I said I'm about to count them out
I'm counting them out now. Just seeing that 4v2 hesitation push and then somehow losing a player, and then, you know, now it's not the N-Hyper we know. I'm going to even say this. Even when N-Hyper wasn't as good as they were this year, they played better than that.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, you hate to hear it.
They've taken like 2 years steps back, essentially.
Well, and Hyper, that's tough. We're going to need a break after that one, guys. Let's go ahead and take that break, and we'll be back in a minute.
Well, something tells me Influence Rage are going to be back on top here in that #1 position, getting ever so close to taking home that $25,000. Welcome back to PMPL Americas Regionals, as we are going to break down that last match, our final Erangel of the day, and we're getting ever so close as well here to our halfway point in the event. 7, Cameron, Influence Rage, doing Influence Rage things, man. Playing it calm, cool, collected at the end, close things out, secure the win, secure the victory, and ideally secure that first place.
They played that so well, by the way, the synergy when they decided to push onto the Loops player. Even though it was just one player, we saw 3 cars driving from different angles at him and make sure that nobody was going to get knocked, nobody was going to get eliminated. Well played there by Influence Range. And then also, we're talking about how crazy the circles have been, right? Especially with certain maps. I feel like they played that so well by being in Everest, and then once they actually saw that shift, they went to that compound that you were saying it was actually very strong, and I felt like they moved it at the right time.
Yeah, so here's what you're talking about with the send onto loops. Influence Rage, once they got that little strip of compounds in the center, that was still free as late as it was, which boggles my mind. But they spotted it out, as you said, from Everest, and they just kept using their vehicles to just show presence everywhere on the map. They drove so much in phase 6, 7, and 8. I wonder how that compares to just an initial rotation from a loot spot into the circle here. But they just used the cars to make sure to find all the angles, and that's what allowed them to not only take out YKG, though it was a little close. Admittedly, this pressure from Joey caused some pressure from Jaguar to come on in, but then just, again, rotating around, circle, 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 finding the angles, finally securing the chicken dinner.
By the way, when they were taking on YKG, their law, being able to get those off angles, I thought that was just gorgeous.
I do have to ask something.
What? Oh.
Said match 4. You're going to give N-Hyper. We already heard Zute and his takes. You think N-Hyper down and out now? Completely 7.
Out of what? Top 4 or winning or what?
All of the above.
Yes.
Well, Influence Rage take themselves 20 points with the 10 eliminations, but a team we have to give note to, Team QUESO. 9 elims here and able to get themselves 10 points at 24 points in 2 matches for them. So I think they had, as you said, 17 points coming into today. A massive turnaround for them, but they have a lot more to go. And even YKG getting on the board with 13, Cam.
Yeah, YKG 13, Jaguar with 14. This was a good round for quite a few different teams that are needing to make up points if they want to keep themselves in the conversation, even for, what are we saying, top 7? But again, with so many of the already qualified teams being down below. But either way, like for teams like YKG, Jaguar, etc., they need to make that comeback and need to start now. So this is a really good start for that. But it's always going to be the question of, can they maintain that? Can they continue? But Erangel is half of the maps that we're playing here. So if they can at least get comfortable on this one, that's a good stepping stone.
And for Extreme Slayers, for them to be able to actually pull off 6
How many
elims
times do they get 0 placements and 6 elims?
today, man, they took notes. I didn't mean it like this, guys. I know I was saying be a little bit more aggressive, get those elim points, but I meant still get those placement points too. But the way with N-Hyper, with what you were asking, are they done? Are they going to be able to come back and win? Are they going to be able to come back and at least be within the top 4, even though they are already qualified to PMGC? I feel like at this point, it's going to be a shift in the mentality of N-Hyper, from them going, okay, we want to become the champions of Americas, to them, okay, we at least want to be top 4, to now saying, do we want to try out different stuff that we might want to give it a try before PMGC League stage, before we get to that next stage, because we know it's going to be a lot harder.
Yeah.
We saw what happened already with this team whenever they try to play like how they're playing in A. It didn't end up working out. Today, I feel like it has been a little bit better out of them. Some of the top players are currently not performing with the way that we would expect them to be, Kindness being one of them, right? But overall for them, it's definitely going to be a shift on how they're thinking.
What is it, Jason? Tell me. Your
Passionfruit.
Yep, I knew it.
0 placement points. They have 3 placement points on the day outside of their win at the start of the day. Come on, guys.
The thing is, it's not even about the placement points anymore. The past 2 games, if I'm not mistaken, they've only gotten 1 elimination point too. So it's just bad gameplay out of it.
Yeah, it's been really weird that Sanhok, sure, is Sanhok, but even on this Erangel, the past couple of games, talking about what the meta of these 16 teams is developing into, it's almost like rather than balancing the edge focus into at least 1 or 2 more teams following Extreme Slayers into more of a central focus, teams are like almost recommitting even further onto just focusing on the edge, and that's allowing for a lot of the high value games for the teams that win, like Influence Rage here, like IG's couple of rounds yesterday with the high elimination scores. But it also means that we're seeing a lot more teams with like 1 or 2 points on the round. So it's almost like this is becoming even more of a feast famine lobby for a number of these squads.
Yep.
It's become quite rough for them. And speaking of feast, you know, one thing I do love to have at my feast,
yeah,
it's a bit of cheese. I'm gonna take a look at Team KSL here and get a deeper dive into Flit 7.
I thought you were
not like cheese?
Actually, I can't have cheese.
Well, not around me, because I don't like how you already are without cheese. We can see their stats here against their stats today. I mean, over doubling their eliminations, damage, just like increased by 1/3. Survival time, kind of surprising. But then again, I feel like if we take out maybe like the first 2 or 3 matches of the day, then these stats would be way more skewed into how they've been able to play today.
It really has been the last couple of rounds, the Sanhok and Erangel specifically, for Team Queso's numbers to look like this. But the fact that 2 rounds have made it this much of a difference on the average shows how strong those 2 rounds were. Also shows how weak the yesterday was. But regardless, this positive mental attitude. This is a really good change and really good sort of 180 for Team Queso, who are just like so down in the dirt.
I feel like it's somewhat of a confidence boost for this team, because they were able to win the fight that they had earlier with Intense Game, even though it came down to just one player having to clutch up, right? I think in the last 2 games, they got in 9 elims apiece. That's pretty impressive for this team, considering where they were at the start of the day.
Yeah. We'll take a look at the player stats here and get an idea of who was the one, or who are the ones able to stand up here. Milov, 1.4 average of limbs. I mean, 1 elim per game, okay. But again, it's the survival time that's really hurting.
This is, I'm assuming this is including their terrible... It's just today? Oh. That just shows how bad day 1 was, if this is the turnaround. But hey, again.
This is good, though, from some of these players, right? Because at least we always talk about, we don't want to see just one player being able to be the only one that performs here. For Milo, Artusin, and actually I'm going to put Reyes there, for them to be able to at least average 1 elim, especially after the last 2 matches. This is good. Yeah. Now, can they continue that? That's going to be the big question mark for this team. At least they're going to have that confidence now.
That's the big thing. Points-wise, good for confidence. Not so much on the leaderboard. It's gotten them closer to where they want to be, but this is not nearly as big of a 180 as we saw from Influence or perhaps a couple of other teams. So good start, but like we really need to see this continue, because if even these numbers won't get them above double digits, I don't think.
And then for this team, right, after this point, okay, you're now starting to perform well, you're now starting to get those LMs, right, but where you are currently within the leaderboard, I feel like it's a bit of a stretch if they want to go for that championship.
Yeah.
And it's a team that's already qualified to PMGC, so it goes back to, okay, for the teams that are already qualified to PMGC league stage, what is going to be your goal for this event if you do start slow? And I feel like now, especially after today, we're going to start seeing a little bit more of that out of Loops. It's definitely out of Hyper, and now out of Team QUESO.
See, I don't think they should be aiming for a top like 3 anymore.
Yeah.
I think they should
that's what
be
I'm saying.
aiming to get their confidence back going into PMGC. Because confidence is going to be massive for these teams, and the lobby gets so much more difficult.
I mean, it's Battle Royale. The amount of agency that one of the 16 teams has is low enough as it is. If you, as you're saying, if they're so far down as they are, not just QUESO, but any of the teams that are on the bottom quarter of the leaderboard, trying to go for first is an easy way to break your mental, just because of how many things would have to go right. You could be playing a perfect game, but because of the lead that other teams already have over you, that still might not be enough. So, as you say, I agree with you, Jason, for once. Joking. That it's... I had to, sorry. But no, it's
I thought he was talking to me for a second.
Definitely a fair point that it's just about trying to play as good of a game as you can, and wherever you end up on the leaderboard is what it is.
So you can't break a mental if you don't have a mental. Speaking of that, YKG, take a look at the players' stats.
Oh, I thought you were talking to the casters.
No. I want to
be
see
great.
who would start to step up for them. You know, okay, again, Fears, we kind of talked about 7 as being one of, this is the last match.
Okay.
One of the
Yeah, I was like, whoa.
most improved players in PMPL NA, but I feel like he's been a little bit unfortunately ineffective. But credit to Joey, because we've been, hounding Joey quite a bit when it came to PMPL NA, and it's great to see him be able to step up and kind of match up to Chico.
I'm just currently smiling because when I saw the stats, as much as I hate to say, like, I was like, okay, is this for today? And I didn't realize that it was actually for last match. So that's how bad they've been performing. And Sute actually has been alluding to it, and I'm glad he's been bringing it up during his cast too, because for this team, I mean, not only they have been in such a downward spiral too from NA, right? Before we even got to NA finals, first of all, this team ends up losing their PMGC spot to Hyper. Then we go to the finals, and they did not meet the expectations of what the NA audience and what we expected to see out of them. And then they come here, and now after almost getting to the halfway point, this team has just not been performing to what's expected out of them. So at one point, they got to find a way to snap out of it. Yeah. Which, I mean, it's obviously too late for them.
Something's up. They have to rebuild.
I mean, week 1, they had the most points in PMPL, and then week 2, they were like 12th place, and then week 3, they were only slightly better. But you guys at home, maybe you feel like you can contest against some of these teams, and if you are in university or you're in college, this could be perfect for you. You can enter the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. New season is ready to go with $15,000 in scholarship prizings. And the top 2 teams, you get to skip PMCO and go straight into the pro season qualifiers. All you have to do is join the NACE Star League Discord for more information, and maybe you can take on YKG. Maybe you can eventually join YKG if you prove yourself.
Oh,
who knows? And one way to get you ready to go and to help keep your mental strong is pick up one of these bad boys here, the Monster Energy official energy drink partner here at PMPL. You can pick one up and unleash the beast, or unleash Cameron's hatred on me, I guess.
You make it so easy.
You know, don't make me tilt you before the next segment, because I know what happens in that break. We're going to throw it over to our commentators, though, for our last match
know what they're talking about.
With Miramar, with Hachu Suzuki.
Last game of the day, and after this, we've hit the midway mark of the tournament zoo. Woo! It's been a crazy day. It's been a crazy day. It's been a wild one, right? We've seen some teams that we didn't expect to kind of pop off. They started putting up some good points, started a little comeback series here for some other squads, and we even saw Influence Rage, right? Make a challenge there for that top spot. So it's been pretty wild. Last game here to go. I think it's really time for a lot of teams to just hunker down. I know they've played 5 matches already, but I mean, every point is just so critical here at this stage.
It really is. And for the teams looking to qualify to PMGC, this is the halfway point, and seeing the level of competition now, like you have a pretty firm idea of who you gotta watch out for, who's taking away your top 4 spot. You want to end today off strong, because coming into day 3, that's when the days start getting very wild, because the teams near the bottom start realizing, hey, we got nothing to lose, right? And they start playing better because of that. And then you got more teams to worry for. And the teams near the top, I mean, they are locked in by day 3, and they're going to fight tooth and nail to hold that PMGC qualification spot. So if you're just right out of that cusp, oh boy, it is, you're under immense pressure coming into day number 3. So you want to get as many points as you can right now on the last match of the day.
Yes, you do. And honestly, it's going to be interesting to see what some of the strategies are for some of these teams. One in particular was what we heard from Seven, kind of talking about Team QUESO, right? What is your strategy? I mean, yeah, you already qualified on over to that PMGC League stage, but what's your strat's going to be here for the rest of this tournament, right? Are you going to use this one as a way to try and level up your skills? Or should you try and go for that first place? Honestly, in my opinion, Team QUESO, if I'm them, I'm talking to the team, I'm saying, hey, you need to try to hunt down first place, right? I understand it's crazy, right? 66 points that you need to come and make up. But at the same time, you're going to be in worse situations, most likely, when it comes to PMGC. You know what I'm saying? Like, you should kind of put yourself in a situation of training saying, like, hey, we need to have a crazy comeback story here. If we're able to do that here and now, our chances of being able to do that at that PMGC League stage, they're going to go a little bit higher, right? Yeah, PMGC is a whole nother level talent-wise, but still, right? I mean, if you're just going to give up right now, I mean, I don't know. It's a way to think about it, right? You could decide to do all different kinds of strats. They could obviously say, hey, no, we don't want to give away our strategies, you know, for a league stage, so we're going to just use this as a way to practice. Who knows how you want to make excuses here, but I don't know. I think there's just too much at stake. You know, you want to go for it all, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I like how you said, who knows how you want to make excuses here, because it doesn't matter what you have in your playbook, how well you're doing. The level of competition here is high enough that you should be trying to get top 3. Regardless of what playbook, you know, that you're going to show to the rest of the lobby, blah, blah, blah. That's not... those aren't viable excuses to make, you know, hiding, you know, everything for the PMGC League stage. This is where you test what you're going to want to bring to the PMGC League stage to just see how well it's going to work. And if it's working great, like in the case for Intense Game, right? Then you keep doing it and you refine it for that PMGC League stage when it comes around. Because nothing prepares you for PMGC unlike being in PMGC, and the problem with that is if you're in PMGC, you don't have time to prepare for PMGC because you're playing it, right?
That's right.
That's just how it goes.
That's how it goes, 100%. And man, things are just ramping up here second by second. And we keep alluding to how intense PMGC is going to be. It's because we've seen it, right? We've seen teams that like dominate here in America's Championship just get straight bodied at PMGC. Yeah. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, heck, we're seeing teams that dominated their region struggle, right? But I mean, it's good
even
to see
here,
right? Yeah, it's good to see some of them make a little bit of a comeback here and there, right? Happy to see BULUC CHABTAN get some nice points on the board, and you know, Influence Rage obviously really showing up today like they needed to. So very interesting. Still a lot to consider, a lot to keep an eye on here, as we're about to meet the halfway mark here. We're finishing off in Miramar. How do you feel about that?
Miramar, it's great. I think it's the map that challenges teams the most, and it's nice to end off on a challenging map rather than, God forbid, we ended on a Sanhok, right? Imagine it's a Sanhok and the zone just goes opposite and you die early because you have to fight your way in, and then it's like, oh, you're done. Good luck tomorrow, right? I think on Miramar, everyone has a good fighting chance, and it's not like Erangel where it's played so often to the point where it's like, almost like, okay, well, we do this, okay, we do that, the circle's here, okay, we do this. Miramar challenges the brain, challenges the teams, even if they are getting the zones, right? And it's a good one to end the day off to get them ready for the next day.
All right, well,
Let's see how ready they're going to be for tomorrow, because in my opinion, day 3 is like the most important day, right? That's the day where you really set the tone and put yourself in a position to win this whole thing, because, you know, you don't want to depend on day 4 to try and put up big points. Even though there is 6 days, 6 matches in the day, I mean, we definitely see teams that have like been on the top of day 3 still go down all the way to 5th place, right? At the end of the whole tournament. So anything can happen, anybody can win it, but it's all about putting yourself in the best spot on that final day. So let's take a look at the Ted's game. Let's see what they're going to do here. You can see them in a very central position here in this circle. So they're even to look to get even a little bit more central, possibly even trying to hunt down some of that high ground there. And we see Alpha 7 over there just south of water treatment, just passing up loops. Cardosen looking to stay quiet. Definitely does not want to bring any attention to himself.
Yeah, you do not want to pop off a shot here when you have a full team rotating by. And I want to loop back to what you were saying, right? Even teams, you know, in first place on day 3, they could drop down. That's exactly what happened last year, I think, with Na'Vi. Remember, they were first place for the entirety of the finals of the league stage. And then on the last day, they went from first place, right? I think to qualify, it was like top 3, top 4 or something like that. They went from first place to dropping out of qualifying.
Wow.
Which was insane. And they kept that first place and looked so strong the whole time. So, yeah, every point you take, even if you are in first place for sure. As Nate disabling the car. I see what's going on here. I thought he was trying to shoot Juancho out of the car for practice, but disable every car you can, because you don't want to leave anything for your opponents to use.
No, you don't. Yeah, if you can pop those tires, you definitely want to. Speaking of buses, right? We saw Hyper make a crazy bus rotation in day number 1 on Miramar, and they were able to make it out alive. So definitely want to reduce any chance a player has of being able to make it onto this next circle. Any kind of disruption helps out.
Yeah,
at least for your team. Yeah, so right now, so far, so good. Nothing too crazy. I'm trying to keep an eye and see if I'm seeing anybody out of place right now. Nothing too intense. But meanwhile, we have Jaguar over there in Los Leones looting up. So they got a ton of time on their hands. But as a matter of fact, I am seeing Influence Rage get pretty close to Rise here on the east side.
Yeah, they are rotating through Rise's position. I don't know if Rise is aware of this. It might be somewhat of a set trap play, because Rise should be rotating in more center, right? Nothing obstructing them, but instead they're sitting back here almost like they're waiting for something. Are they waiting for this rotation from Influence Rage? Potentially, we'll see what happens if Influence Rage does get caught out. But I think they've already passed them up. Yeah, they already passed up the Rise team. So Influence Rage going for a wide wrapping rotation. They could have cut in towards center from the southeast, but instead they're wrapping all the way to the northeast and then going in. So probably realizing maybe pathing in from the northeast is a little bit easier, so they're setting up for that play way early on. You like to see teams that set up for plays like 10 steps in advance, and Influence Rage, I wouldn't be surprised if that is exactly in their playbook.
Well, let's see just how much of the playbook it's going to be here, because I think when it comes to every tournament that you level up, you got to sometimes throw that playbook out the window in certain situations, right? Because it's just the timing of things, how players are adapting. Things change minute by minute, but it's good to stick to a good core. It's good to stick to a good core value here, and we'll see how it ends up for these teams, as I see. And Hyper pretty central there, but I mean, you've already said the nails in the coffin for them. Honestly, they're a little bit dead to me after that last match. So they're in the center zone. All right. So, and they're gone. So yeah, you know what Hyper needs? They need that Hyper zone luck that they had in NA.
I mean, I've been watching the games, and they've been getting some of the circles, and they still struggle. And it's the big difference for me, a very key moment as they're starting the rotation yesterday, or day 1, right? They made a big push against PASSIONFRUIT, and it looked aggressive. It looked like they're trying to take advantage. It didn't work out. I was happy with that. And I literally said, I hope this failure doesn't shake their confidence. And then today, what happens? They make a push that should be made in all respects, right? Onto YKG, that previous match. It's a push that wins them the game, potentially. It's a push that they had the advantage. They had every reason to do it, and they don't. Whereas yesterday, against PASSIONFRUIT, they didn't have to, but if they did, that's a huge advantage, and they still did. So it's just a huge, stark difference in play from Hyper.
And we're starting to see some shots come out from Nate, and I gotta agree with you, as stark as it could be. But let's talk about the teams that have been doing something this whole tournament. And PASSIONFRUIT's been off and on, but man, they getting caught out early seems to be their kryptonite, and they are getting absolutely destroyed here at the end.
Oh, big mistake from PASSIONFRUIT. Taking shots at a rotating team during a rotational circle where teams are more than likely still rotating behind you. That's what happens. You get caught out in the open, and you're down to 1.
Just like that. Wow. It's crazy to see how one little bad decision, right? One bad position, and your whole team is just done and dusted. Nate was holding that off angle, and he is still up, but for how long in this scenario? So PASSIONFRUIT not having the finish they want to do, and I think that's what's just crushing them, right? Is their inability to get to late game. They put up so many points when they get the fights, when they get the right positions, but if not, they just get caught on rotation, and they lose everybody and end up with a goose egg.
And I think that's why the edge style is working so well here. Cameron alluded to it, like the feast or famine style. The problem is, like, if you're playing for position and get the placement points, you're getting no elimination points. And it's so hard for you to find them when you're just stuck in the middle and there's fighting all around you and you can't really leave. So no elimination points. Whereas if you're only going for elimination points, you could go out early and not get the placement points. So you need to be a strong team that fights their way in, which is pretty much most of the top end teams of the leaderboard.
Yeah, let's see what Alpha 7's going to do, because they're looking to really take over this leaderboard here. They're going to be playing that edge style, right? Right next to Intense Game on the north side. That's going to be interesting to look at. Let's see where this next zone's going to go, though. Rise all the way on the south side in the blue. So they're going to have to push on up. And it's going to really depend to see where this next zone's going to go, how they're going to rotate on in. It does go a little bit central, a little bit over to the east. So Alpha 7 are going to have to push on down. And look at how many teams are covering this high ground here.
Yeah, and you could still hold a pretty big split in the center of the zone just because some suppressive fire holds teams back, and that team has to deal with another team behind them. So this game's going to get very chaotic and messy with a circle like this. So many power positions all around the center of the zone that's going to keep pushing teams away. We have one right now, Team QUESO against All Glory Gaming.
Here they go, All Glory Gaming holding it down in Pachinki. It's a party in Sin City, and things are starting to heat up. Here goes Milo, looking to try and get a nade off. One nade will definitely help you out here, and this is a really hard building to hold because there's that big old hole right in the roof there. I call it the sunroof. That's going to make things tough because one Molotov, one nade inside is going to be pretty brutal, and you can see him trying to hunt it down. Interesting Molotov there.
Yeah, the smoke may be obscuring the opening, so it just hit the wall right there, QUESO. Big comeback today, right? As far as day one is concerned, as YKG taking down MEZEXIS here. Oh, he got naded, and that is a buggy on the side of the building.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Let's see.
Interesting.
Spider bug. Look at that. just hanging off the side there like a decoration. You know what I'm saying? Wouldn't you want that on the wall in your room? Huh? Maybe kitchen?
It looks pretty cool. Crow with the mini. Let's see the double headshot.
Crow's even looking at it.
Yeah. He's checking it out. Double headshot. Oh. I thought he didn't reload because he was confident he just needed 5 bullets, but maybe he forgot to reload there.
Let's see. Jump down, coming on down. YKG. They're going to get it done. Now here comes the Team QUESO fight. Team QUESO getting a little bit more aggressive here on All Glory Gaming. And All Glory Gaming, this is their strategy. They always like to just, hey, when they get pushed, they back up little by little, they throw some nades, and they try to get one knock, and then really, really push into them.
Yeah, I mean, last time it didn't work out, though, because it was just too slow, gave too much space to the other team. Hopefully this time around it works for them. But Team QUESO is also a team that's not really great at fighting close range, and Hyper's getting taken down here. They're really split up, not sure what happened, but Kindness is stuck all by himself. Ren is really far away.
Really far away indeed. And then here comes Kindness trying to throw something, trying to make it happen. And Kindness has not been able to really fire on all cylinders here in this tournament. And Extreme Slayers, they are definitely in a better position. Let's see how they decide to take it. All Glory Gaming does go down, so Team QUESO able to get the better of them. Let's see how Kindness, not able to shut down Remix, and Remix just looking too strong. And Hyper gone. Do you hear that?
Not surprised.
I think that's that nail of the coffin right there.
Yeah, hopefully they can rise back from the dead in PMGC, because they have already qualified, right? But
you're saying PMGC.
They're dead. They're like zombies in this match. They're gonna need to rise back from the dead as Crow tries to make a miracle 1v2 happen, gets cut down instantly. MEZEXIS is very split up here. They lost one on top of Church. They lose another one split off at a different compound. MEZEXIS, I don't know what's happening, but they are picking way too many fragmented fights on their own.
Yes, they are. MEZEXIS, I think, just feeling a little bit of that tiredness here towards the end. I'm just trying to make some crazy plays. Losing 2 players early on is going to be tough. Extreme Slayers looking to be like they're firing on all cylinders, though. Here towards the end, they definitely got that monster energy in their system. Remix on the rotation. This is where it's tough right here. This is going to be a tough one because Rise is looking right in their direction. Robert's going to probably get shot.
Oh, wow.
Wow. On to Mufasa. I think he does get ran over by himself. Not sure what happened. The buggy did blow up.
Yeah.
That's tough. And now you can see Extreme Slayers on the run, trying to get some shots out the vehicle. They need, I think they're going to commit to this on Rise. Yep, that's what they're doing. They're taking the commitment onto Rise. They want to be able to get this done, but they're not going to be able to pick up Bray. Doodoo does have the Bob Barker, though, the MK14. That's deadly. He's going to have the shots, the gun to do it. Can he hit these shots, though? On to Robert, takes him out.
Shots are ringing through here. Extreme Slayers, they're stopping here to take the fight. They want to clear their way onto the edge of zone. Without Bray, it might be a little bit harder, but Remix is still looking good, trying to keep the team alive. Nunes over around the corner, right-hand side.
Wow.
Playing peekaboo. Nice job. Using Frady as a good support on the top of the hill.
He's going to go for that res. That Molotov might be good, though. And is it? Yes, it will be. It's enough for him to get off of Robert. That nade from 7 is going to do it, if not anything. Frady has to push this. I think he has to. How did they survive? Wow, he missed all of that utility. He didn't throw it behind at all. Frady might go for a crazy run over here, and that might have to be the scenario as it's a 2v1, and 7 gets them both down. Where is he? Frady, they need you. Too far away. Oh, it goes down to Seba from Jaguar. Tough play there. I think that Frady could have just pushed in that scenario. I see he was kind of going for like a cheeky rotation. Just wasn't able to get it done.
Yeah, I don't think it was communicated enough just how badly they need Frady to just go in straight to buy time for like maybe a first aid. Because they got the revive, but they were both 1 HP at that point. Essentially, almost less than a single player, right? If you're both coming out from the same spot with 1 HP. So that was very terrible for them.
Yeah, very terrible indeed. Next zone about to pop on over. Is he going to center up? Let's see. Meanwhile, Loops getting into it. Actually goes north. Okay. So, you know, YKG, Alpha 7 are going to have to push on in. That's going to be interesting to watch. It's a party over at Pecado, though. You can see so many squads looking to take that place for now. Meanwhile, Influence Rage holding a big split here. Looking to take out 7 from Rise. And then once they do, this entire side of the map is clear for them. Wow.
Yeah, you don't see it on the screen right there, but whatever you don't see is what Influence Rage controls, which is a good chunk of the zone on the east side. So Influence Rage are shaping up to potentially, I'm not going to say get a win, because if it hard shifts to the west, it'll be very difficult, but they're going to be looking to get a top 3 finish at the very least, I think.
Well, let's see. See what the play is going to be here in this scenario as Gaiofsky's on the rotation. Jaguar's up on top. Looking to push inwards little by little. Rise gets eliminated. Yeah, that was going to be that final player. And Influence Rage, yeah, just still trying to spread their wings, take over as much real estate as they can. Oh my goodness, YKG getting picked apart. Yep, here towards the end, it is not NA's time to shine, because I don't think there's going to be one NA team after this.
Yeah, oh yeah, you're right. YKG is the last NA team here. And this is what I was scared of, right? NA, you might start off strong with a couple of lucky circles. I keep saying it, but when the going starts to get tough, the teams that are better over the course of, 24+ games, you're going to start falling behind. BULUC CHABTAN is one of those teams that started off really bad, but now it's showing us, this is why they were the champs. They are doing it through their skill.
Oh my goodness, yes they are. And BULUC CHABTAN, it's good to see them finally start to fire on all cylinders here. Having a rough day one, but that does happen, and they are able to get a nice little solid bounce back. Let's see how they can bounce back here against Alpha 7. That's going to be a tough team to take out. And right now, it's pretty even position-wise. I will give the edge on over to A7. Carrillo should have some good sight lines. But if they are able to cross this ridge, especially Mafioso, and if he's able to get onto that next hill, it's going to be dangerous. This off angle, though, is pretty gross. I don't think they see him.
Yeah.
Nades are starting to ring on out. Kardik, and then finally the shots come. Mafioso, that off angle just too strong.
Yeah, I love the trigger discipline. Wait for more than just one knock. Wait for two. Wait for BULUC to commit in a way where they have to be fully committed or lose the entire fight, and they are losing it hard. Now it's a 4v2 situation. Wow. Good nade, but blue zone +4 of Alpha 7. BULUC CHABTAN are done.
Just like that, yeah. Just making one simple little push, you think you're good, and just like that, you are taken out. So, tough situation right there, for sure. And not the place they want to be in. But hey, you know what?
Oh, what a nade.
Yeah, what a nade indeed. And BULUC CHABTAN just gone.
Yeah, it's that was really good play set up by Alpha 7. I love seeing teams that are smart enough to find those off angles and just hold the fire for a sec. Let them commit to a point where they are sandwiched. Don't fire first, because then you're just caught off by yourself, right? In a terrible spot if they're known.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, that was in a terrible spot indeed. And man, Alpha 7 is a team that you don't want to go against when you're in a spot like that. And Mafioso with 3, they're starting to turn things up here, so they're in a strong position. Now, as far as who our predictions are going to win with is, it's going to be hard to really unbeat Influence Rage, right? Influence Rage is looking really good. They're completely force split. They have so much high ground and almost half the map to themselves right now. Alpha 7 are going to have to start pushing up. INCO does have that compound, but Alpha 7 right now, I think they're really happy to just try to soak up some more eliminations.
Yeah, Alpha 7 have that hill right in front of them to work with too. That is in zone. So INCO will be sandwiched between Influence Rage and Alpha 7. INCO could win this. They have the zone. If it goes on top of them, they have a compound. They have 4 up. And before, in the old days, you're in a great spot to win. But teams nowadays who just control the edge with 4, they are able to exercise, their lines of sight so well as Team QUESO. Not a chance. There was nothing much that they could do there.
Yeah, nothing they can do indeed. Oh, the monster truck madness! Simple, just getting popped out the vehicle. Yeah, trying to go for that rotation. Not going to be able to work out here. Next zone does go on over. You can see Influence Rage holding all that position. Now, this is going to be a 2v2 situation. Yeah, obviously, they get care of. And wow, look at those shots there from
what? Oh, and he gets finished? The confirmation from Loops? Alpha 7 would have kept all 4 up if it was not for Little Boy lasering that. And we were watching Little Boy the whole time, right? He scoped in, shot 6-7 bullets, and lasered that player out the car. It wasn't like he got to spray for 3-4 seconds. He sprayed for like a second.
Wow.
And right out the car.
Oh, unreal. Yeah. Little Boy just on fire. That's 3 so far for Influence Rage. And like I said, they have so much real estate to cover, so much control of this map. They're looking too good to beat at this point. And Alpha 7 are completely pinned, right? They're pinched between both Influence and Loops. Cardosen's just poking these shots at them. They're forced to lay down. They're really hoping that the zone comes down to them because they are stuck. They're going to have to make a push possibly onto INCO, but INCO's going to be waiting for them.
Yeah, that's not going to work out, yeah.
Yeah, and not to mention you got Influence, right on top of them.
Alpha 7, you said it best. They're going to need to pray for a circle. And even if they get the circle, that spot does not look good enough for them to survive. They are getting picked apart. Full send. Can he make it in? Oh, it looked good. It looked like he was around the shack enough, but that is Alpha 7 out of there. And I like that play. Make the play like now rather than later. They couldn't get that shack in time. And Alpha 7 are out.
Done. Just like that. That's all it takes. Yeah, so Alpha 7 going for it. Instantly stiff-armed. Next circle does go on up. And now Loops are in the same scenario, right? I mean, this is just a tough circle here. You know, it's too quiet. All eyes are on them. INCO has the sightlines. Influence Rage have the sightlines. Both intense game, and Loops, for lack of a better word, they're screwed here in this position. I mean, there's nothing they can do. Yeah. They're just trying to get
see a 4v4
as they can.
I think we're going to see a 4v4 between INCO and Influence Rage in the very final circle. No one else is in the zone, and there is no cover in that zone. They're going to get shot up by both teams heavy between Influence Rage and INCO.
Oh, yes, they are. So let's see what happens here. Who's going to be able to get some elimination points? That's what they're really trying to hunt down, right? You can see Adrian just gets one on a Mythic. Yeah, there you go. I think they're going to go for the push. Yeah, because I think they need to. But can they make this cross? No, they can't. Okay, so they're stuck. Yeah, Adrian.
It's going to be a tough cross.
Yeah, they're done for. All these players right here. It's over. There's nothing they can do in this scenario. They just got to sit back, try to steal some eliminations because it's only a matter of time. And this is PUBG Mobile, guys. It happens. I mean, even though you're such a strong team like a tense game, there's nothing you can do. Ayala, Serpentine spins on out, jumps out. Oh my gosh! I want to say he made it to the shack. That was a goal right there in general.
Oh, the Shack of Dreams. Almost. If he had the two other
deleted.
Yeah, if he had the other two players in his car, maybe. But if he had two teammates in the car, Intense Game would have had free reign and shoot them too. So I guess it was a lose-lose situation. They're going to smoke their way in. They can still make it. And V2 are making a lot of progress up the hill.
Yeah, both these teams are probably going to make it to the lobby here in a second. There's no way Loops can make it. Oh, those shots, though, were nice. I mean, it's good to see Loops still trying to put up a fight.
Let's see if any of these teams on the low ground can make any headway.
Guapo got a nade onto Kayovsky. That's dangerous. V2 looking to usurp. Oh, Law gets a nice nade, though, right in return. That's going to be pretty solid. Let's see how Influence Rage has to hand this. Law actually got beat up pretty good there. Oh, my gosh. Kayovsky got finished? Tough situation here. 3v2 scenario now. Ty trying to push on up. Gets taken out by Law, and down goes V2. So Influence Rage lose one in the process. And honestly, if they decide to take on INCO, Loops could have a chance. That's the only way Loops survives, is if Influence Rage just completely pushes on INCO right now.
It looks like INCO is going to be the ones to push on to Influence Rage. You see INCO leaving that compound, pressing up. INCO knows their biggest challenge is Influence Rage, and they definitely caught it in the feed that one of the players of Influence Rage went down. They're getting closer. Vitaly looking for maybe some type of audio cue to know how close Influence Rage is. He's got that nade in hand. And we're going to go to circle or stage 9. So this is just going to close dead to the middle, and Loops are still in the match. So they could cause some trouble for INCO.
Can cause some trouble indeed. Let's see what's going to happen. The little boy looking to put some shots on. This is going to be that calm before the storm. Teams right now just trying to get some little cheeky knocks here because it's going to be difficult to push this scenario no matter what. So let's see what happens as Vitaly's looking to maybe open things up with the nade. He did see Law right there, so he has his number. Yeah, to keep that nade, you're going to need some of that util towards the end. And let's see how they opt to play this. Everyone's just playing the edge right now. This is a very difficult zone. Loops are starting to creep up little by little, so they're still in this fight, surprisingly.
Yeah, they're making good headway. These nades coming in, Nenebete trying to get a knock, or at least know, if you nade the top of the hill, that player might not be holding that angle anymore, and that's indeed what's happening. Little boy forced to fall down. INCO have a window of opportunity here to push over the top of Influence Rage.
Yeah, Gloops might have a window of opportunity right now with his position. I mean, the zone is starting to creep. Oh, this is stage 9. I forgot. The zone's about to go to nothing. Okay, all right. So let's see how this is going to happen because Nenebete is pushing up. Does Zoop see him at all? I don't think so. Mythic has a path upfield here. And he's got some coverage. He sees them. Oh my gosh. Here go the shots on the law. He misses them. That's so brutal. Mythic unable to get the finish. And now here comes Papa Blue starting to creep in. But that could have been enough to disrupt little boy and the rest of Influence Rage. How's INCO going to decide to handle this? Federal takes down Mythic. And now here comes INCO with the push. Tons of smokes coming out. It's an all-out war. Here they go.
3v4. They got the opening. Now it's a 3v3. Influence Rage trying to bring this back. Federal goes down, though. It trades back and forth. INCO down to 1.
Vitali trying to get these shots on the little boy. Law still up. Oh, little boy falls down.
Oh, he fell.
He goes down to full damage. 1v1 situation. Blue Zone's creeping in. Law, you can't get the res off. You have to commit. What's going to happen? Oh. Blue Zone creeping in so slowly. He realizes it. Yep, I can't get this res. I got to go for the play. Here we go.
Law's got the ridge.
For the last chicken dinner, he has the ridge. Oh, but Vitali has the shots, baby. Law pressure down.
Oh, he's blocking shots.
And he gets him. The body shots. The body block could have worked, but it wasn't good enough. It's all to the big bad boys themselves. Influence Rage.
Oh, that fall damage.
Oh,
shook my heart. Oh, it's like not like this, but they still get it done. That body block, though, was beautiful. I thought that was going to work, and he was going to lose. He shot so many bullets into that body, but it pierced through, and he still won the match. And if you think about it, maybe it worked the opposite way. Maybe he didn't know where to shoot from the head glitch. Yeah, he couldn't see the enemy. So, I mean, it was worth the try. Yeah. Either way, great game out of INCO, great game out of Influence Rage, and everybody that made it to the end game.
Yeah, you gotta give him a heads up.
It was a great game.
That play was gross, right? That play was gross because if it goes the other way, then it's brilliant, right? It's a brilliant body block. It just didn't end up working out in that way. But Law, man, clearing out this leaderboard looking really good. So what a game for them at the end of the day. Got to give that mad props to INCO for putting up such a fight, though. It was a close one. I'll tell you, that fall damage, oh, man, that made things too close for comfort.
Ooh, I was biting my nail when I saw that happen. I saw the icon pop up. I was like, wait a second, it's a 1v1 now. Any one of them can take it. But that started off, Jukes, as a 3v4. Influence Rage only had 3, and they still managed to win it.
Yes, I mean, it's unreal. It's unreal. I mean, this is the reason why we see them on the top of the leaderboards. This is the reason why so many people predicted them. Oh my gosh, let's get this thing wrapped up by the fastest, shiniest Shin host in the country, Jason Kaplan.
Shiniest shins in the West. Influence Rage, what are you trying to say there, Hot Jukes?
Where have you seen his shins?
Rehearsal.
Hey, we don't talk about where we see Jason's shins. We just go with it.
I'm jealous.
Good job, Influence Rage. By the way, on a serious note, Law has performed really well in the past 2 matches. We were just talking about this too. In the previous match, he was able to get a great off angle when they fought against YKG, and right here, being able to put up some great amount of items. Good job.
I mean, they're starting to extend a lead as well towards the top of the leaderboard, and we'll check on that in a little bit of time as we'll, I guess, jump into some highlights and, of course, our match report to get an idea of how many points they got. But, of course, INCO, hot on their heels. You know, I was the only one that had faith in them. Still get the point, but I don't really care about prediction games.
Clearly.
Sure.
Clearly.
He's losing now.
No, but as we go over this match, once again, it's going to be a lot of fighting on the edge. And actually, Zute brought up a really, really good point about how the meta sort of balances itself out. For a team, like we saw this happen in the Extreme Slayers. Again, we're going to go back to them as the example of the center-focused team because it's them, right? They're missing out on these opportunities. So if any other team wants to, quote-unquote, play it safe, go for the clear bet of playing more center, they don't have the opportunities to get the elimination points. And if you're trying to go for first place or try and really raise your position on leaderboard, you kind of have to go for where the points will be. So this, in a way, it is kind of forcing these teams to continue to play on the edge. But this final fight, the body blocking. Yeah, I thought the body blocking was going to do a lot more to help out than it ended up. But, I mean, Influence Rage, in the end, they ended up getting 2 chicken dinners in a row.
That body block was a great idea. 13 elims too out of them. INCO Gaming too, being able to put up some good elims. By the way, INCO Gaming, every single time we see them being able to get that high ground, they always end up performing so well. And I think even going back today to Sanhok, that's why we're all picking them until we actually ended up seeing where that compound was, or at least from my end. I was like, okay, never mind. They don't have the high ground.
I just picked them because they were in a compound in Sanhok. That's like, beggars can't be choosers, you know?
Nonetheless, though, 9 elims for them, 15 points. They're going to be happy with that. Also, Loops, I feel like they're having a bit of a bounce back, too. We're counting out how Team QUESO is probably a little bit too late for them to even challenge. For Hyper, it's pretty much a change of mentalities. I feel like Loops might be one of those teams that are still qualified to PMGC that could possibly end up in the top 4.
Yeah.
We just need to see a lot more out of this for them.
They could make podium.
And also Extreme Slayers. Extreme Slayers, this is what I was talking about. Great job on getting the elims, but now I guess it's the complete opposite.
Please get like, okay, you know how to get placements, you know how to get eliminations. Can you get them both?
Fix it.
All right, let's see page 2 here and see our 9 through 16 teams. YKG getting some 4 points on the board. Passion Fruit, 3 placement points on the day outside of their chicken dinner. They had 1 yesterday, 3 today. No limbs this time, unfortunately.
Are we surprised, though?
I think it's just been a worse day today than in general. Even ignoring the placement point, not really of a controversy, but placement point from you guys, is that Passion Fruit, after they got their win, I think the most points they got in 1 round was like 3 elimination points. So it just hasn't been a good day in general for Passion Fruit.
Kind of a quiet game as well. Just moving on to another team here. Intense game. 3 placements, no limbs. Not used to seeing them get 0 eliminations, but again, they're still, top 2. I would imagine 2nd place at the moment.
And Hyper there, which is that 1.2. Yeah. Just switch it up in Hyper. Don't even think about wanting to win this. Don't even think about wanting to be in the top 4. Just think about what you would like to practice before we go to PMGC League stage, because right now they might as well just toss up this tournament.
Yeah. Saying what to practice is a little weird because they're not going to be playing against the same teams at PMGC. So like in terms of how do you react to a rotation, how do you react to a certain zone, that's obviously going to have the content that they need to study and learn of whatever tournament they enter, whether it's PMGC or even you imagine they would have prepped for this one. But in terms of like how do we get as a team back on form? How do we work our chemistry together?
Yeah, I think going off the chemistry is like maybe putting your players in different positions, right? Because even though Kindness, we're known for him being a fragger, that hasn't worked out here. So who's going to be, what are we going to be able to do for GK first? Because now we know Kindness is, if for some reason Kindness does not perform, and I'm thinking about now PMGC League stage for this team, is, okay, what can we do to put GK first within a spot where he's actually going to be able to put up those elims, right? That's mostly where I'm coming from with them being able to practice different stuff, different roles for the players.
I don't know. I don't know if I fully agree with that statement, just because I don't feel like you can invest in one player to be there to carry the team. You need that 2nd, 3rd player, and maybe it's about how can we make Kindness more comfortable in these lobbies, because he has just been, I mean, I hate to say it because he was such a big player in PMPL, but he's been a letdown. And in Hyper, I think has been a letdown overall, unfortunately. And I hate that we're so harsh on them, but like, they were so dominant during the season.
Yeah, that's the trade-off for having such high expectations for performing so well, is that if you're a team like V2 with very little expectations, then, we're not going to really bat an eye at it, right? Or even MEZEXIS, right? But because Hyper was so good, like, I haven't heard any of them complain about us making these comments toward them, but like, it's because we know that they can be better.
Yep. I mean, you have teams like Extreme Slayers and Passion Fruit being the ones to actually carry NA right now in this event, which has been kind of interesting.
So far, again, talking about Passion Fruit, not as good of a day 2, and then Extreme Slayers, they've slowed down, or rather, I think more than that, it's other teams have sped up. Influence has gotten back onto their swing of things. IG and INCO, they've both kind of slowed down from day 1, but still performing well. Rise is always in the mix.
Alpha 7 too.
So yeah, it's the lack of high ceiling that we were talking about earlier for Extreme Slayers that like we're really missing. If they just get 1 or 2 rounds a day that they hit like high double-digit points, that pairs up with the like 5-6 average that they get very well, but they're not hitting those high points.
Yeah, if we don't see them combine at least within, I would say within the first 2 matches tomorrow, I feel like they're just going to get consumed by the other Brazilian teams.
Yeah.
Okay, well, before we do hop into our overalls, get an idea of where Extreme Slayers do stand compared to, obviously, the other teams here. Let's take a quick little recap of who won all of our matches today. Remember, we had 6 matches in total today. We did start off with NA getting the victory yet again, but then, of course, it went back to Brazil, went to Latin America, and then went Brazil, Brazil, Brazil.
More than that, Influence Rage twice in a row at the end. I think their lead over IG is going to be ginormous.
It's a big step up too from yesterday. I mean, yesterday I feel like even though they were able to be within the first page of overall, not a lot of people were happy with the way that they were able to perform. And this is a good way for them to be like, okay, this is what you guys were expecting for us to do here in Americas. And the good thing too about this, it wasn't just only Law, right? We also saw Federal being able to put up good numbers for his team too. So now it's not just one player. We're starting to see a lot more players too, and that's always a great thing to see, because when we go over to intense games, I mentioned this earlier, it just comes down to either Diego or McGrellan. And that's not something you want to be relying on, as we're kind of hinting at within Hyper too, right?
Today, unfortunately. I mean, when we checked it, I think it was match 4 or maybe 5, McGrellan had like 4 limbs, and so did Diego on the day. So
on the day,
a little bit unfortunate for them, but actually, let's just head straight into overalls, because I'm really curious to see at our top of the table, wow, a 32-point difference between first and second place.
After 12 rounds.
How many points did they get today?
Okay, so they started today at 40 points. They got 90 points on the day.
Oh,
see, I like it better when you say they almost got 100 points today.
Well, I mean, IG, they started the day off at 64, so they only got 34.
Yep.
And Influence got 90.
Like, 34 is a fine grab on the day. That's 5 points per game. Like, that, you usually want to sit around like 8 or 9 points per game in order to win. But still, like, 4 or 5 is fine to like maintain a position, but what a surge by Influence Rage. I wasn't expecting this much, but I mean, 2 wins would do that.
Even from that, going down actually to Extreme Slayers, right? Before we start talking about just the Brazilian domination that's currently happening here, this is kind of what I'm going with going into tomorrow for the next 2 matches, because you can see now Alpha 7. I mean, they're currently there, right? We know that Alpha 7, if they want to, they can get the chicken dinners. They're a team that is versatile enough where they can switch off on what they want to do, and I feel like with Extreme Slayers, we're not quite there yet. And another team that now Extreme Slayer needs to worry about is Loops Esports.
Yeah.
We're kind of counting them out there for the longest time, and this is kind of what I've been talking about. I feel like Loops still wants to actually go for a top 4 finish here, just to say, okay, we're able to perform well here. We're going to be going into PMGC League Stage hot.
Well, they got to get top 4 if they want to make it into PMGC, right? Because they're not the team qualified for Alpha 7.
Loops.
Oh, Loops.
Sorry, I was talking about Loops.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, the fact is we have all 6 of our Brazilian representatives in top 7.
Yeah.
That just shows Brazil is still #1. Obviously, we have the 1 NA representative and, of course, the 1 Latin American representative. Let's see the second page here. 68 points is currently in 8th place, 64 in 9th, where Passion, unfortunately, has fallen off the front page because of Loops getting into this. But then in Hyper, 45 points. Team QUESO, 45 points, able to get themselves off the bottom of the table. But obviously, not as many points as they needed.
Yeah, confidence. Because you know what? Something that's been going under our radar is All Glory Gaming. I mean, this is a team that's been here before, too. This is a team that actually has the MVP in David from LATAM PMPL. This is way over. We're talking about like YKG underperforming, right? We're talking about some of these other teams. MEZEXIS, maybe All Glory Gaming. That's a big underperform for the LATAM community.
I mean, someone's got to be last, right?
Yeah.
And when you're looking at this it's a 7-point difference between 12th and 16th place. So because of Team QUESO's sort of a couple of good rounds that we saw today, there's not a single team that is being completely blown out of the water.
Yeah.
You know, granted, I think all those teams could deliver and maybe get a couple more points per game and make it a little closer towards that middle section, because there is about a 10-point gap between, what was it, like 10th and 11th or 11th and 12th, around there, that maybe we can close that up a little bit. But we've seen a lot of tournaments that like last 2 positions are just what was it? Chosen from Spring had like 10 points after the first 2 days. I don't know. I'm just maybe I don't even know. But like I just the drive by.
I'll talk about Dong.
MVP. What you do in your own time is up to you, 7. MVP of the day.
Federal.
I think
or
so.
Law?
It's definitely someone from Influence. If it's not Federal, it's Law.
MVP.
Federal.
Who's it gonna be?
We get a point for this.
Law. There we go.
Hey.
21 limbs. That's actually pretty insane considering McGrellan got 24 yesterday.
Yeah.
He's able to get 21 today.
Yeah, that's actually sick. But again, Influence are doing so good, just how good. I'm curious on what the damage and elims are for Federal is. But again, just I'm glad we were showing this one. This original. Oh, we actually didn't see this originally. he gets shot out, but that was the
of a
position.
highlight there.
That
He
was the
just
position
crashed
from
and then
game.
got
That was the
knocked.
position like from game number 1 that I believe Extreme Slayers sent it to, and PASSIONFRUIT tore them apart. And like I think it was Federal, the last player from. Anyway, whatever. Just go back and watch. You want to know what I'm talking about. But again, just like
That was the one.
the car, yeah, the car sends. They're being able to figure out how to maneuver their vehicles around, get to places quickly. Usually, mostly keep people alive, and just like have so much control and presence around the area. It literally drives rings around the opposition.
Okay, so second place for MVP of the day, right? It wasn't even Federal actually. It was a little boy.
Okay.
He ended up with 14 illims, 3,100 damage, and then Federal ended up with 16 illims, 2,400 damage.
Okay. All right.
So 3 players. I mean, it kind of goes to show because they had an amazing day. Almost
90
100,
points.
Almost
90
100
points on the day would do that.
Almost
yeah.
100 points sounds better. Almost 100 points.
Well, I mean, 90 is technically almost 100 points.
Yeah.
You're like arguing whether you should charge customers $4 or $3.99. Like it's the same.
$3.99 sells better.
Does?
It does actually.
True.
It does.
Science. I am being told we need to go to our prediction points, but I'm going to scrap that today because we don't need to see who's in last
Show the
place. We can
points.
Ignore that.
Show the points.
Monster Energy, our official energy. Show the points. PMPL. You guys can pick one up and unleash the beast for yourselves, and obviously you use it to keep yourselves up to watch every single match we have here today. Okay, fine. Let's see. Play.
Show the points. Show the points.
17, please. 17. I want to be at 17.
You're not.
We won't be at 17.
No.
Let's go!
Oh my God. That's more.
On brand, baby.
How's it on brand? You're not 17.
It has a 7 at the end.
It's got a 7
Counts.
in it. That's the closest we're gonna get. He's got to get 10 points on the day. Now tomorrow 27, then 37. But hey, good job, dude. That's more impressive than me getting what I get 10 points on the day.
Yeah. Not on brand.
Okay. Well, that's going to wrap up our day here. We don't need to dwell on predictions anymore because, you know, our predictions don't really matter. But what does matter is you guys tune in yet again tomorrow at the exact same time. Because we have another 6 matches coming your way before we head into our final day on Sunday. It's been honestly an amazing day to see Influence Rage step up. Can they do it again tomorrow? Well, there's only one way to find out by tuning in.
Brazil.